Muy buen día a todos. Espero que hayan tenido una...
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you had a good break so we can carry on today. We still have a lot more work to do coming ahead. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much to everyone that's making this possible. And now we'll continue with our third panel. This third panel is about experiences in systemization of resources, products, and in MTCI. And we have our moderator, Luis Enrique Moreno, joining us today and joining our guests also. We hope that you can ask all the questions that you like. Remember that we are in YouTube channels for English, for Spanish. The link is different for each language and from the morning's link. So we'll give you the proper link if you want it. I hope you have it. And then with this fourth panel, is coming after this one, and it will be about pharmacopoeia in medicinal plants. So, with any further ado, I'll leave with you Dr. Luis Enrique Moreno so he can carry on with his third panel. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much, Doctor. And thank you very much to the organizers for this kind invite to moderate this third panel. And it deals with experiences in systemization of resources, products, and provisions in traditional and complementary medicine. We'll have in this session 4 distinguished panelists. First off, we will have Dr. Michael Sivon, which is from France, from the University of Paris and Cly, the director in the French Institute for Research and Investigation, a member of FANDEP from the Toulouse University, and a researcher at the Cayetano Heredia University in Peru. He's been working in Peru for many years, as for Colombia, Bolivia, and naturally in France. He conducts research on natural substances isolated from biodiversity of Latin America against active infectious agents, and has participated in the TRAMIL program for the Caribbean vegetable pharmacopoeia. We also have with us Dr. Janet Gavilan. She's the coordinator for the program of the General Scientific Coordination of the Research Program applied to popular medicine in the Caribbean. She comes from the Puerto Rico University. She has formal training and PhDs in biotechnology in Germany, in the University of Columbia, Canada, and in the US. She's been a professor of the Puerto Rico University, currently the scientific coordinator of TRAMIL. As a member of the editorial board of the Latin American and the Caribbean Medicine and Aromatic Plants Bulletin, has also served as a reviewer for the Frontiers in Marine Sciences section in Marine Biology Journal and the Journal of Intercultural Ethnopharmacology for past 20 years. Her contributions to herbal research and health education addresses a reality that increases numbers of people who use plant-based remedies as alternatives or complementary medicine, call for the validation of traditional herbal formulations used to treat their ailments. She has also applied for the TRAMIL program methodology aimed to understand and validate the expanded health practices based on the use of medicinal plants in the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Dr. Gavilan. We also have in our panel Dr. Cesar Valera. He's the president of the Spanish Association of Homeopathic Pharmacists from Spain.
Recording stopped.
Dr. Cesar, you can just carry on, Dr. Luis.
Oficiales farmacéuticos en Madrid.
Doctor Luis.
Dr. Luis is not there, it looks like. Just a second. from the pharmacist office of Madrid. Yeah, we had a small inconvenience with the internet, but we can carry on. He's also the member of the medicinal plans of the official culture FCOs in Madrid. He has a specialization in the University of Homeopathy, Faculty of Medicine of Valladolid, the vice president of the Spanish Society of Individualized Medicine, member of the Spanish Society of Phytotherapy, president of the Spanish Association of Homeopathic Pharmacists, a member of the board of directors of the National Assembly of Homeopathy. Finally, we also have with us Dr. Maylin Beltrán Delgado. She's from Cuba and she's the head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Services of the Ministry of Public Health in Cuba. She's in charge of coordinating the pharmaceutical services activity, and in relation to natural and traditional medicine, she coordinates and directs local drug production centers for the production of phytodrugs and IPI drugs, homeopathic pharmacies, as well as the activities of sale and dispensing of these products. So we have 4 distinguished speakers for today's third session, and we'll start our first presentation of this panel with Dr. Michael Sauvin from France. Welcome, doctor. Please go ahead with your presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, before presenting or doing a presentation, I would like to thank the coordinators and organizers for allowing me to speak here, and Dr. Marta Villa, especially, which is a tireless encourager of traditional medicine and complementary medicine in Peru. Now, let me share my screen. Okay, so my intention is to present really quickly the Pramil program, the first phase of the program that I started with this program, and for some years already. And I would like to leave Dr. Janet Gadalian for the general presentation. I will only focus on certain aspects of the validation of medicinal plants of this program. So first off, it's a homage to precursors. 82 with Dr. Yonel Rubino's initiative combined in Latin America and Africa, which started the Project Plamir. For me, it was a great adventure, and this project started first off with few people, particularly farmer communities of Haiti and Dominican Republic, some scientists from these countries, and this botanicists, chemists, some French people that are also making a path and building the path to this pharmacopoeia. Quickly, what is Tramil? The objective is to make communities to take charge of their health problems, meaning that we're talking about communities that are not so attended by the health system of their country. We need to think about what's useful and efficient to put our knowledge of these people that is at the disposal of this knowledge. We need to get practical knowledge to these people for treatment with medicinal plants of certain current or certain common ailments. We need to validate scientifically the traditional use of medicinal plants for the primary care attention. We need to be a program which is interdisciplinary that references the detection, validation, and dissemination of the use of medicinal plants that impact in public health. The strategy of Tramil, it's linked to 3 words: quality, security or safety, and efficiency. In its application in quality in the plant, in the application of said plant, the preparation that has to do with this activity, security, toxicity research that would help us not having an extra health problem due to the eventual toxicity of a plant, and is linked to the surveys. And behind this surveys, of course, we have under the validation system to see if this plant could be useful for people's health. This is the result of that research. And this is a general scheme. I'm not going to give a lot of emphasis to that. As I said, Janet is going to be introducing this in a more general overall manner with all of the advances. And it's important to understand and to see the general scheme. Then my purpose in relation to this lecture is to see until what point we can apply Tramil to the antipalliative medicine or medicinal plants. And we're talking about in our pharmacopoeia in the last update of the Caribbean setup. This plant is said as advisable to treat paludism crisis. This plant is called Neurolaena lobata. We'll see what was the path and what was the important points to consider this path. In our own documents that we see in the pharmacopoeia, the use of paludism is recommendable and advisable to undertake this for traditional medicine. It is documented in the surveys, also in the toxicity studies and validations research. But with the risk of paludism to health, we recommend a renewal, a medical renewal. To start and use this resource should be considered as complementary for the medical treatment unless there's a counterindication. There's an important matter of debate during the first years of Tramil and during the first workshop to be able to see until what point we can recommend plants for infectious illness, grave, and even mortal. So in relation to this recommendation, we gathered data of pharmacology that was executed through groups of that same staff of Tramil and working with scientific groups that got involved in this research. We proven that in these models, there is certain activity from the extracts used in traditional medicine, but the activity it's not as strong and as a classic treatment with antipalliatics, and we will build upon toxicity. And in the case of the report, we see that there was two methanolic extracts being used, and only the methanolic. Let me show you this type of activity, which is oral, which is a way and the path that was used in the community with a percentage that's relatively lower than the emergency drug in this case. The important thing here is that in the works that we've conducted in the Tramil works, we've shown that there were no signs of acute toxicity and not even under acute or subacute toxicity. And this is something that we have included in the surveys. We need to be precise about this. The surveys linked to communities. The other piece of data, which is a bibliographic data, we have the presence of active principles that are the carpenolactones and that basically show certain beta activity with an index of selectivity that is relatively low compared to reference points. It will be a selectivity of 10 compared to the 200s. And that's a molecule, antipalliatic molecule that we reference in natural medicine. Going back to our clinic of paludism, and just to know a little bit of what are we talking about. Paludism currently is or represents almost 230 million clinic cases per year, most of them in Africa. We also have a really strong number of deaths, almost have 1 million deaths every year, and it's almost all of them are children under 5 years old. And the idea of using plants against paludism is to verify if this use is justified as a mortal illness. So, what would be the qualities of clinical research for the comparison of this type of treatment? One of them to be to verify the use of this. It's not the same being in a permanent paludism area than an intermittent area. In the case of Central America, is intermittent, for example. And what do we need to measure in this case? We need to uh, decrease the symptoms or the effect of the symptoms. So what do we need to deal with? So we work around this type of structure and to try and to provide more information about this subject. We see that there's a setting of this pharmacopoeia with two antipaludic plants that were provided before, which is King Shu, which is to the left, and Quina from Peru, that's provided quinine, that, as you know how to use it quite well. Why do we know about these two plants? Why can we say, well, the extract that was used in traditional medicine works? This is the exact extract of the quina cortex. It is at the quine, and it's not at the pharmacological level only, but we also consider that it is active at the clinical level. Why? Because it's the administration or provision of a quina at 20 milligrams, which gives you a survival that time frame, which doubles the untreated rats. And the important thing is that quinine is also a part of wild quinine. It's high in its yield, and the yield with extraction with hot water. And this is one of the most used means in traditional medicine. It shows an extraction that's really nice of quinine. We need to understand that what type of medication to apply when dealing with crises of paludism. So we make a calculation to deal with this. We need 1.5 grams of quinine per day. So we absorb the concoction of 50 grams of quina cortex, and then this will be 2.5 grams of quinine that will produce it. And this is the use that we provide. That's why it's used a lot. And they've been cooking this centuries before they discovered this. And with this plant with Artemisia annua, it's just different. This is an ancestry Chinese plant that is considered as one of the most important medicinal plants because it has inside artemisinin, which is an super antipaludic, and that's currently the local reference for the treatment in the antipaludic medication world. So we need to understand that we go through the infusion of antipaludic, and then when there's no results in the infected patterns, and also in the traditional preps, we can extract enough amount of artemisinin. It's more or less, and we consider this current or usual percentage is in 100 milligrams of artemisinin. And to cure somebody, we need to have several grams of artemisinin. So you can imagine the amount of infusion that they need to uh, take so they can have good health. So the question here is, can we think about of a clinical essay that or clinical trial that can fight against paludism with this type of medication? And the first question that I did was if the traditional medication or traditional treatment is only established for immune population. The problem is that when we have immune population, is that in Africa, for example, my colleagues that worked for many years about this technology in Africa, they made workshops, and we've organized a workshop as well a while back about medicinal plants working against paludism or not. We need to know that parasitemi, we decrease it in 50% of the patients without treatment in a few days. So it's important to make a trial that works, and the matter is to make a trial that it's not a treatment that can endanger people. So a way of solving this problem is to make our parasitemics lower of those that are symptomatic in the population itself, and compare this with the same asymptomatic individuals without this treatment of this quantity. And that's a way we can see things without putting populations under risk. And relating it to immunity, with matter of what the situation of paludism is, we have the latest data in the region of the Americas, and then we have in an outbreak of malaria, but the number of deaths is lower. Why? Because basically for them, it was an anti-vax issue that they had. They didn't participate, and there were a lot of deaths in Central America, Caribbean, until we had the current policy, like in countries such as El Salvador, that has a certificate that states that they're free of paludism since this year. So to conclude my presentation for the medicinal plant use, for mortal infectious diseases, now we're talking about paludism. Then again, we're in a pandemic of a disease that has killed 4 million people in the world. And there's a lot of proposals from all types in relation
Recording in
to
progress.
this illness. And many of them are related with medicinal plants and even with medication that doesn't work. So it's important and related to these infectious diseases that are grave to have this process at the botanic level, at the pharmacopoeian level, and at the toxicological level as well. But the most important thing is the systematic validation of the clinical trials. I think that we shouldn't make this type of conversations without having this verification first. And like as Travel proposed it since the beginning, we need to limit to common ailments. Like that's the idea of from the beginning of the project, and also all of the work that was developed, the work conducted in favor of this, or to try and to treat these common ailments. That's why we need to keep on finding out what's better for mortal diseases. And we're talking about a population that has a lot of problems to access this type of treatment, or any treatment was for that matter. There's a useful uh, bibliography of everything that I've presented. Probably Dr. Janet wanted more information about this matter, so I'll leave you with this information. Thank you very much for staying here and listening to me. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas
Thank you very much,
Michael Soban.
Dr. Michael Sovan.
De la presentación.
Really interesting presentation. We need to remind all of our participants that you can write your questions in the chat, and at the end of the presentations, the speakers will be able to answer to those. So just to go back to our and continue with our distinguished guests, we would like to invite Dr. Janet Gavilan for Puerto Rico so she can guide us with the next presentation. Please go ahead, doctor. Good morning, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much, Michelle, for that presentation. I would like to thank the organization and committee from the second summit and the team of the virtual library on health. This invitation is to participate in this panel on and about the experiences of organization of the Tramil program that next year turns 40 years. I'm going to talk about the program, the process of systemization of Tramil, with some examples of diffusion and dissemination, the Tramil portal, and end up with some generalizations on Tramil's prevention and a reflection on it. About the application of traditional medicines and traditional plants for the treatment of common ailments that has the common participative work, interdisciplinary effort of scientists, professionals, and promoters for health. And more recently, with the collaboration with the virtual library Manuc of the University of Antilles. And we have the collaboration of information professionals. We work in different groups and in different activities, such as to make different surveys, ethnopharmacological surveys about medicinal plants. But also we carry out as well the systematic validation of the use of these medicinal plants, and some of the people from the network also work in the editorial committee that is in charge of making this publishing like the Caribbean Vegetal Pharmacopoeia. And as all of these developments occur, then we also participate in activities of dissemination and training. Tramil always has its permanent activity identifying collaboration and alliances to be able to empower and to promote the uh, action lines that I will describe up next. The first action line is the scientific research in ethnobotanics, chemistry, pharmacology, toxicology, and preclinical research. But also, we develop it in the dissemination activities and training at universities for development programs in communities, and at the same time we promote preservation, we promote crops, and we promote the domestication of useful plants through family greenhouses or botanic and medicinal gardens. And we work in the strengthening of national networks and regional as well. Tramil develops in the geographic region of the Caribbean Sea, which is a region which is complex, not homogeneous, and it's characterized by multi-ethnical approaches, multilingual, and also beyond French, Spanish, and English as their main languages. In Caribbean, they speak their own tongues as Creole and different types of Creole. The challenges and goals of the Tramil program, I can describe them as to document the access to health services for communities that honor and require harmony with popular tradition, but that also have evidence and that these popular uses to have scientific evidence on about the efficiency and safety, so they can be integrated into the health systems through programs and policies. Another Tramil goal is to promote health or community health through the dissemination of information, knowledge, practical knowledge about the use of medicinal plants, and for this to be at the service of communities and at the service of professionals of health that work in these communities. The rescue and of the recognition of traditional practices is another objective of the network, and the protection of the species that are in danger. Every time the Caribbean is considered a hotspot of biodiversity, and due to the high endemism of species and to the danger that the habitat disappearance have had. and for them to be feasible.
Hay truenos en el ambiente, excusen.
There's thunder out there. The Tramiel systematization process starts by data gathered from surveys, non-pharmacological ones, which are developed following mixed methodologies. The methodologies for surveys, ethnopharmacologic surveys, are pretty well described on the Tramiel website and also on publications on official magazines on surveys performed in Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Martinica, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. To date, more than 50 surveys, ethnopharmacological surveys, have been completed at 30 territories in the Caribbean Sea, and there are still some 9 surveys to be completed of significance. In these surveys, the starting point for the survey is the health issue in the community and not the plant. For selecting health issues that are going to be surveyed, research is performed on the prevalence of diseases at that region for the survey. Every time that the survey is repeated with each family for each health issue which was identified in the region, on the survey, much data is gathered. And in order to select the data that will be validated, Ramil has decided to select those uses for medicinal plants, which for each health issue repeat with a frequency of 20% or more. To date, in the vegetable pharmacopoeia of the Caribbean, 379 significant uses have been identified. Some of the ailments which are surveys, or which have been surveyed, are presented in the following drawing, schema, graphic. It is important to point out that in the publications that Tramiel uses for dissemination and training on the significant uses, we organize, as in this case, the information for common ailments, but also by scientific names for the medicinal plants, which is one of the quality criteria that we follow. Furthermore, or apart from the criterion of quality for the plant, as Michelle mentioned, we assure quality criteria in preparation and application of the remedy. Safety criteria given by traditional use and non-toxicity studies, and we follow efficiency criteria, which is established by traditional use, which is significant on the surveys, but also via pharmacological studies, which are selected in order to validate significant use. In order to work under this whole schema for validation, the multidisciplinary network is required. At Ramil, the studies for scientific validation that we perform, we call it Ramil Research, or TRIGS. And to date, 500 TRIGs have been carried out in the areas of phytochemistry, pharmacology, toxicology, and dosing. Most of those TRIGs have been performed at universities as well as research institutes in the Caribbean region, and all of these TRIGs follow the significant use which was identified from the surveys, and which comprise the part of the plant which is employed for making the remedy and the way for preparation for that botanical remedy, and also the administration pathway or method. Once terminal research is completed, results are channeled through to the editorial committee CETRA via a draft of a monograph of the species. The editorial committee CETRA has as its role to perform those drafts or monographs for their later publishing. And during the review process, there's also standardization for their efforts or work, developing protocols and standards, editorials, and guides for editorial review, editing, and literature review. Once drafting and review for the monographs is completed, these are published online or also on the Caribbean Vegetable Pharmacopoeia. This flows, I would just like to point out here that after performing the survey, writing a preliminary monograph and classification for each significant use as recommended ones, the effort from the editorial committee and the publications online as well as magazines or also via the vegetable pharmacopoeia, we then perform dissemination and training under different programs, sectors of the community, which include academia, communities, and professionals or healthcare professionals. Some of the dissemination activities are also shown on the TRAMIL website, and all activities contribute due to their particular features so that we can develop. Sorry, the audio is out. Dr. Jeanette, it seems she's having some broadcasting issues. It seems there is a storm. I believe she had stated that there's an electrical storm going on. Yes, she did state that she was having issues due to a storm over there in Puerto Rico. Otherwise, we will have to find. Yes, if the organizers agree, we can continue with our next presenter, and then we'll resume communication with with Dr. Jeanette. Is that agreeable? Yes, I believe that's a good option. Yes, until the doctor can reconnect. All right, so our next presenter has left a video for their presentation, who's Dr. Cesar Valera Arnaz from Spain. So we are also going to receive him by sharing the video he's left for us. Go ahead, please. Warm welcome from Madrid, Spain. My thanks go out to this invitation to this second summit on traditional alternative complementary medicine. The goal of this presentation and me being a pharmacology expert here and being member also of some professional associations and institutions is to provide an overview of the legislative situation here in Spain as well as in Europe, seeing where we are and where we're headed. All of the legislative outlook that there has been with regards to homeopathic remedies and the difference in spite of having the European Commission trying to standardize these medications so that it's more or less similar in all European Union countries. We do see that there are differences regarding regulation at each of these countries via their medicine agencies. I imagine there's interest on this presentation on the fact that there are certain differences among European countries, and in Latin America there's also a great diversity and differences regarding regulation for these medicines, how they have entered certain countries. I am now going to share my screen in order to show my presentation.
Bien. Bueno, pues ahí está mi presentación. Soy César Valera.
So here's my presentation. I am Cesar Valera, a title pharmaceutic at the pharmacy office in Madrid. I've worked in the School for Homeopathics at the Special University of Medicine in Valladolid and many different organizations with the intent of sharing in advocacy of medicine in the domain of medicinal plants and homeopathy. As I was saying, the interest is seeing where these homeopathic remedies are framed under the legislative uh, or the legal history, and then regarding different scientific societies in Spain, since in the last 4 or 5 years, as most of you know, there have been many attacks from other sectors toward regulated alternative therapies, but also there is a commercial interest. And I always see the same. Have had 30 years in this profession in pharmacy, and when I started in a pharmacy in Madrid, Spain, I had a small cupboard with some plant-based medicines, several things. And after several years, any Spanish pharmacy, there are many linear methods to presentation and advice based on medicinal plants and homeopathy remedies as well as supplements. So in other words, for many minor pathologies where the pharmaceutic is advising on their medicine, it's started to displace other medications. And we believe that beside or behind this pressure, there's pure commercial interest. By the end, I will talk on the importance of the homeopathy pharmacy industry in Spain and how the agencies in each country demand from the homeopathy industry exactly the same than in the rest of the pharmaceutical industry. So our intent is always for the homeopathy remedy to have this acknowledgement, for it to continue being medication, guaranteeing quality, safety, and effectiveness for the patient that is manifested under the sector and via other channels as well. Well, by definition, pharmaceutics, we are technicians of medication throughout its whole production, distribution, prescription until they arrive to the patient. And when we talk about medication, we mean absolutely all of them. Now, in Spain, we must say that 30 or 40 years ago, back in the 80s, homeopathy in Spain was just starting. There was very few specialized doctors. There were very little pharmacies that were distributing homeopathics. There was little knowledge on behalf of the administration. It was not legislated comparing to other European countries where they had much more advantage over us. They had it much more integrated into their healthcare system and with significant legislation already. As I said, in the 80s, the number of dedicated pharmacies was quite scarce. There were little doctors there. It was an incipient market, far from situation of other countries in Europe, such as Belgium, France, Germany, Italy, etc. Now we must go to European directives to see. We see that since 2005, or 1995, there's legislation. It was in 1973 with Directive 92/73, where complementary dispositions are adopted for homeopathy medication. And as you can see, in Spain up until 1990, no legislation is applied to homeopathy remedies in Spain, which is why there's almost a 20-year delay. In 1994 in Spain, there was a regulation of homeopathy medications from industrial production. So there was 20 years of delay here in Spain in order to start regulating these medications. As we can see here in the law of medicine in 1990 in Spain, it includes them under the category of special medication, these homeopathy remedies. So it doesn't even define them or mention them as medicine, but as a product. In community legislation, the latest European directives hail from 2001, which later was transferred into one from 2004, which is what is currently being enforced in Europe. And this applies to all European Union countries. Under this directive from 2004, under point 5, it defines clearly what a homeopathy medication is, as obtained from new homeopathy strains with an arrangement in fabrication procedure described in European Pharmacopoeia. Regarding current Spanish legislation, we must get all the way up into the year 2006 with guarantees and rational use for medication. And then in 2015, it was somewhat modified as well. And that's the first time in 2006, where in Spain, homeopathy medication are defined as guarantees, just like with other medications. Then there was a series of royal decrees which affected laboratories, records, issues of pharmacovigilance, and all norms issued in Spain regarding medications. Then always considered now the homeopathy medications. In this law for guarantees and royal decree in Article 50, we have a definition which is the same than in the European directive. Therefore, here, all sanitation workers or health workers are now at peace, having that these medications have now proper backing, just like any other one. In Article 2019, it described prescription medications. Some are subject to medical prescription, others are not. Homeopathy medications, in general, a priori may be distributed by a pharmaceutic without the need for a prescription, though many of them come describing complex remedies. The only homeopathy medications which are subject to a prescription are those for veterinarian use and homeopathy master formulas, which are made at certified pharmacies with a certified laboratory, which has gone through sanitation inspections that we will later comment on. The year 2007, and I don't want to linger too much here, so I'll summarize. But in 2007, a royal decree was issued under which authorization procedures and record for medications for human use industrially fabricated is regulated. And in Article 55, once more, homeopathy medications are defined with an approved therapeutic indication and without therapeutic, which are unitary strains or unitary medications. Regarding the norms which affect those medications fabricated at pharmacy under a medical prescription, and since we're talking about homeopathy, in 2001, a royal decree was issued under which the norms for correct fabrication and quality control, norms for master formulas, which are made at pharmacy offices under a prescription. Once again, under this royal decree, it affected all formulas being produced. And this also include the necessary utilization for building the pharmaceutic forms proper for homeopathy medications such as granules and globules. Therefore, it demands a system for dynamization, for impregnation, micropipes, etc. Then we were given up until 2003 in order to prepare pharmacies for inspection. Up until 2001, it was mandatory for every Spanish pharmacy to make their own formulas, but under this royal decree, it moved on to be voluntary. So there are pharmacies that no longer wanted to work with formulas. They may decide to do not to do so, but they do need to demand formulas from other pharmacy and third parties in order to be able to prepare them. The preparations were quite demanding. These pictures are from pharmacies that you see here, and we complied to all the norms that the sanitation department imposed in order to build homeopathy pharmacological medication, laminar flow bell, and under the specialized medication fabrication of pharmacies. The latest legislation is from 2018. It is a ministerial order, which was the last thing to be issued in Spain. This establishes a procedure and requisites for title holders for homeopathy remedies, because since 1994 we had that each reference from each laboratory had its definitive record and corresponding rates as with any medication. So this all years there was a transition, but not by the industry, but because the sanitation ministry had parked the issue during all those years, as it had been regulated and authorized for their sale uniquely and exclusively at pharmacies, but there was still lacking to issue this ministerial order so that each laboratory provides the corresponding rates for references that they will continue keeping on the market. It was in 2018, we are now 2021, so it's been 3 years, and we are still during the assessment period for all everything that was presented at the pharmaceutical industry. These are still being refilled, distributed, and prescribed. Therefore, a summary: in Europe and in Spain, all these medications have legal acknowledgement, just like any other medication. It isn't dissemination is important among professional schools, among healthcare workers, doctors, pharmaceutics, and veterinarian. There's a large number of doctors who still prescribe homeopathy. In the last 10 to 15 years, we've seen in Spain and Europe that the demand from a patient to have natural treatment with medicinal plants or homeopathy is constantly growing. It is very important working of dissemination and training that the pharmaceutical industry also performs at the marketing departments and pharmaceutical schools. Regarding fabrication and quality control, as I was saying before, the medication agencies demand from this industry the same as in classic industry. In this case, for manufacturing process following homeopathy protocols, demands are to follow the European pharmacopoeias as well as the German and French ones. And of course, fulfilling fabrication GMPs, inspections to the laboratory facilities from this sector, and likewise, the pharmacies that fabricate for third parties must receive a certification every 5 years, and they perform quite demanding inspections regarding documentation as well, etc. Of course, in the industry, there's white rooms, pressure control, standardized procedures, highly trained staff, utilization validation, laminar flow, control for finished product, obviously, and finally all guarantees which are technical, legal, clinic, as with the rest of the pharmaceutical industry. Laboratories and manufacturing facilities are certified by world-renowned institutions such as the FDA, and they adhere to validated standards at good practices in manufacturing. Obviously, according to the pharmaceutical forms, quality control, it's just like what we do at pharmacy, control of freshness, mother tinctures or master tinctures, whether compressed products are fabricated, disgregation tests, weight control, bacteriological control in oral suspension and syrups, control of stability in syrups, control of extensibility, etc., etc. And of course, as I was saying, at pharmacies, all of the document control that we are subject to under the sanitation inspection, all of active principles, labeling, control of equipment, etc. In the last 20 to 30 years, as you can see at the pharmacies, there has been a great evolution in the preparation of staff at the facilities, which has helped us, which is why we always say that homeopathy medication, in spite of it being a therapy with more than 200 years, it's also evolved a lot under new pharmaceutical forms, anciently in topical forms, only paste and rubbings were fabricated. We now have sublingual tabs. New homeopathy strains have been incorporated to the pharmacopoeias, and there have been great strides in production, in spite of everything being said by people trying um, to dismiss us. Well, this is done from the Galenic and existential perspective, and this is personalized medicine. And I believe we're headed in the right direction. Here I've set the procedures that we must perform that I always say specification, quality control, actions, prospects, as personalized medication. Every homeopathy medication must go along with a prospect for the patient. I wanted to move on to tell you about what I was saying at the beginning, which is the importance that there has been in Spain, especially from scientific society in this sector. So professionals advocating for these medications, always to the benefit of the patient. Regarding our colleagues, to foster a proper environment for training and informing on homeopathy techniques. For several years now, from 2006, the main medical societies in Spain proposed to pharmaceuticals and veterinarians to create a great national association which joins all health professionals who are performing their daily duty with these medicines. The National Assembly of Homeopathics was made or built in, which today has the Society for Homeopathic Doctors, the Federation for Homeopathic Doctors, Life Home, and veterinarians. Several years ago, the platform was created on Homeopatia Suma webpage, which is a web portal directed to consumers, patients, and healthcare professionals, where we can see publications, consultations, doubts, all the research that is being carried out, and I invite you to visit it so that you can know everything that is published on these therapies in order to be up to date. And in the same manner, speaking about homeopathy, it is directed by doctors of great prestige here in Spain, homeopathy doctors with more than 1 million accumulated visits. We believe that this is a very interesting portal that I also invite healthcare workers as well as patients to see. So you can visit us and see all possibilities and the whole assistance offering that is being presented from these portals in order to convey the image that homeopathy deserves at this point in time. The current situation in homeopathy, we have about 9,000 doctors in all areas and specialties who prescribe habitually homeopathy medications. The 22,000 pharmacies in Spain, basically all of them distribute homeopathics thanks to the great network of distribution that we have for pharmaceutical operations. Approximately, we have some 50 pharmacies in Spain, which are certified to formulate to master formulas. There's a significant number of homeopathic laboratories that are currently going through a hard term of assessment with the Spanish Medicine Office on what I was saying before in order to have their definitive recording rates. And in the end, the patient knows that this is a medication. So as such, it is only prescribed by a doctor and is obtained from a pharmacy. In the latest years, there's been the struggle for this reference to continue having consideration of medicine as it has in all of Europe, which still makes it a guarantee for the patient. Under the industry and on other channels, this was being done several years ago. I also wanted to tell you about a study that was done several years ago. It includes pharmaceutical schools throughout Spain. Several years ago, 7 in Asturias, Coruña, Barcelona, Madrid, Universidad Tarragona, and Sevilla. A study was carried out in order to look into the knowledge from the population on these medications. I've had some slides. The presentation was somewhat extensive, but to try to survey knowledge on homeopathy medication. Several years ago, the Department of Healthcare made more or less the same study. The question is, have you used or are using some homeopathy at any point? So 53% answered yes, which is a pretty significant figure. Now, regarding who did you recommend it to, 31% answered that the doctor, and 39 pharmacy. So these are very relevant bits of data. Now, whether a pharmaceutical is considered as a healthcare professional adequate to inform, 87% answered that yes, they related them to the medication, so they would be most appropriate. Now, as conclusions regarding the situation of homeopathy currently in Spain, from professional associations and many schools, from pharmaceuticals as well as laboratories, we are continue fostering the knowledge on these medications for the populations via campaigns, announcements, and also to our healthcare colleagues. Pharmaceuticals, we are aware that currently we are the technician of medication without distinction on whether it's allopathic, homeopathic, phytotherapy, etc. In Spain, just like in Europe, current legislation acknowledges homeopathy remedies with the same guarantees, just like with any other medication which is distributed from the pharmacy. And so this is a symbol of guarantee and quality for patients. The pharmaceutic is the advisor for all medications. And those for counseling, as we call them. We also need to know when to divert the patient to a specialized doctor when we run into other issues that come out of our usual skills, such as pharmaceutical issues. With the best formation of the therapist, homeopathy is acquiring greater significance in this sector since several lows and retreats of homeopathy remedies are being done, which happens in classical pharmaceutical industry that due to economical issues or others, they retreat from the market. And so this is a master reformulation to which must cover that gap. And so with a doctor, this is regarding individualized care. I believe I've went by too fast. I wanted to be brief in order to leave time for questions. I would like to reiterate my thanks to invite for the invitation here, and I invite you to visit the web pages, also the web page for the Spanish Association of Homeopathy Doctors. We can say that 3 years ago we edited a book which is on protocols for indication in homeopathy. And this is an important tool for the pharmacists, pharmacy workers in order to better prescribe these medications. As we say lately, medicine today is shifting towards individualized or personalized medicine. We're looking at this in oncology, many specialties, and I believe that there is no more personalized medicine than a master formula, and there is no more specialized pharmacy than a homeopathy medication. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jose Valera. Thank you
Thank
for updating us in the advances from Europe on homeopathy. We'll now go to our final presentation, and this is going to be with Dr. Maylin Beltran Delgado from Cuba. She also left us a presentation in a video, so we will start her video so we can finish this round of presentations, and then we can go to our Q&A. Please go ahead, Dr. Maylin. Welcome. Thank you, and good morning to all of our colleagues. For us, it's without a doubt an opportunity to be able to share with you the second summit, the experiences of natural traditional medicine in Cuba, and especially in one of the modalities that's been approved in the country. My name is Maylin Beltran Delgado. I'm the chief of the Department of Pharmaceutical Biooptical Services of the Division of Medical Advisory Board of the Ministry of Health, and I'm a pharmaceutical professional. I'm all really in love with traditional medicine, especially what's related with phytoabiotherapy, especially because we work really as a whole with our colleague from the Natural and Traditional Medicine colleague. Well, and that's sort of a little bit of sharing on how we've been developing in the national context natural and traditional medicine that nowadays is in correspondence to the National Plan of Financial and Social Development.
Los lineamientos de la política económica y social del
The guidelines of social policy in the resolution, and as for the request for sustainable development in the 2030 agenda that is backed up or is backed up by the agreement of the Council 75-71 from 2014, and that demands throughout a whole plan of actions that will allow the consolidation of natural and traditional medicine in the country that implemented since that date the way has its background in the medicine traditional medicine program from 97, and for this plan to cover 6 areas that have to do with the medical attention, promotion of health, and also of actions.
Su uso con el control y el
And
seguimiento
their uses will control and follow up on all of the system units of the national health system. And really related to these matters, we again reiterate the 8th Congress of our party, the 92 guideline where we define the prioritization of the medication program deficiency and control of pharmaceutical services as an important element to confirm the development and consolidating natural and traditional medicine and encouraging its preventive use and therapeutic use. What makes us and ensures us, because this is a government issue, the development of natural and traditional medicine in our country. Since 2015, in the official newspaper of Cuba, C-917 from May the 20th, it's published the resolution number 381, where Cuba acknowledges traditional and natural medicine as a medical specialty, which is integration and holistic of the health problems that use methods for the health promotion, prevention of diseases, treatment, and rehabilitation from the medical traditional systems and different therapeutic modalities that are integrated among them and with the conventional treatments of Western modern medicine. And this resolution, it makes only or defines the setting for the approval of all of the modalities for traditional medicine in our country. And I'm putting here apitherapy, the different type of therapies, apitherapy, phenotherapy, homeopathy, fluorotherapy, ozonotherapy, medical hydrology, thalasotherapy, the therapeutic traditional exercise, and nutritional guidance. And a little bit of that referred to apitherapy, without a doubt, beekeeping, which is a science, as we know, that comes of or exists from the use of honey, and also the hive derivatives like pollen, royal germ, and we also include the use of bee poison within apitherapy because it's a part of all of the products that are used in our country due to their benefits for health. From 1870, according to Tebas paper before Christ, the Egyptians were healing and feeding their children with honey, and also there was a recommendation to use honey for the illnesses and for external use on wounds. So the benefit that these products give us is important. And that's why all of the pharmacological actions that are attributed to them, these derivatives of honey, and that currently are used in the country. Out of that, we get also different documents that are used by our own sanitary professionals, doctors, pharmaceuticals, and that share not just documents, the regulator let us know about how to use this from the medical practice, but also how to make it and how to comply with good practices. And there we can share the national formulary of a second edition for our API pharmaceuticals, where we define all of the API and phytopharmaceuticals that are available and how we define them, how we define the productive actions, the indicators, the adverse reaction dosage. We have the regulations and procedural handbook for applied pharmaceuticals, and we also have the handbook of natural and traditional medicine for the practice of traditional natural medicine. These are not the only documents though, that we manage at the level of country. Doctor, can you please put the presentation in full screen because we all can only see a small print. Is it good now? Yes. There we go. Thank you. Perfect. Thank you. You can carry on now. Well, I was sharing some regulational documents with you that will work within the national health system. These are not all of the documents. And starting at the end of the prescription and used by our own medical staff, but from the beginning of the product themselves, of the derivative products, of the hive of apiculture that are included in the API pharmaceutical roadmap, and that also sort of it complies regulations and procedures within our production center that we are going to mention from now on. In our country, every year we have an update, and we have this sort of ministry resolution that's approved by the Direction of Public Health, a basic chart of medication and the basic chart of natural products. Currently, our basic chart was approved for 2021 with 172 natural products. 111 of them produced at local level and 61 that are produced by our own biopharmaceutical Cuban industry. It includes the different industries that are also a part of Ministry of Agriculture, such as biopharmacs and apiculture or beekeeping. In this chart, we have 22 products that are obtained from bee derivatives that are combined with medicinal plants and are also combined among them. And we have 11 of local production and 11 of industrial production, and they constitute these therapeutic options for these products within this therapeutic arsenal where doctors can have all the levels of attention from primary care, hospitals, and research institutes. Why not? To for the treatment to diverse pathologies. We have some of the sample of the products that we have nowadays in our own basic chart. And out of them, we are registered by our own competent natural authorship, the Center for the Medication Control and the Medical Devices of Etrofin. This is a medication that has clinical trials and that registered as a medication, and the rest of these products we have them registered as nutritional supplements. Also, by our regulation authority for microbiology in nutrition, where we have over here the products that are made with combined the different pharmaceutical labs and as for the apiculture or in the country to make sure and to ensure production of these therapeutic resources and derivatives that were put at the disposal of everyone. We have a network within the Ministry of Public Health and within the Biocuba Pharma, and as I was saying, different ministries. Nowadays, we have 76 local production centers that are production labs for phyto and applied pharmaceuticals that we have within or across the municipalities of the country in all the provinces distributed, and that allow us to have these resources and an availability that's higher, greater amounts, closer to our own population. At the same time that we have 532 community pharmacies that have dispensaries and that work at this type of dispensary level for these resources, and this network of units that comply for the with the good practices of manufacturing of natural products, of course, in a way that it allows us to have an efficiency in the therapeutic action that we want, and that we're seeing in a 183 resolution in 54 article of 2011 for the central governmental control of CERIME. We've been working in all of the certificates of the good practices in these production centers that have been conducted in a manufactured type of manner with a wide range of services. At the same time, we include labs that we've already mentioned of the national industry that will allow us to get to 11 million Cuban people. And we have apiculture with our apiculture, which is the beekeeping or the bee manufacturing company byproducts that are going to put at the disposal of people these byproducts. And we can also have working with the cynic and the tablets, which is a leader product that's really used by the gastroenterology specialty because of its characteristics that it has for the protection of the gastric mucus, and that's also producing grand amounts. Also working with Nutrisol, Macamasal, and all of the northern labs that produce Vitral in tablets, Royal jelly in tablets that are part of the therapeutic arsenal as well. Just to mention, we have been reaching important productive levels of these products at the country level. And we are making that by the end of 2020 to produce over 1 million of physical units that allowed us to prioritize even within the activity protocol to face COVID. Some of the polio specification without modulators that can have properties for the constitutional state that are deficient, and also for this related matters related to oxidants that can prioritize within our production certain focus, and it continues being part of our own focus, not just in petroleum, but also for all of the products that within their own action from uh, apicultural derivatives can allow us to use this respiratory pathology. That's what we made a local difference with 333,000 units, which is an important volume of local production as well, 859 units. And this then possible thanks to the disposal of the over 1,177 pharmaceutical units that we have in the country of community pharmacies and over 600 of assistential units, getting to reach medical assistance of our patients, of our own population that has an important consumption of this type of product, and making a quick assessment of the pharmaceutical services and how can they contaminate and how can they add up to natural traditional medicine in the country. It's important to mention this therapeutic arsenal. So really precisely, I would like to say that for us and for our commander and for our general of Army Raul Castro, which we always have him present, it's being clear that natural traditional medicine is not a solution to poverty, but rather an alternative to richness. And that's why we would like to conclude this session, we would like to thank you. And we wanted to only show you how pharmaceutical services, and from this scope, we can provide a traditional use of this medicine with bee therapy. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctora Maylin Beltrán.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maylin Beltran.
La doctora Janet Gavilán.
Dr. Janet Gavilan wasn't able to finish her presentation. I don't know if she's connected. Maybe Dr. Gavilan.
Doctora Gavilán, ¿se
Sí,
encuentra
sí,
con-
Dr. Gavilan?
gracias.
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Le damos el paso para que pueda
We'd like to give you the floor for you so you can finish your presentation, Doctor. Thank you.
Excelente, gracias.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sí, qué pena.
I'm really
Trueno.
sorry about
Les estaba
lightning. I was
comentando
telling you
sobre-
that this document,
les estaba comentando
I
sobre
was telling you about the activities
quiero resaltar
of dissemination of information, and I would like to say that regarding the sectors or
llevemos nuestra.
goal groups that we would like to,
Estoy recibiendo un mensaje que
I'm
no-
receiving a message that I don't know.
a los que queremos hacer
For those that want to make,
no se ve su pantalla. Doctora.
yeah, we can't see your screen, doctor. I'm sorry. We can't see it.
Pueden compartirla, por favor.
If you can please share it.
Si me dan algún apoyo aquí, porque no,
If you
no
can help me out here because I can't understand quite well what I have to do.
No, no sé cuál es
I don't know
el problema.
what the problem is.
Ok, ahora, sí, ahora lo vi, ahora lo vi.
Okay, I saw it now. I know what happened. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Usted va a abrir su
Thank you very much. Would you open your camera, doctor?
Usted tiene su cámara en el costado izquierdo abajo. Perfecto, ahora podemos verla. Muchas gracias.
We can see it now. Thank you.
Bueno, les estaba diciendo,
Well, I was telling you,
les estaba diciendo rápidamente que dependiendo de los grupos a los que dirijamos
depending on the groups that we direct these activities of spreading out the word,
objetivos de esa
we're going
difusión,
to have the objectives of that, the discussion, and we are going to mention them within the objectives that is not or are not here in this slide. And I think they are important to mention.
nosotros en las actividades de difusión vamos
In these activities, we are going to be informing about the validated uses of medicinal plants, reconstituting information that we receive from the community that we serve, but also promoting the revaluing and training of health professionals related to these uses that have been validated of medicinal plants. And the goal that I would like to mention that's not included here is that through these educational activities, we also work with the prevention of illnesses at the family level and community level. Vegetal Pharmacopoeia of the Caribbean is publishing that represents the synthesis of all of the research that we've made when publishing every edition of Pharmacopoeia. At this point, we're in a third edition and we have 130 monographies and over 550 significant uses that have been validated. But also, beyond being that published and consulted worldwide, the pharmacopoeia is another assessment of biodiversity, vegetal, medicinal that we have in Caribbean. And of course, is a tool that we use as a base to develop different types of publishings that will allow us to comply with our objective of community health and of primary care. Besides pharmacopoeia, we have different publishings that you can also consult in the Tramil website. And as I've mentioned, we have them through the collaboration of a digital manioc library from the Antilles University, and that has Tamil representatives such as webmasters. In Tramil.net, in the web page, we have different databases. We have directory of online publishing, and we have the great reservoir of monographies, photographies, botanical drawings, herbal vouchers that allow us to rescue biodiversity. That's so known from the Caribbean, and make the consultations about validated uses. Monography also has to do with QR coding that will allow us to maximize the use of these documents, and at the same time, it will show us over 100 of health problems and over 300 significant uses. In the online book catalog, we have many publishings in 3 languages, English, Spanish, and French, that we can consult. I would like to finish this presentation by speaking about some of the impacts of the training program this year and introducing some of reflections about the revaluing of knowledge and traditional practices and biodiversity. We can give light that the Caribbean has had a valuable database with the information to recover biodiversity associated to self-care practices of community and referencing scientific methodology of validation of quality, safety, and efficiency. And related to our public health health policy, we can say and we confirm that the pharmacopoeia of the Caribbean is used in Brazil, Colombia, Cuba, Martinica, Guadalupe, Haiti, as an important reference in ministries of health and professional training of health. I've already introduced some of the publishings that we have for the training and diffusion of community and dissemination of information for professionals of health. What allows me to confirm and just to finish off that the systems and primary care programs in our countries can work pretty fine with these species anchored in cultural practices, acknowledging that medicinal plants more than a resource are a value. I would like to thank all of my colleagues of Tramil, solidarity, support, and their commitment to interdisciplinary work, and to the OSAIN program in Martinica for the sponsorship in publishing research and projects in the last years, and to you all for your kind attention.
Muchas gracias, doctora Yanel.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janet.
Vamos a pasar rápidamente.
Now we're going to go really quick to Q&A, to questions. First off, and it has to do, and by the way, this is for Dr. Michelle and Dr. Janet, basically, that are in the room. And it's about the regulations that exist according to medicinal plant crops that you know about. A plant can grow in different places and it can have different active principles. If we have maybe a regulation, and especially regarding the use of agrochemicals, regarding the control of these type of substances in the production of medicinal plants production. We now give pass to Dr. Janet and then Dr. Michelle, please. Yes, of course. When we work in the crop area and preservation of medicinal plants, we have different publishings that are available in the Tramil program, and there you can see the cultural practices related to This cultivation and cropping that follows agroecology criteria, where we work without any supply or any chemicals like biocides or pesticides, and practices such as association of crops to maintain and to keep quality in the preparations of the remedy. We do that in the workshop of a family, and we work in the plant library when we develop botanic medicinal plants.
Gracias, doctora Janet. Michelle, quisiera comentar respecto a las
So,
regulaciones.
Dr. Michelle, would you like to comment on regulation in that sense? Let's say that my personal practice is more on the laboratory side, but looking into this issue, now there are methodologies which are quite advanced in order to know what is in the plant, to the sense that high resolution mass methods, you can perform quite a good trace for the contents of any plant. So you may obtain products inherent to the plant as well as foreign elements, and that's good for working on the issue of reinforcing the role of biodiversity, local biodiversity, in relation to the way of qualifying a plant as one which is related to ecology and what is known as agroecology as a means to produce a healthy product. So there are methodologies that are being developed in many parts of Latin America on these issues. What I can add is that in Peru, this is assumed by universities such as the University of Trujillo. I would like to take the chance, Doctor, since you were talking about the efforts being produced with Neurolema lobata, this plant for curing malaria. Here in Peru, as you know, mainly we have Plasmodium vivans and falciparum. And so this plant had demonstrated activity for this sort of species of parasite. And at some point, we ran into the need for working with experimentation animals, and in order to induce the animal model and be able to test some sort of plant, it was quite complex working with these experimentation animals. If there was some other sort of way or model for work, because the demands of maintenance for the animals, I remember, were quite complicated. And we spent good scientists needed to go into the laboratory on Saturdays and Sundays to look after the animals. So these would be my two questions. Let's see if you can help us, or we can co-work on some project. Well, with diseases such as with malaria, everything being said in relation to the neurola lobata monography is related to any other plant. It is quite a complex path, but I would look into a way for ensuring somewhat of a different path for the way of verifying interest on these plants. And for this purpose, we need to get doctors involved in it, which is not as easy because I work with doctors often, and you know there are certain rules which are also quite complicated in order to admit that traditional medicine can be useful without having to go through this whole schema, which is a complex schema, but it is necessary. So we need to look closely what that entails and who you're working with as to achieve true effects which help people. That's also the topic of my presentation, which is not putting your hopes on something which does not correspond to a reality which helps lives, which helps people and saves lives. But
Muchas gracias.
I'm here with you, and I'm sorry, there's crosstalk.
La última
Thank you
consulta
so
sería
much.
para la doctora
And
Janet, ¿no?
the last question would be
Directora
for
de
Dr.
este tema
Jeanette.
de la farmacopea
This issue of
vegetal.
Caribbean vegetable pharmacopoeia seems wonderful. The question would be whether that pharmacopoeia is available in the Tramil platform and be accessed. Is there access to each of the monographies? That's what we would like to know. Yes, it's possible via tramil.net. The monographs are available in Spanish, English, and French. All 130 monographs, and with QR codes so that they can be recorded and queried progressively.
Muy amable, doctora. Entonces, no
Thank
sé
you,
si hay
doctor.
más preguntas en el
So I'm
panel
not sure if there
o
are more questions through the panel or through the chat. Otherwise,
culminando
we would be wrapping up.
en el chat han puesto
Well, on the
página
chat,
web de Tramil
the web page for
Chile,
Tramil has
a
been
lo que comenta
placed
la
there
doctora
so that
Janet
you may
sobre
access
la
what
monografía
Dr. Janet
de
was talking about, the
farmacopea
monographs
del
from the Caribbean
Bien,
Vegetable Pharmacopoeia.
un agradecimiento muy grande al doctor Michel, a la doctora
Huge thanks to
Janet,
Dr.
al doctor
Michelle,
César
Dr.
Valera
Jeanette,
y a la
Dr.
doctora
Cesar
Melian Beltrán
Valera,
por su
and Dr.
participación.
Melian
Han sido
Beltran for their
bastante
participation.
enriquecedor sus
It has been,
ponencias.
their presentations have been quite
Muchísimas
enriching,
gracias.
so thank you so
Vamos a
much.
culminar la
We are
sesión,
now
el
going to
tercer
end
panel y el
this third panel,
sesión de la tarde.
this third session
Y
for
vamos a
the
hacer una
afternoon,
pausa de un minuto
and we're going
para
to give
continuar
a
con la
1-minute
siguiente
pause
sesión. Muchas gracias,
in order
doctora.
to
Que
resume
tengan muy
with
buenas tardes.
our next
Gracias
session. Thank you so much,
a la
doctors. Have a very good
organizadora por
evening,
la invitación.
and thank you to the organizers for the invitation.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Thank you.
Muy bien, muy buenas tardes con todos.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm introducing myself. I'm Dr. Alberto Salazar Granara. I belong to the Traditional Alternative Complementary Medicine Committee from the School of Medics Doctor, and I'm professor at the San Martin de Porres University at the Traditional Medicine Research Center for Traditional Medicine and Pharmacology. We're going to continue with the second round at this summit for traditional, complementary, and alternative medicine toward an integrative medicine with this fourth panel for pharmacopoeia and vademecum of medicinal plants. The goal of this panel is to be able to know the features and utility of medicinal plants in pharmacopoeia in the American countries. For this purpose, we have 4 distinguished panelists that I will now proceed to introduce. Our first panelist is Dr. Maria Monaga, who's Director of the United States Pharmacopoeia for Latin America. Dr. Monaga is main or principal researcher in the Department of Dietary Supplements and Medicinal Plants from USP, United States. She has a PhD in Technology and Food Sciences from the Autonomous University of Madrid, as well as a master's in Industrial Technology from the Harriet Watt University in the United Kingdom. Among other significant studies, Dr. Monaga is author of more than 70 scientific publications, apart from patents. Our next panelist is Dr. Carlos Tavares, who is director of the Pharmacopoeia of Medicinal Plants in Brazil. The doctor is one DCNPQ researcher in Brazil. He is a full-time professor at the Federal University of Amapá, and he is a doctor in drugs and medicines from the University of Sao Paulo, apart from having a fellowship or PhD at IFP Berlin in Germany. Also, he is a coordinator for the RANAP Amazon network with nanotechnology applied to pharmaceutics and Amazon Biopharmaceutical Research Network. Our next panelist is Dr. Rafael Hernandez. Dr. Rafael is Deputy Director of the Publication and Edition of the Pharmacopoeia in Mexico. Doctor is a graduate from Pharmaceutical Sciences from the Autonomous Mexican National University. He's leading projects regarding pharmacopoeia of herbal medicines in his country, apart from having many publications regarding pharmacopoeia. Our next presenter is Dr. Armando Cáceres, who is Director of Research in Pharmaya, Guatemala. Dr. Armando Cáceres is a chemist and biologist from the San Carlos University, Guatemala, as well as having studies in the CDC Atlanta and the University of Lausanne, Switzerland, and Kitazato, Japan, as well as Fluminense, Brazil. Dr. Armando Cáceres is also a reviewer for many specialized publications in medicinal plants, and he's a founder of the Laboratory for Natural Products Pharmaya. So, my dear panelists, we have a set time that we will try to adhere to. I will be here compiling questions and also inviting all of our audience to put forth their questions via the chat on the YouTube channels. And by the end of our 4 presentations, we will be consolidating them and conveying them to our distinguished panelists. Also, my dear colleagues, I will be letting you know regarding your time so that you may feel comfortable. Now we will now give way immediately to Dr. Maria Monaga. It's a pleasure, doctor. Good afternoon. I am now going to share my presentation.
Buenas tardes y muchas gracias por la introducción.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the introduction. My presentation is titled USP Standards for Dietary Supplements of Botanical Origin and Herbal Medicine. This presentation has 4 important parts to it. First is a brief introduction to the USP. Second, I will discuss monographs for botanical origin practices, and then moving on to benchmarks from USP for botany origin products, and finally some applications of those standards. The mission for the USP, which is the American Pharmacopoeia, is to improve global health through public standards and programs, related programs which help to assure quality, safety, and benefit of medicine and foodstuffs. USP standards are legally recognized in more than 50 countries and are used in more than 150. In 2019, for instance, the USB standards were submitted to 22,000 members of the industry, developing opportunities to improve patient safety, public health, and supporting innovation. For the purpose of this presentation, the most relevant publications from USB is, as we know, the Red Book, the USB NF, the Food Chemical Code, which is our brown book, and our green book called Dietary Supplement Compendium. Also, USP has the Herbal Medicine Compendium, which I will briefly discuss. Regarding the most important compendium from USP, which is the USP NF, which has monographs on excipients, drugs, as well as an important section on dietary supplements. It has all general chapters from USP and also with warnings and general issues which support all monographs. The compendium of dietary supplements is are extracts from or excerpts from monographs from USPNF and monographs on food ingredients from the Food Chemical Codex FCC, which are relevant to the industry, but also our department is dedicated to drafting summaries on evaluations of admission on possible adverse effects from all dietary supplements. We also have regulatory guides for the industry, illustrations on plant microscopy and macroscopy, chemical structures, as well as images, chromatology images on HPTLC and HPLC. A compendium of herbal medicine on its own. It's an online publication, free access. It was deployed in 2013, and it holds standards for ingredients of botany origin for traditional use and legally commercialized in other parts of the world. If we compare these three important compendium, the most significant difference is really in the regulatory framework. Monographs in USPNF are articles regulated as dietary supplements in the United States. These are dietary ingredients such as vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and also all ingredients from plant origin. And we also have monographs for finished products as capsules and tablets. The compendium of dietary supplements on its part has experts from monographs also under the regulatory framework from the United States for dietary supplements. Meanwhile, the compendium of herbal medicine is for those monographs from articles of plant origin used in traditional medicine, but which are not approved as dietary supplements within the United States. They are considered through their inclusion since they are approved by another national authority and also by other national pharmacopoeias. Our department is made up by 12 people, 9 scientists and 9 directors who carry out this whole effort, and which is supported by 2 important expert subcommittees, one for plant origin ingredients, other for non-botanic ingredients, and for admission evaluations. We also have several subcommittees for reference standards, nomenclature, and analytics. Now, among the expert committees for botanical origin ingredients, to which I belong, we have many expert panels. Currently, we have one for cannabis and also another for traditional medicine coming from South Asia and from East Asia. And we are just deploying a new expert panel for dietary supplements from botanical origin for the Pan American region. And I would like to take this opportunity to invite all scientists and experts to apply. to this experts panel. The description is still open and is available via usp.org, via our webpage. Now moving on to our second section. I will now describe USP monographs for botany origin products. And I would like to briefly discuss the regulatory framework in the United States, the DSHEA, the Dietary Supplement Health Education Act, which gives the FDA the power to provide regulation on good practices for manufacturing for dietary supplements. Now, what is understood by this? It is simply that manufacturers or manufacturing companies require technical specifications and good practices for manufacturing, defining quality for dietary supplements as that which complies consistently with specified established specification regarding identity, purity, potency, and composition, and contaminant or pollutant limits. At least one test must be performed to verify identity, and appropriate methods and scientific valid methods must be applied. By technical limitations, we understand this list of tests, procedures, analytics, and acceptance criteria which are appropriate. That set of criteria that a product must comply with in order to be accepted as for proper use, as well as just specifications and critical standards of quality provided by the manufacturer. USP now, this effort helps to complement good practices in manufacturing for dietary supplements. Now, what are the many parts of these monographs? They have 7 sections, starting by the title. The title of this monograph for botany origin products and herbal medicine has the common name of the plant, followed by the Latin binomial, which can include or not include the name of the plant. The second section is definition, the full Latin name, botanical features of the plant, other markers. The third section is identification, which is very important. And all of our monographs require at least 2 different tests for identification. Phytochemical features, constituents profile, and the area quotient and contents among constituents. This is supported in many generic chapters. Most important one is 563 for identifying products of botany origin, 203, which is a HPTLC procedure for identifying botanical origin items, and 621 chromatography. Another important part is composition, which helps to determine the contents of marking components as well as other variables such as the relationship and contents of said components. Another important part is contaminants or microbial levels, and is supported in general chapters 2021 and 2022 for microbial count and specific ones. And contaminants as aflatoxins, elemental impurities, residual solvents supported in chapter 561. The next section is specific tests, where we include macroscopic and microscopic features, also supported by 563, identifying articles of botanical origin, and other simple tests such as extraneous organic matter, total ash is supported by 561. The last section is regarding additional requisites, labeling, storage, and reference to our benchmarks, which is what I will be describing in my next section. Benchmarks, USP for botany origin products. According to our 11th general chapter, USP reference standards are regarding pharmacological products, biological products, excipients, dietary supplements, among others, which have official recognition and also tested by at least 3 independent labs. They find application in qualitative, quantitative use, and specific to the method, as I will next describe. For example, when we're dealing with benchmarks for botanical origin articles or items, we can start from the whole botanical material as shown on this slide, as for instance, USP works with powder material by which we would obtain the powdered rhizome of the plant, resulting in benchmarks called turmeric extract. We can get to benchmark aminoids from turmeric rhizome. Now, an additional specification, we can decompose certain components such as termenicoids, and we can also isolate pure components or individual references as curcumin. Now, these are all different kinds of benchmarks for botanical origin items. Now, each of these different types of materials require different kinds of tests for their characterization and their elaboration in order to put them on catalogs. We follow strict quality controls, and here I've set as an example stemming from botanical materials to develop the benchmark for ginger powder, and then the rest of the table individual reference. For instance, the benchmark makes reference to a standard that is used for quantitative as well as qualitative analysis. As we can see in the second line, identification of chemical structure varies according to the kind of benchmark and also to its use. Qualitative use of powdered ginger, we can move on to HPLC masses, and then for characterization of can show spectrometry, mass spectrometry test, spectroscopic tests, elementary analysis. This fourth section, I will discuss some applications as an example of the USB standards or benchmark. Stemming from our general chapter 563, there are three types of botanical identification, or three kinds of identification for articles of botany origin, which can be botanical, chemical, and DNA mass. The botanical refers to biological and anatomical features of the material, and we can use the powdered plant. Again, with this example of powdered ginger. Now, for a chemical profile, we have spectroscopy techniques as well as chromatography methods. And under this kind of characterization, we can have many other kinds of benchmarks. Kinds of benchmarks for powdered material as well as powdered extracts, purified fractions, or individual reference. For DNA testing, usually powdered material is required since extracts have very little DNA. If we stem from applications of these reference or benchmarks, we can apply them to two different groups. The first group may use these benchmarks in our monographies. In the HPLC and HPTLC system aptitude in the chromatography section, also for identifying components and markers, the identification section. And the second group for our applications, we can use it for quantification of marking components under the composition section. Also for determination of limit testing for components with negative markers among the specific testing section. Next, I will try to briefly detail these four examples based on certain monographies. Now, for instance, for aptitude testing for HPTLC testing or analysis based on our general chapter 203. And here we see I have an example here, green tea, decaffeinated green tea extract. Within this monograph, we used individual reference of epicatechin 3-ocalate for individual reference. Meanwhile, the benchmark as for extract is called green tea powdered extract. It's used for resolution, position, and key color bands in the chromatogram. So these are two kinds of applications under this monograph for different kinds of extracts, for different kinds of benchmarks, excuse me. For the aptitude test for HPLC analysis based on our general chapter 621, I wanted to set here the example of the powdered extract of which is based on anthocyanin, and it's used especially for chromatography resolution. Meanwhile, the individual reference, which is cetonidine 3-glucoside, is used as at the quantitative level, and in this case, it is used for asymmetry factor testing and relative standard.
Another criteria is in the concentrator peaks. I wanted to bring to the cinnamon cassia case where the powder extract is used to make a chromatographic profile where the acidodynamic is a individual reference for the coefficients of relative content. We have two different types of application now. And within specific testing, we have here the example of the powder ginkgo extract, where the regular references are used for the calculation of limits of ibuprotein to identify and quantify the peaks that we're talking about. While the fraction, and this is a fraction only, called reference extracts to Asian colleagues, and it's used to identify and quantify the different assets that we might have that are shown in the image.
A nivel de conclusión y para terminar esta presentación, brevemente quisiera remarcar que los compendios de la USPNF, el compendio de suplementos dietéticos y el compendio de medicamentos herbolarios contienen monografía para suplementos dietéticos.
I would like to say that to conclude that the compendiums and the gatherings of USPNF, CSD, CMH have the monographies to comply with the requisites for the good manufacturing practices and establish the prerequisites into identity, purity, and contaminant level. The reference standards USP for botanic type of ingredients include powder materials, powder extract, and fractions and individual reference, helping us for the compliance of the trustworthy assets of quality that being proven manufacturing collaboration with independent laboratories that are made for the requisites of testing, thanks to the specifications of specific commercial articles. And they're also adequate for different applications: chromatographic, fingerprinting, purity testing, and limit testing. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would like to again say that we have still open for our experts panel in botanical origin supplements for the Pan American region, and we can apply online. We can apply online in this link that we have in this slide. And you can also contact me directly to my email, and I'll be able to inform you more about this new and interesting expert panel. Thank you very much again.
Muchas gracias, doctora.
Thank you very much, doctor.
El doctor
Now, doctor.
sigue entonces.
Now we have
Adelante, doctor Tavares.
Please go ahead, Dr. Tavares.
Boa tarde a todos. Antes de tudo, eu gostaria de agradecer pelo convite à comissão organizadora do segundo Cumbre Mundial de Medicina Tradicional e Complementária. E aqui eu vou falar um pouco do trabalho da Comissão da Farmacopeia Brasileira, que eu coordeno, que é a Comissão de Plantas Medicinais. Atualmente é dominada a Comissão de Plantas Medicinais. Como foi apresentado, eu sou professor na Universidade Federal do Amapá, que é uma universidade situada na Amazônia brasileira, na cidade de Macapá, onde passa a linha do Equador. Então, bem, antes de tudo, eu gostaria de ressaltar que nós vivemos já há algum tempo neste lema da medicina baseada em evidências.
Doutor
Então,
José,
Oi.
Desculpa, será que é possível você continuar sua apresentação em inglês? Seria uma possibilidade?
Não.
Tá bom.
Eu passei o slide para inglês.
Bem, tranquilo. Muito obrigada.
Bem, então, como eu estava falando, a questão da medicina baseada em evidências e a farmacopeia não pode ficar distante dessas características. Então, a experiência profissional, as melhores investigações disponíveis e as características individuais vêm traduzir essa prática baseada em evidência. Então, este é um aspecto de grande importância quando nós falamos dos produtos que nós vamos encontrar nas diferentes farmacopeias no mundo. E, principalmente, a situação que nós vivemos hoje, da pandemia, ela provocou uma revolução na medicina. Quando nós passamos a observar, hoje, o grande interesse do estudo dentro da fisiopatologia, não só voltada, no caso, para a Covid-19, mas também para outros agravos na saúde. Também nós vamos ver a grande evolução que está ocorrendo dentro da própria farmacologia, da farmacodinâmica e a toxicologia, não só a medicamentos voltados à aplicação no caso da Covid, entretanto, para outros agravos também da saúde. E nós vamos ver que há hoje um grande interesse na química medicinal, justamente na tentativa de se estabelecer aí reposição de fármacos, não só para a Covid, mas também para diferentes agravos da saúde. E, logicamente, a aplicação na terapêutica farmacológica, que aí entra os medicamentos fitoterápicos e também as plantas medicinais, que são objeto desta apresentação. Bem, então a política de plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos no Brasil, ela foi fortalecida a partir de 2006, quando foi implementado o Programa Nacional de Práticas Integrativas e Complementares. Dentro deste Programa Nacional de Práticas Integrativas e Complementares, estabelecido a partir de maio de 2006, nós vamos ver que os programas voltados ao uso de fitoterápicos e plantas medicinais a partir daí foi mais fortalecido no Brasil, principalmente sendo introduzido dentro do Sistema Único de Saúde, que é um sistema que é público no Brasil, que é chamado de SUS. Então, assim, devido à implantação desta política, a farmacopeia brasileira teve também todo o interesse de responder às necessidades para que estes programas voltados às práticas de uso de plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos pudesse realmente ser fortalecido, e principalmente como a farmacopeia brasileira ela está dentro da Anvisa, que é a Agência Nacional de Vigilância Sanitária, então ela tinha que responder também aos agentes regulados que são representados pelas indústrias farmacêuticas e todos os programas que são estabelecidos também, que fazem uso de plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários. Bem, então, como está situado a fitoterapia no Brasil? Como eu falei, a partir do Programa Nacional de Práticas Integrativas e Complementares, que nós vamos encontrar diversas outras terapêuticas envolvidas, por exemplo, a homeopatia, a medicina antroposófica, a medicina tradicional chinesa, a acupuntura, o termalismo social e o cremoterapia, e aqui nós vamos encontrar também o uso de plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários. Então, esse grande programa, ele considera o indivíduo na sua singularidade e dentro da sua inserção sociocultural. Então, logicamente, essas práticas integrativas analisam o sujeito, o indivíduo, como um todo, e na tentativa de restabelecer a sua saúde. E aí entra a aplicação das plantas medicinais e dos medicamentos herbolários. Então, dentro dessa situação, a partir de 2006, quando foi implementado o PNPIC, então, especificamente no que se trata a plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários, nós tivemos aí a implementação do Programa Nacional de Plantas Medicinais e Medicamentos Herbolários, nós tivemos a implantação da Lista Nacional de Plantas Medicinais e Medicamentos Herbolários, nós tivemos estabelecimento de uma lista de plantas medicinais com aplicação no Sistema Único de Saúde brasileiro, e, a partir daí, a farmacopeia brasileira começou a trabalhar no sentido também de colaborar para esta política envolvendo plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários. Então, com isso, inclusive, houve a introdução de uma nova norma para reger esses produtos derivados de plantas. Então, aí foi criado um comitê, que é o Comitê Nacional de Apoio a Políticas a Plantas Medicinais e Fitoterápicos da Farmacopeia Brasileira, do qual eu sou coordenador. Então, no momento, este comitê ele foi reformulado e recebeu outro nome, que eu vou falar mais adiante. E este comitê, como todos nós sabemos que o Brasil é um país de dimensão continental, então, o que é que nós temos? Nós tínhamos nesse comitê, nós temos no comitê atual, representantes de todas as regiões do Brasil. Por exemplo, da região amazônica, da região nordeste, do centro-oeste, do sudeste e também da região sul. E a maioria dos componentes deste comitê, eles são oriundos de universidades, mas também nós temos representantes, por exemplo, de indústrias farmacêuticas, nós temos representantes também do setor regulado, nós temos representantes também, por exemplo, da própria Agência Nacional de Vigilância Sanitária. Então, é um comitê que realmente tem uma visão de todas as práticas de uso, não só de plantas medicinais, mas também de medicamentos herbolários no Brasil. Bem, então, este comitê ele tem como objetivo dar suporte à implementação dessa política de práticas do uso de plantas medicinais e também medicamentos fitoterápicos, medicamentos herbolários. E, principalmente, a introdução destes derivados de plantas medicinais no Sistema Único de Saúde, de acordo com a legislação vigente no país. Bem, então, para isso, a farmacopeia brasileira, ela estabeleceu que este comitê deveria trabalhar num produto que viesse ser oficial, que foi, no caso, o formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira. Que este formulário trata-se hoje de um código oficial com formulações que nós chamamos oficinais, estáveis de uso consagrado ou de uso tradicional. Então, este é um aspecto extremamente importante, porque quando nós começamos a trabalhar na elaboração deste formulário, que é um documento hoje oficial no Brasil, nós chamamos todos os serviços que faziam uso de plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários, nós chamamos para que fosse feita uma apresentação e, a partir daí, nós começamos a trabalhar no sentido de realmente trazer todas as informações científicas para construir este grande documento da farmacopeia brasileira. Então, com isso, houve também a necessidade da mudança em termos de legislação para registro desses produtos, então, derivados de plantas medicinais. Então, em 13 de maio de 2014, foi publicada uma nova resolução da Anvisa que estabelece o registro de produtos derivados de plantas. Então, com isso, foi criado 2 novas categorias de produtos no Brasil, que são os produtos tradicionais derivados de plantas e os medicamentos herbolários totalmente novos. Então, quando nós chamamos medicamentos herbolários, isso quer dizer que este medicamento ele passou por todos os estudos da fase pré-clínica e da fase clínica. Então, ele é um medicamento considerado realmente um medicamento novo. Enquanto que o produto tradicional herbolário, ele é baseado principalmente nos produtos que estão descritos dentro do formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira. Então, inclusive, estes produtos tradicionais, eles são considerados um produto que vai a ser apenas notificado o seu registro, enquanto o medicamento herbolário passa por toda uma avaliação realmente da apresentação dos protocolos de estudos da fase pré-clínica e da fase clínica que foi avaliado. Bem, e com isso também a Anvisa publicou em 2014, em maio, uma lista de plantas medicinais que podem ser registradas de forma simplificada, como também uma lista de produtos herbolários de origem tradicional. Isso para facilitar, inclusive, o setor regulado no sentido de fazer este processo de registro na Anvisa. Bem, então, com isso, quais são os produtos voltados a plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários que nós vamos encontrar na farmacopeia brasileira? Nós vamos ter a própria farmacopeia brasileira, que está na 6ª edição, nós vamos ter o formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira, e nós vamos ter também o memento de fitoterápicos. Então, eu vou falar um pouco de cada um. Este formulário de fitoterápico, a primeira edição foi lançada em 2011, e em 2018, nós lançamos o primeiro suplemento que trazia novas inclusões neste formulário. Por exemplo, nós introduzimos um capítulo de cápsulas, né, que é uma nova forma farmacêutica que foi introduzida neste formulário. Nós introduzimos também um capítulo de generalidades, introduzimos também a forma de tintura dentro desse formulário. Então, já o primeiro suplemento, eu posso dizer que foi uma grande evolução em termos desse formulário da farmacopeia brasileira. E o memento de fitoterápico, que na verdade é um vademécum, trata-se do quê? Então, principalmente os profissionais prescritores, médicos, farmacêuticos, dentistas e outros profissionais que podem prescrever, eles começaram a solicitar, olha, já que tem um formulário de fitoterápicos, por que também não se cria um documento que possa orientar os profissionais da saúde a realizarem uma prescrição desses produtos de forma racional? Então, este comitê começou a trabalhar também e nós lançamos o memento de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira, que agora nós estamos pensando em fazer uma nova edição, apesar deste produto não estar no rol, vamos dizer, realmente, de produtos da própria farmacopeia brasileira. E agora, mais recentemente, em 2019, foi lançada a 6ª edição da farmacopeia brasileira. Esta 6ª edição, nós vamos encontrar mais de 80 monografias de plantas medicinais, e estas monografias servem de base, principalmente para o controle de qualidade de produtos derivados dessas plantas medicinais. Então, também foi uma grande evolução em termos de monografias voltadas a plantas medicinais dentro da farmacopeia brasileira. E também, nesta 6ª edição, nós vamos encontrar algumas preparações derivadas de plantas medicinais, por exemplo, o caso das tinturas, que também foi aumentado o número destas preparações, e também nós vamos encontrar a introdução também de extrato fluido, também dentro dessa 6ª edição da farmacopeia brasileira. Vamos encontrar também um capítulo voltado para óleos, os óleos essenciais, graxas e gorduras também de origem vegetal dentro da farmacopeia brasileira. Então, isso foi um ganho muito importante para a farmacopeia brasileira. E foi lançado mais recentemente, agora em janeiro de 2021, a 2ª edição do formulário de plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira. Então, nesta 2ª edição do formulário, nós vamos encontrar 85 monografias e com 236 formulações consideradas hoje oficiais no Brasil. Tá? Então, inclusive, estas formulações, elas podem ser manipuladas por farmácias, por exemplo, privadas de manipulação, por farmácias oficiais dos programas também das farmácias vivas consideradas no Brasil, e também elas podem ser produzidas por indústrias farmacêuticas que têm interesse, dentro daquela norma que hoje esses produtos que estão aqui dentro do formulário, eles são apenas notificados na Anvisa e podem ser produzidos por estas indústrias. E aqui, para vocês terem ideia, né, algumas monografias dessas preparações que nós vamos encontrar no formulário. Por exemplo, Arpagófito procumbens, Glycyrrhiza glaba, Panax gisem, Passiflora incarnata, e nós temos algumas espécies que são características da flora brasileira. Nós não podemos estender tanto porque faltou justamente dados científicos por exemplo, da validação clínica dessas preparações para que nós pudéssemos introduzir neste formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira. Mas algo interessante é que nós vamos observar que, dentre todas essas espécies que foram introduzidas no formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira, nós vamos ter aí, vamos dizer, uma ampliação do leque de aplicação na terapia farmacológica. Então, por exemplo, nós vamos observar que nós vamos ter vários grupos de aplicação farmacológica que hoje este formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira pode ser aplicado. Por exemplo, nós vamos encontrar preparações anti-inflamatória, antiespasmódica, como auxiliar para os distúrbios e sintomas dispéptico, por exemplo, como ansiolítico, para hiperacidez gástrica. Então, nós vamos ter aí um aumento em termos das aplicações farmacológicas para essas formulações que nós vamos encontrar dentro do formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira. E, como eu falei, agora, em fevereiro passado, houve uma renovação de todos os comitês da farmacopeia brasileira, inclusive também a própria regulamentação da própria farmacopeia brasileira. Então, são considerados produtos da farmacopeia brasileira a própria farmacopeia brasileira, com todas as suas monografias de fármacos sintéticos e derivados de plantas. Nós vamos encontrar a farmacopeia homeopática brasileira, o formulário de fitoterápicos da farmacopeia brasileira, o formulário homeopático, o formulário nacional, que é um formulário com as drogas de origem sintética, a denominação comum brasileira e os produtos químicos, as substâncias químicas de referência que são produzidas também pela farmacopeia brasileira. E o nosso comitê hoje foi reformulado e é chamado agora Comitê Técnico Temático de Plantas Medicinais, que trata de toda esta política de plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos dentro do âmbito da farmacopeia brasileira. Então, era um pouco que eu queria mostrar para vocês em termos do nosso trabalho voltado para plantas medicinais e medicamentos herbolários dentro da farmacopeia brasileira. Então, esta aqui é a antiga comissão, eu continuo coordenador agora, esta comissão foi reformulada e nós temos aí outros atores representantes de todos os setores, inclusive de universidades, fazendo parte deste comitê da farmacopeia brasileira. Muito obrigado e, mais uma vez, eu agradeço pelo convite para que eu mostrasse um pouco do nosso trabalho dentro da farmacopeia brasileira, voltado às plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos. Muito obrigado.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Tavares. Parabéns pelo seu trabalho. A continuación vamos a presentar al doctor Rafael Fernández, quien nos va a hablar acerca de la farmacopea en México. Adelante, doctor Rafael.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes. Es un gran placer.
So much. It is a great pleasure to share in this panel with such distinguished and such admired guest, Maria Carlos Armando Alberto, especially from the Permanent Commission of the United Mexican States Commission. Receive the warmest welcome. What we are going to present next is the tree pharmacopoeia, which is one of our specialized publications and or the herbal pharmacopoeia. As you know, the word pharmacopoeia comes from a Greek name, which means a noun and a verb, which means to make medicine. And so under this name, we are accustomed to referring to books which present features of medicine. The best definition that we have from pharmacopoeia from a very personal perspective is this one, shared by George Sultan, who in 1952 in the World Health Organization, he addressed it saying that it is a set of pharmaceutical norms which ensure the uniformity of class, quality, composition, and potency for approved medications, or at least tolerated by representatives of medicine under a certain given political unit, and also it must be mandatory by the competent authorities. In that sense, the definition of the Mexican pharmacopoeia it perfectly adheres to this concept from George Ordang, and within our regulatory framework, after our General Health Act, which is the prime legislation in healthcare in our country, it defines that the pharmacopoeia in the Mexican United States is the document issued by our Minister of Health, which provides analysis methods and requisites on purity and quality of healthcare supplies. And this considers medicine from its different natures, allopathic, homeopathic, herbulary, and medical devices. Historically, our first national pharmacopoeia is from 1846, made by the Pharmaceutical Academy of the City of the Republic. And it's very interesting to note here that by then it mentioned at least 463 vegetable species, most of them growing in the national territory. Later, the first edition of the new Mexican Pharmacopoeia is issued in 1874, drafted by the Mexican Pharmaceutical Society, and there's a small increase in the number of monographs of medicinal plants, increases to 471. By the second edition of the new Mexican Pharmaceutical in 1884, there's an increase to 513, and that number increases to 575 in the third edition in 1896. By this time, it must be pointed out that in our country, the National Medical Institute is founded, which is basically dedicated to characterizing medicinal plants. Unfortunately, we reached a splendor with this institute, and its work is reflected on the fourth edition in 1904, reaching 609 monographs researched and developed by it, and unfortunately, which disappears, unfortunately, in 1915. So by 1929, being President Tarco Elias Calles, he determines that the issuing or drafting of the pharmacopoeia must be the government's responsibility, and for this reason, he determines that there must be a national pharmacopoeia of the Mexican United States, generated, issued, and distributed by the government itself. That way, in 1930, we have a first edition, which has 137 monographs for vegetable species, which is a drastic reduction in species. But we must remember that from 1910 to 1925, there is a boom in chemical products which start displacing these preparations that were made at. So the pharmacological world industrializes, and little by little, plant-based pharmaceuticals are displaced, providing more priority to chemical products. And this is reflected on the following editions of the National Pharmacopoeia for the Mexican United States. In 1952, it diminishes to 48, 1962 to 32 monographs, and in 1974, we have the last edition of the National Pharmacopoeia, As you'll see between editions, there's an implication that we need to think on a mechanism that makes updating the pharmacopoeia more dynamic, which is why in 1980, the health code evolves to general healthcare law, under which the pharmacopoeia of the Mexican United States is created, which is a body tasked in updating the pharmacopoeia. So under this new structure with a permanent commission, we've had greater continuity in publications of the pharmacopoeia. Specialized publications have come by, for instance, herbal pharmacopoeia, and also for medical devices. And in that sense, in 2001, we recovered the figure of the herbal pharmacopoeia of the Mexican United States. And there's a first edition in 2001, which, as you can see, has a second edition in 2012. And currently, we are now about to issue our third edition of the herbal pharmacopoeia. Now, in our national market, we have many products based on plant material. Obviously, we have herbal medicine and uh, another entity called herbal remedies. And of course, there are food supplements which provide nutrients without serving therapeutic needs. Of course, there are cosmetics, foodstuffs, and beverages, which obviously cannot or contain medicinal plants, contain plants, but their use is not necessarily medicinal. So the norms for these products that we have in our local market is based on two streams. For the case of foodstuffs, beverages, cosmetics, and supplements, these are based on goods and services guidelines for sanitation control. And in the case of remedies and medication, guidelines for health care supplies are used. The pharmacopoeia ascribes to this schema, to guidelines for healthcare supplies. So foodstuffs and beverages, cosmetics and supplements does not necessarily need to be included or complained to specification by the pharmacopoeia, but those who are obligated are herbal remedies and herbal medicines. So this herbal pharmacopoeia has the goal of providing analysis methods and technical specifications that plants and their derivatives must comply with in order to be used in the fabrication of herbal remedies and medication. Who are really working in updating this specialized publication. The Permanent Commission of the Pharmacopoeia has a technical committee which is made up by 23 committees. From those, one of those committees is the Natural Products Committee. That Natural Products Committee is made up by 42 specialized researchers from different fields, and they all work with medicinal plants, representatives from 23 institutions and organizations stemming from academia, research centers, teaching centers, representatives from the Health Sanitation Authority, institutions which provide healthcare assistance. And there are even some spaces such as the Anthropology and History National Institute that also provide particular last ones in this list are the technical secretaries for the effort of these 43 specialists who are also performing a duty which is altruistic and with a high responsibility. Our pharmacopoeia basically has the following elements. There's a chapter on generalities which explains how how this book should be read and interpreted, what are the elements that will provide context to the monographs, and later we have a section on general analysis methods, and next we have monographs on plant drugs, so parts of the plants that are employed for medicinal goals. There's a small section of monographs for oils, most of them essential oils. We have a section called extra pharmacopoeia that we will later explain because it is necessary. At the end, there's a plug of appendices provide information that will contextualize the interpretation of the monographs. This is a list of general methods of analysis that the herbal pharmacopoeia has, and many of these methods, if not most, ascribe to the methods that the World Health Organization has suggested for medicinal plants. And some of the methods that you see on this in the second column are of common use for publication or well pharmacopoeia, as well as the ruling publication from FUM dedicated to allopathic medicine. So this is the list of general methods, and as you can see, some of them are oriented to the chemical aspect, others to the botanical, the microbiological one as well. Now, how are plants that make up the herbal pharmacopoeia selected? Firstly, those plants are identified which use or commercialization in the national territory is directed to medicinal use, mainly, and which is why it's so important within this group of experts to have a link from the regulatory agency, which helps us to identify which are the species related or included in formulation of a medication as well as a herbal remedy. We always look into health and safety issues, and often in many cases we already have pharmacopoeic information. Something important is that in the pharmacopoeia, no plants are included which have not proven their efficiency or benefit. This shows that many of the monographs we have in the herbal pharmacopoeia are from abroad, and several are national. And the information, in the case of those national ones, regarding local research and articles from other sources. This is a part of the relation list of species in the second edition of the herbal pharmacopoeia, and which are even in the process of being updated. We see absinthe or garlic. There are some of our species. We have at least 12 monographs for native national plants. For example, Chupate Guacharalate, Santa Maria of Mexico, Portolomo, Mexican Portolomo. We have 12 monographs developed with research carried out by national institutions such as the National Autonomous University of Mexico via its School of Chemistry, or the Social Security Institute of Mexico. So some of those plants are not found in other pharmacopoeias. And we have for our third edition, we're working hard on. Others are incorporated. Now, many of these have an origin abroad, but they are often used. For instance, Boringa, Manita, these are local, as are Fumaria, among others. This is how a pharmacopoeic monograph looks like. This is on Cuachalalate, which is a species used as a GI protector. What is used is the bark of a tree, since it's a tree. So this first part of the monograph that I would like to set as an example on how a monograph is built This first part is regarding the botanical aspect. It tells us the species, the macro and microscopical description in detail. Then we have the chemical part. Obviously, we start by an identity test in order to elaborate the botanical aspect later, so that we are talking about the appropriate species that we're referring to. Then there's also other issues such as loss by drying up, total ash, insoluble ash and acid, extractable material, and heavy metals. Lastly, we have the valuation section. Most performed via CLAR, and there's data to quantify there. An important metabolite in the species, and finally there's a section on how preservation should be performed. Lastly, we have the appendix part. Here I was saying that what I was going to explain is elements that will complement the interpretation of the other. So we have a glossary of botanical terms, another one in safety and use of medicinal plants, and handling of essential oils, a list of national herbal gardens. And there is a relevant section, which is a list of species of ethnobotanical use in Mexico, which leaves at least 15 species with traditional use. And it states that there's non-botanical evidence, however, there's no monographs for them. This is a process on how the pharmacopoeic monograph is made. There's an initial draft. The committee issues a draft. It is subject to consultation by users. There's a final version issued. And so those 2 months consultation end. Again, they're called in order to reach a final version, which is submitted for printing. Then comes the officialization method via the health ministry. And finally, the go live. We have 4 periods of consultation to users. In August, we will be starting with a 3rd period, and there will be many monographs of medicinal plants. What we want to do is to invite you to visit our webpage, www.pharmacopoeia.org.mx, and there's a tab telling us user query. And we have this table with the terms, the periods. You should click on the green one, which is the active one. There's a drop-down list of different chapters where you may identify the herbal pharmacopoeic section, and you will find a monograph that you can download in PDF, where there are issues included for the next edition. And here there's a list of materials that will be put in the last period. These are the latest materials to close our 3rd edition of the herbal pharmacopoeia, which, as I was saying, we are just about to launch in December 2021. That's all from my end. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Rafael Hernandez. Very positive presentation. We'll continue with our panel. We're presenting Dr. Armando Cáceres from Guatemala so that he may present his dissertation. Go ahead, doctor. Good afternoon. Can you see my screen already? We see it perfectly, doctor. After having listened to 3 pharmacopoeias, I was asked to talk about the national medicinal plant Vademecum in Guatemala. So we went for the option for us, particularly in Guatemala. Now, those who hail from Latin America, access to medication is precarious and even non-existent in certain rural areas, especially when an hegemonic allopathic system is imposed based on political interests of policy people and multinational companies. These has been used to satisfy the needs of the population, although we know there is a framework of cultural deterioration, environmental predation, and resilience. However, there was no formal incorporation to healthcare systems. Validation studies have allowed to complement the expansion of coverage of healthcare, public healthcare, rurally, although in many cases in our country, but to some measure, we will look into which aspect has been incorporated to the healthcare system. Here we see the chain for generating value and knowledge, starting by surveys. We've performed botanical surveys of 12 ethnicities, and I mean here SMR's work as non-governmental organization, Usan and Farmaya as a family company dedicated to natural products. The result has been to detect some 630 species of medicinal use in the last 40 years of work. And on that aspect, we can obtain 10 publications and indexed materials and also materials for the community who provided their information. The second phase is harvesting. We've characterized agronomically with the Institute of Farming Sciences Guatemala, and we've held 6 training workshops in growing, and we've published 3 international books on the cultivation of medicinal plants, even 1 Middle American and 1 Central American. Now, the next link is in vivo in vitro validation of native plants. We have more than 200 research works and thesis works from students from different professions and 50 articles published in indexed magazines and more than 200 published theses, which have increased the vademecum that I will talk about today. Fourth link is the transformation and production of therapies where pharmacopoeia really concentrates in the quality of the product. Here we have provided support to some 10 companies producing phytotherapies, some 40 forms which are for labs, therapy products similar to green pharmacies in Brazil. We really started 8 years before the Brazilian project came in, but we've achieved having it grow just like it has in Brazil. And we've had support from systematization of some 100 phytotherapy products nationwide for companies as well as community groups, and socialization has been coordination of which some who are listening participated for 10 years. Now this I participate in this Latin American network of phytological products. Nikolai Sharpin I was under his teaching, may he rest in peace. And one last element is training in phytotherapy based on evidence. To this day, we have some 400 diplomas or bachelors, and we also have a master's degree now. We are in the 8th cohort of a master's in production and use of medicinal plants. And we have performed some 30 national events and more than 50 international events regarding topic from ethnobotanics up until phytotherapy or plant therapy. Considering that for this resource to really support a country, it must have control of the whole of the production chain. Also, initial activities was born in 1977 in the Central American Studies Center on Appropriate Technology, which starts many processes for rescue, validation, harvesting, and use of medicinal plants in the rural area of Guatemala. And with that information, 2 series of popular forms are edited on medicinal plants in order to return validated information to the population and to promote its use in primary healthcare. This is what we were working in the first year in Guatemala. There is no pharmacopoeia or vademecum commission. We always had the intent of having a sort of pharmacopoeia, but there was never the capacity, especially a financial one. Out of these popular forms, we built 3 reprintings that allow to train rural staff in the use of medicinal plants in a very simple language. And what we did there was to show, we just noticed from the 70s and 80s, in showing that there are properties, there are evidence, and to those without evidence, then if necessary, to discard its use or to simply not mention. During 1993 to 1995, the San Carlos University contributes during my sabbatical year, 6 months at the University of Barcelona and 6 months at the Vitasanto University, Japan, which allowed me to review literature on the plants we had detected, and a review of 120 monographs is performed and integrated into the manual Plants of Medicinal Use in Guatemala that you can see there to the right-hand side. In 1996, it is reviewed and printed by a committee from the Universitaria editorial, and during 1997 and 2000, 2 reprintings are performed. They are disseminated amply among students, researchers, and healthcare professionals at the continental level. On Google Scholar Citation to yesterday, it has 472 quotes from this vademecum. Sorry, this is for medicinal use plants. So we have the vademecum coming up. Now, why vademecum? Because we had no capacity for building a pharmacopoeia. We did not have the structure, and we were really not. It would take us a lifetime to be able to continue, but we believed that it was possible to make vademecum using the term from the language of Academy of Language, and tells us that this is a term used from 1629 as a book of few volume and easy handling for immediate query of notions or fundamental information, particularly vademecum of medicinal plants, since pharmacopoeias really in their reach is being able to manufacture the product, but doesn't give us the information on how to use or how to produce it, which is what really interests the community. So how to get to the audience and the people. So in the year 2000, the National Commission of Medicinal Plants asked me to transform this book on medicinal plants into the National Vademecum of Medicinal Plants. So update happens. Species with greater evidence are chosen, with greatest interest in the country, especially availability, as we are working based on availability. And we receive technical support from 10 specialists who collaborate each in their specialty every time they can. Review and action. And then in 2006, the first version is printed with sponsorship from the San Carlos University and the Ministry of Public Health. And in spite of not having received any economical or logistical support, we were asked to consider it as an acknowledgement for many years of peace. And we were willing because peace agreements are acknowledged formally that ancestral countries or ancestral populations have the right to be, for their plants to be legal. As previously, this was not the case. They were illegal. They were even, some people were even prosecuted for commercializing plants, but peace agreements open up that door finally in the last century. So this book is used as one of the achievements of peace agreements. And the first impression comes from the Ministry of Public Health. Politicized points in time, but we were able to effect so that the Ministry of Public Health acknowledged this document. This document and its mission is to be the official document for the strategic integration of medicinal plants in therapeutic resources in primary healthcare, which was our main focus. For pharmacopoeia, which is for industrialization, we were interested more in its use, always under the framework of good practices in manufacturing. Effectiveness and quality issues as well. It has 313 pages, 101 monographs, 712 references, 42 native ones, which is a fundamental issue in the surveys that we performed in the country. We found that more than 60% were foreign, but 40% were national, so which is why we emphasized working with native plants. 48 introduced species and 11 imported ones. The reference in the national public health system and backed by the ministry, and in training studies and university studies. There's official regulation of the Central American Customs Union, and very proudly, we also have this instrument which is acknowledged for recording products in Brazil and Colombia. 2 reprints have been performed. We are at 6,000 copies, so the first reprint is basically exhausted, and in Google Scholar citations to yesterday, we have 89 quotes. So when I was asked in doing the third reprint, we really saw that from 2013 we started working on a Central American version.
Entonces, la misión de esta versión centroamericana, que en este momento es solo teoría, puesto que no he logrado el financiamiento para poderla hacer y personalmente no tengo todo el tiempo para hacerlo individualmente, ser el documento oficial para la integración estratégica de las plantas medicinales y alimentarias, sobre todo aquellos alimentos que son funcionales, sino porque van más allá y tienen una función.
Because they go beyond it and they have a function. And the therapeutic resources of the 8 regions of the Central American region for the attention to health and food security. So we made a survey in the region and we added up 50 plants to those 100 that we already had. And it's done with 150 monographies, 520 pages, and 1,200 references, 70 native, 60 introduced, 20 imported, and the reference in the health, in the public health system, and in the scientific and universitarian research, and in support with the Customs Union of Central America in the countries that adopted. We have requested financial support to over 10 institutions, international and multilateral, and national as well. They have shown a lot of interest, but as of today, we have not received any kind of support. And as I have been retired for 5 years already from university, so I no longer have the support of students to be able to review, to check, to update monography. So it's difficult to catch up today without that support. So the objectives of this project are to use biodiversity that's available in the region to provide medication and food to the Central American population in an efficient manner, safety, sustainable, and sovereign. Our allopathic medication are not quite sustainable nor sovereign currently. Then we want to make an instrument that serves to train and healthcare workers in the correct and proper use of the different species of plants with an evidence-based type of focus that can be used and can be validated and can also validate what's already on the streets. We need to train 8 people or 8 groups of trainers or health professionals in the development of the rural scope in every country of Central America and the Dominican Republic to be able to use in efficiency and all of the vegetal species to reinforce mixed greenhouses that we've supported from the beginning and the region that serves as training sources for the dissemination of the information of these sources providing products or seeds. And finally, to establish national networks of a regional system of support that would follow up these activities that were developed. This is a project that I've introduced to all of the entities that offer financing, but I haven't had any type of support so far. And just to have the backup of the ministry, what would the goals be for the ministry? Well, would be to prepare the catedratics, medics, and specialists board with experience over 5 years to train these therapists, nurses, and specialists for them to understand this because our educational systems, official systems, where information about medicinal plants is minimal. To contribute to articulate and technify integration of medicine to strengthen the health system. In the last 10 years, we've sought and we've seen how this type of medicine has better possibilities of being inserted in the health system than phytotherapy by itself as a discipline, to serve as an instrument for the inclusion of the health staff, for the new staff, and to authorize those that are already working at the ministry. Because in the ministry, by not having knowledge of this subject, there's a conscious or maybe unconscious rejection to train continuously and to update physiotherapy knowledge in the framework of integration of medicine, to exchange procedures that would facilitate and make methodology provision to or access to this type of technologies, because our country cannot or shouldn't depend on patent drugs or surgeries to facilitate primary care of health according to biodiversity that's available. And we have a richness of flowers that's around us in our own locations where the core of health is. We've made possible for some hospitals and health centers to have their own botanical pharmacy, their own green pharmacy, their small lab that makes some of the products that I've numbered. The content itself of the version that we are proposing as a third phase with the general content in the presentation of the committees that have supported us doing so. The abbreviators, the acronyms, the introduction that generally is between the Dean and the Ministry of Public Health, the regulational aspects that are fundamental, and then the monography of the species, 150 species, glossaries, total references over 1,200, the index per species, pharmacological index of action, the indicators, and within all of these new things that we are going to have, we will follow up the example of our master, Dr. Banacrocha and Cañicaral, and we will include in a section or a part of the labs in Central America that have natural products and have an index of the products to be able to increase the consumption nationwide and regionally speaking. And this is the content of monographies, and in no particular order. Maybe you can see the scientific name of the that were used, the description, microscopic, the origin, the habitat, the distribution, cropping, the obtention, history of usage, properties, preclinical pharmacology, and with the clinical evidence, toxicology, chemical composition and active substance, counter indications and indications, precautions, adverse reactions, therapeutical reactions, and therapeutical recommendations, posology, and the specific references for each monography. As a conclusion, official medicine responds to 30 to 40% of the worldwide population. 60 to 80% of the population responds to their health with traditional therapy. With alternative or complementary medicine. And traditionally speaking, we see that there is evidence into articulating it harmoniously to the official system. It's not a matter of fighting with the official system, but rather complemented or being alternatives regarding the medicine that we want to expand. In Central America, we've made little only from the academic point of view to have an integrational standpoint that would facilitate the application, training, and knowledge regarding traditional medicine towards an integrational medicine. It's a pleasure to follow the Peruvian evolution, Brazilian, Mexican evolution. It's been good to participate for so many years and seeing how you've been including within your own health systems all of these types of integrational medicine, including phytotherapy. And in our country, we weren't able to do that. We're just now promoters, but for over 40 years. We require an open dialogue to have a consequent position and to gain aware about the technification and acceptance of all therapists. We encourage to health faculties to change paradigm and to open their minds of of their professionals for a more wholesome and holistic approach. I loved what the professor from Switzerland said. They all have integration of medicine and some specialty. 90% of the faculties of medicines of the US have this type of integrational approach. Our national university, our public university doesn't have it in the medicine faculty unless we're talking about specific classes or about from some teachers. These therapeutic options that are available should be integrated into a sensible and sensitive system. And with all this, we've made an instrument to contribute to the use of medicinal plants in Guatemala, and we hope to do so regionally too in the near future. Thank you very much. Thank you also, Dr. Armando Cáceres. We appreciate your wonderful presentation, and I'm going to or transfer a general question that we've had from the YouTube channel, which is open to all of the four panelists. How much do you make, or what are the benefits for this indigenous population on the use that these medicinal plants have within the pharmacopoeia that we're talking about when we talk about our vegetal drugs or vegetal medication? What is the focus of the approach of well-being that comes off of this to this indigenous population? Yeah, if our message was understood, that's the key for our original design. Why are we insisting in native? Because the main way, or the main structure to return this benefit to the local markets is to work around this structure. And personally, the patents, I believe, are positive because in the field of natural products, I don't think to of it as a good path to socialize it or to basically make it more public. So we want to validate what this generation is already using and to also generate income through the production of these primary raw matters. I'll try to speak in Portuñol with no problem. Well, the situation in Brazil is as follows. All of the products and medicinal plants that are made of herbs and that gain its place in the formulary came from the alive pharmacological programs. So the Brazilian pharmacopoeia responsibilized or was liable for this, and they go back to the methodology of a live pharmacy. The first part was to generate a formulary or a template for this type of pharmacies. Then we underwent an integration for pharmaceutical industries. But This was a great comeback. If you think of now, we have an official document that where everyone can think on how to handle the quality patterns that are within our formulary. And we think of it as being really, really big, and there's a really important and a strong strengthening of life pharmaceutics in Brazil with these formularies and with an element of phytotherapy and herb products. So it's a great comeback. After that, we established some requirements that to work with native species from Brazil, but these native species from Brazil are species that we already have for complex range of research at the clinical level and at the clinical level with some clinical data. So it's a really big comeback that we're undertaking, but the monographies that are in this Brazilian pharmacopoeia are public. So we want to go back to quality patterns of products and mainly to the introduction of this product into the health systems, the public health system in Brazil. That's one of our biggest goals. Thank you, Dr. Tavares. Please go ahead, Dr. Rafael. I agree with Dr. Armando and Jose Carlos. I think that by making this sort of pharmacopoeia, we provide a legal certainty not just to the species, but to those that are producing and working on it. And one of the great values that we have is that it avoids this exploitation of the patent when not necessarily and they producing communities could be benefited off of this type of pertinence. On the other hand, we empower when entering a species into a pharmacopoeia, we formalize its commercial use, and that favors the productive chains and productive value chains, and that's where we can see this empowering and favoring of a financial and social benefit. And on the other hand, we need to reiterate that given that pharmacopoeias are regulational models with a scientific type of nature, they are going to give value to that species because we are going to have an investigation um, support that will back up its therapeutical richness. Thank you, Dr. Rafael. Dr. Maria Bonar, please your comments. I wanted to say also that many of the autochthonous plants also given to the evidence cross borders. They cross borders and they get internationalized. And in that case, the USA pharmacopoeia also needs to carry these autochthonous plant monographies to the USP in a way that through the US pharmacopoeia, the plants can receive even more international backup, given that the US pharmacopoeia is legalized in many countries. So by including it in the US pharmacopoeia, will sort of continue helping out these communities into that chain to internationalize the use of the plant and backing it up even more.
Nuevo panel de expertos que estamos tratando de formar.
And that's the goal of this expert panel that we're trying to put together, where everyone's also invited to participate. We're selecting candidates, and the focus of this panel has to do with the Pan American region, and it's exactly that, to identify with each and one of the countries what are these autochthonous plants that we can take to the USP. To work directly with you, with your teams, with the local pharmacopoeias to complement any type of requisite that monographies need the national monographies to be able to carry them and taking them to the USPNF or to the Board of Regulatory Complement for those plans that are not recognized yet in the US as dietitian supplements, but they are approved by some pharmacopoeia regulation of the national framework. So this is our goal, and we've been doing a lot of this with the regions of India, China, taking all of these plants of traditional use to the USP, to do all of these type of levels that we've been working for over 15 years with expert panels in these regions of teams made up of investigators, research federal institutes, and we also work in coordination with different pharmacopoeias that have students working already in thesis, and they take advantage of all of this data to be able to take these traditional plants to the USNP. So that's our objective in this panel. And you are all invited to participate. We still have the open application, but we keep on expanding it so we can receive more and more applications. I'll be the coordinator of this panel, and I'm really interested and really motivated to work with all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Maria Monara, and thanks to all of the panelists. We appreciate really profoundly what you've shared. There's a lot of activity for our region. This is a really good example, and this is going to probably push the rest of the countries to keep on working towards that same north. So I appreciate the space in behalf of Dr. Moises Mancilla too. And now let me transfer the floor to Dr. Monica Galante to carry on with today's work. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good afternoon. And please keep on, stay tuned to all of the audience for our next panel. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thank you very much, Dr. Alberto, and to all of the panelists. It's been excellent presentations, really interesting. They will probably continue contributing to the growth of this area. So thank you very much. And now
con la conferencia sobre biocomercio y
we'll
protección.
continue with the conference on bioprotection and trade with Dr. Diana Flores, which Dr. Diana is a pharmaceutical chemist, specialist in biotrade by the Politécnica Universidad de Madrid. He has studied as a PhD and started her pharmaceutical professional life, completing pharmacokinetics and pharmacology in Navarra University in Spain and in the Tokyo University. She has been a visiting researcher for more than 5 years at the National Institute of Health of Japan in the Department of Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry, as well as a consultant for the German corporation TCIM-PTB in Switzerland, SECO International Trade Center, ITC, and she's also collaborated with Peru as a meet in addition to participating in the technical standardization committees. She's a consultant for the access of international market to the novel food process. Dr. Diana, it's a real honor to have you here with us in this summit. With all of your experience to be able to share and for all of us to continue learning off of your experience. So thank you very much. Welcome. Dr. Diana, we are almost there. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me to this great event. Also, I really love seeing Dr. Armando Cáceres here. I haven't seen him in a while. And also, let me greet him. And especially, we'll talk about biotrade. And I think that one of the questions or the last questions about this, we're going to be able to clear it out with this. So now let me go to my presentation. I'll share my screen. Well, we'll talk about the bio trade and protection of products. In the framework after 2020, the with an opportunity to integrate biodiversity in the commercial sector. It's a really talked about matter, but it's something that's grown a lot through the years, especially because of the regulations that we've been updated. As we can see, mega biodiversity in our countries, like in Peru, for example, we have a big amount of products that finally are going to be shared at the regional level because our borders weren't or are not the same as they used to be. And we'll see that our trade convention was about the preservation of the biodiversity and the sustainable use of the components, the fair and equal participation for the benefit that come from the use of genetic resources. And this is now what's going to call us to see everything that's going to be generated from this. In 1996, the board launched the Bio Trade Initiative with the means of promoting bioinvestment in biodiversity. To be able to obtain biodiversity, the activities support environmental agreements, including the biodiversity convention, and the cities were already signed in 1973 in March, and they oversee the international trade of the specimens. And while the plant does not constitute a threat for the survival of species, we need to also highlight that out of 10 million transactions reported by the parts, that in this case we call the countries as such, in the 78% are a part of animals. Worldwide Summit of Sustainable Development 2002, which political mandate for the aviation wanted to share the benefit in the seventh conference of the parts of the countries in 2004 in the work group on ABSs on benefit sharing received the regulation to establish an international regime on ABS. The 10th conference of this part in 2010 adopted the protocol of Nagoya on ABS. As we know, ABS is the access to the genetical resources and participation, equitable participation of the usage. Is that so that in 2007, with the biotrade the regulations, we focusing goals 5 and 7 at the regional, national, and international level. As for the clarity on the right on natural resources, including biological and genetics. In a way, in this way, biotrade is linked to bio trade of the CDB and complemented to the Nagoya Protocol of Japan, approved in October 29 of 2010, and established when enacted its activation in 2014, offering an international framework for its application and hitting the promotion of the third CDB promotion is the legal framework of it all. From this protocol, from the Nagoya Protocol, we based in the fundamental principles of the fundamental consentment, which is the big and the mutual conditions that were agreed upon, like in this case, the math, that were agreed in the biological convention for biodiversity. We'll see that how important it is to add up climate change, rainfall, and climate. We understand that there's a lot of change in the water cycle that concern us, especially in the impact that go towards our hydrological resources and our food resources. This needs a solution, and climate change with preservation of regional tools preserves and recovers ancestry knowledge on the climate and establishes measures that were used by native communities. The community reserve one have to be updated to the cultural conditions and the cosmovision of communities, the geography, institutionality, the territoriality of these communities, taking into account the specific characteristics of the native population. Is within this that we are going to intervene in function of the ABS benefit with the introduction of the Nagoya Protocol, obtaining a kit of information on how can we develop access and participation in or for the benefits and the use of for the genetic resources, traditional knowledge, guidelines that are more leaning to how the parts or meaning the countries are behaving regarding this national implementation, Nagoya Protocol, and overall ABS. The Nagoya Protocol is going to give us a legal guidelines and as a whole our group of activities that we are going to be able to identify through biotrade. Biotrade is a group of activities that are of recollection, transformation, and commercialization of assets that come from biodiversity. They put an emphasis in say social and financial well-being into generating the distribution of the financial benefits for local and indigenous communities. It's an excellent opportunity for the financial development of the mega diverse countries that through the taking advantage of the sustainability of the products of native biodiversity preserve a rational use of the resources. Biotrade has become an important part and a source of income for the primary links of the associated scope for the rural societies and extreme poverty societies. I wanted to stop in this chart, particularly here we have all of the importance of everything that we've talked so far. We have the activities of the recollection or gathering, productive activities, processing, commercialization, trade, and these are the activities. We have on one side biodiversity, we have we have gatherers, informal gatherers, we have formal gatherers, we have the collectors that are associated or enrolled in with associations, and they appear with frequency. Some of those that work in the highways and they become as become recollectors because we had a higher demand season. We have producers of raw matters, and in this part right here, we need to place a lot of importance to the preservation techniques of storaging of a product because here we'll understand and we'll see problems regarding fungi contamination. We will see that if we can work, we need to set the guidelines of a company or an association or a group that participates in this recollection of products because they are the ones that will have to give us the first guidelines of quality because after commercializing this product and when commercializing and trading this product, we don't want to have a product that's filled with fungi. Then we have the intermediaries, the gatherers, the small processing companies that could or not be transporters as well. Some of them comply with those both positions. Some of them are only gatherers or only receive product and they even do it and they make it a third or an outsourced company. We need to understand what are the agricultural practices of our recollection. Then we need to go to these processing companies that are going to prepare the first product with raw matter and we'll have the good manufacturing practices. That's what we've done in biotrade. And we've tried to train all of the parts of the value chain, starting with normalization practices of voluntary participation. And in this case, we can look at the quality indicators of each country where we're going to have voluntary regulations because regulations at first are voluntary and then we work starting from the seed of the raw matter. When we see a product, we see it really nice, we take it, we consume it, but most of the time this product could be contaminated. The earth where it has been picked up or harvested could be an area nearby a mining zone. We can have mercury contamination, we can have maybe not because of processing itself, because we think that these acrylanagies are presented as French fries, but they're not. And there's a program of mitigation from the earth, so we can contaminate even from the soil itself a product. Even this way, we've made first research of soil where there's areas that they've even used coca areas that they reuse that land and they reforested, they worked on it. And at the same time, we need to be able to conduct an identification type of work. This is some sort of support that we conduct with nearby places like universities or maybe regions and local universities, and then they go to national universities, and then they can even have an alliance with the foreign universities, meaning we make an alliance between the university, the association itself, and we generate projects as way to be able to be sure that this food or this medicinal plant is not contaminated. So we're going to work as well, and we're going to try to fight informal trade. And we want to undertake the most formal trade possible to have an ascending and descending traceability of the product that we're going to be taking home for a sort of nutrition or a healthy product that could be used as a primary product with a primary attention. So all of these products need to be regulated somehow, and we don't need them to, for example, be a step-by-step type of regulation. We need a small one, a voluntary type of regulation. And what is giving us a lot of results has been the technical table, where we've had a technical board with producers, agricultures, and we had the region itself, for example, the productive area, because we had many cases where producers are nearby regions where there's conflict of territory. So this territory could be in conflict and they could cause harm to the other population. So we need to have a conversation among all of these areas to be able to carry out these lessons learned that we had with the GIZ. We've had to train people, and in everywhere across the value chain, we've basically trained from the primary entity, from the product itself that we were putting together. So we've had to train not just the farmer, but we also had to train him in that true bio trade. He's not going to use pesticides, but he's going to using the nearest to an organic production that we call ecological, and that we're going to use, for example, cultural means to be able to end up and finish insects that we have in our path and in a way of storage. And this would have to cover, for example, the dry out in the sun, and then covering when rainfalls happen, and it's going to have to and gather all of this because they even hear the birds singing when the rainfall is going to come. So with all of these traditional types of matter needs to be integrated, and these are the lessons learned that we finally do in the field for the recollection, for gathering, for storage, and finally how long this product is going to be in the field, how long is that going to be drying out, how is this going to be dried out, and under what conditions is going to be dried out. So all the plastic and it's going to be in touch with all these products. It's regulated internationally, and we would like to probably keep on looking at it because we are primary producers. But if we teach them and we train them from the 0 point, the zero ground of the recollection of the seed, they're going to learn and they're going to be able to make a selection. They're going to be able to make a cleaning. They're going to respond to their own blankets to recollect, and these are cultural matters that are going to be incorporated in the value chain. And we'll be going out to an ingredient market of the pharmaceutical industry, food industry, cosmetic, and to the final value. And this value is chain is adjusted to all of them. This goes from the pharmaceutical approach for it to be sent abroad to the domestic market, and this is a whole investigation process going after behind it all. And there's a preliminary part with a bioprospection where we see what type of products are we dealing with, and there's a process of patents that are produced that cannot sometimes be conducted. There's a regionalization. So we also going to intervene the National Commission against Biopiracy, for example, if that's a case where we need to deal this way, and we have contemplated this or one or the other way, the sanction or the way that we look or we search for this type of usage. We need to consider the biotechnology according to Article 2 of CBD, the application of the technology that uses biological systems to live organisms or derivatives for the creation or modification of products or processes that are for the specific uses.
We're going to have genetic resources. How can we be watchful? Points of recollection for information at any stage of the research in pre-commercialization or commercialization, dispositions of the exchange of information. So the entities that are tasked here, for instance, Ministry of the Environment, Culture, or Production, they will be setting their padlocks according to how it's progressing, and they will be vigilant, and so communication tools must be efficient with regards to cost, and this will generate a certificate for accessing this product. It's a certificate of compliance acknowledged internationally with a PIC, which is mutually accorded with collective communities, indigenous communities, etc., according to where the product is located. So there is a contract for access. This is the legal part that was achieved with the Nagoya Protocol. For instance, we have an access protocol here. How was it built? In this case, this is a contract with a researcher, the Cayetano Heredia University in Peru, and what the object of research are pathogen fungus, which causes pityriasis versicolor. So there's a gathering of information with regards to what is the ailment that is pretended to be treated. There has to be an agreement with the community on where the plant has been extracted, and we even require an exact location for it. So national measures must ensure participation of benefits under which these mutually agreed aspects and benefits may be monetary, such as royalties or non-royalties. For instance, if a product is found for cosmetic use, this cosmetic use product is, for instance, used for dry skin, for instance, as there are many products, many such products. So we find a medicinal plant or a food plant that has been used for many years and people have been preserving, who are the native community, and they use it in this manner. So there's knowledge, but in order to have this knowledge, there is a record. This record, the institution will be tasked in gathering the knowledge with intellectual property, and they will be recording that knowledge there. So we'll see that there are many ways. For instance, ethical biocommerce, the UEBT, which is an NGO which promotes provisioning with regards to ingredients coming from biodiversity. So they negotiate, they attempt to achieve sustainable development locally, traditional practices, a fair price, and what to do in times of plagues, what kinds of supplies they will have to use in order to battle plagues. So all of that is contemplated as within an aspect of sustainable development, and for it not to contain any components that will harm the environment. So there will also be legal requirements on how benefits will be shared, ABS legal requirements, a distribution of benefits derived from the use of biodiversity, which can be monetary or non-monetary, and also principles of use if they want to build to issue a patent, which could happen. So we have other companies that have been working with UEBT. We have Candela Peru, for instance, which is a Peruvian NGO which works with 200 nut collectors in Brazil, including 80 women. This is a gender issue here in Madre de Dios region. The nuts are used for food and cosmetics. Collectors have written contracts and access, and the company also trains local people to protect trees and help in with the regeneration activities of the woodlands. There was an event carried out in the region, and I'm not sure if you know the VRAEM, which is a pretty difficult area for us. Somebody had come out there to see how they worked with the nuts from Brazil, and there they were provided with a much greater amount. So there are things that can be replicated. This area is quite hazardous, but in the future, perhaps there could be development with Brazil nuts there. And we also have another group working with medicinal plants, for instance, Martin Bauer Group, which is a group which works with 200 vegetable raw materials from 80 countries for global tea, for instance, under UEBT standards, which are for ethical commerce, ethical trade. And they work with, for instance, chamomile, which is so popular for us, and other types of teas popular around the world. They all adhere to ethical trade norms. We also have trade in Myanmar, which is near Thailand to the west. And in the east, we have Laos, which is another country. They are both working with bio trade established there. For instance, in Myanmar, there's sustained development of the sector with botanical products. And then in the other cases, Helvetas, which is another organization that I'm currently working with, which is working in 5 working areas for water, foodstuffs, and weather, education, labor, development of the private sector, governance, gender, and social equity. I would like for you to remember Laos because we'll continue to look into it. Now we have cooperative associations for Marula Oil. There's a corporation where many women, 2,500 women, work there. So there's gender perspective there. They harvest fruits from the trees and they later obtain oil, cold produce oil, which is better quality for cosmetic production. Cardiff received more support for research and development by Phytotrade Africa, which is the one that developed the baobab for it to enter the European market several years ago, 2009. It's a commercial association of natural products in South Africa. So here we have a different type of activity. For instance, candles with extract of Lipia javanica from the South African Research Council, which is a title holder for the national patent. And so these, it's EV as well. And knowledge is shared with local healers. And here there's an example from Benin, which combines modern and traditional medicine. The intent here is to protect information as family or local heritage. Now in Peru, we've also called origin denomination of the brand, for instance. Our flagship product includes the name and geographical location issues. Maca is at an altitude of 3,950 to 4,450 meters over sea level. It has a temperature which varies from 4 to 7 degrees Celsius. And its origin denomination determines organoleptic features and the characteristic smell of the maca from Junin and Pasco regions. So this is another way for cataloging biodiversity. We also have that maca has been worked with even for obtaining pharmaceutical products, and it's obtained its origin denomination. Human factors are involved here, ancestral practices, sowing, seeding and sowing practices. Then we also have another product that is even recommended by the social security system in Peru. This Chaichi has a history of hundreds of years, but finally, when there was the intent for it to enter the European market, it was asked for us to gather information in order to have recognition for at least 35 years from astronomy, literature, newspapers from those ancient times. It was very hard work in order to acknowledge that Sachaiche was a component which could be worked with, the traditional product, the traditional way of preparing. For instance, we have a newspaper from 1981, La Prensa, and also El Comercio journals. And we have a person from Lamas, which is a native from there, and they are boiling because there are 2 ways for doing either toasting or boiling. There's these 2 forms of knowledge. Now this has much information, but it's easy to understand because Antunes de Mayolo, what he did when he found the product, how he gathered information because he found it by chance. And later he went out to the press and to the journals and disseminated the information. Then he found this in botanical journals and finally in a book, which was talking about nutrition in times of the Incas, where it details how that seed was crushed in order to extract the oil and for food seasoning, which was later gathered by Antunes de Mayolo, which was later gathered by the Despeyo Agreement, and then it was determined to describe in different documents, and even the Inchic, which comes from the word Inchi, which comes from Inchic in Quechua from San Martin, and finally with the German cooperation GIZ, all this information can be gathered on the botanical features, and they also intervened at the same time, all of the institutions. And as we see here, although it seems um, quite busy here, but we see several subproducts such as oil, flour, other products that can be made. So this happened at the Sachainchi work group. And here we see the Choba Choba practices that we cannot forget, because at the time we have a product, they will go out with their ancestral practices. They cannot defend themselves. They cannot detach themselves from this practice because it is simply their own group, their own environment, their own labor. It's part of their community. So it is part of their customs. In this case, Choa Choa means help, the Minka, what we call community work. Although in Quechua it means hair by hair, because they braid hairs in certain traditions. So and also the entwining of the hairs represents a union. So they will go out to harvest and to clean up in order to be able to harvest the product. And so all of these are ancestral practices. Here, using a basket, so we try training them. For inocuity, for absence, we have training in the lower part for HACCP, not only for field schools, but also other kinds of schools. So all of this brought about that in a process from 2005 when the information was gathered to present it to the international market, in this case, which was the European market. It ended in 2013 and 14 with clinical studies, botanical studies, trials, different sorts of studies, and Ireland accepted it with substantial equivalence to flaxseed oil. So we had several companies working there, and we continued working along those same lines because of participation from not only the national university, but the local university, the national university, and universities from abroad. We have been working on all directly via agreements. So now in 2021, we are now presenting the second dossier with toasted seed with traditional elements from a third country, and it's been accepted. We are now at the observation part, but the traditional part was already been accepted. It was very hard to obtain all the documentation, but it has been gathered in time. And we see that this product was proposed as an innocuous substance in order to enter the European market as grass. So it did. And so what is important about this is that the quality of the product must be the same at the domestic level as well as the international level. That quality was not changed. If we have it here, it must be the same product that goes out. And then Kaliwarma has also been participating, but it was stopped due to pandemic. Here we see when the United States is providing freedom for using this ingredient in different percentages, such as in gravies, oils, in different manners. And we see that this product has grown with time, and now, for instance, it has been presented for an ISO norm in Andean countries, and we're currently working on this with Colombia. It's also being presented as Codex and as through INACAL for the oil. So we see that the oil is a product that has progressed in time, and all these products have been worked with in different ways. Like Manto, Maca, Sachainchi. We've been working with Diacon, different products from biodiversity, Gamakamu, Algarobo, different products that can be employed for bio trade. Always considering that there's biopiracy, And so patent seekers are seeking a patent and they present an opposition to that patent. This is being led by Andres Valladolid, somebody who's been working with this issue for many years, and we also see that there is a link between trade and biodiversity in order to provide a platform for substantial debate between decision makers and trade professionals. Now, all of this is multidisciplinary. It is not only all farmers and agrarian engineers, pharmaceutical chemists, doctors, they all work, nutritionists, so many people who at some point we worked with, and what is most important, the facilitators. Facilitators who must be talking with the farmer, with the researcher, uh, the entrepreneur. They must go out to the field and get knowledge on traditional knowledge, customs, and at the same time they must understand conflicts existing between, even among native communities. Here we have that finally, in more than 80 years, principles of biotrade have been implemented to date with many examples of successful adoption on part of governments, companies, and communities. The principles are aligned with environment multilateral key agreements, in particular the agreement on biological diversity and the agreement on the international agreement on trade between fauna and flora species that are threatened sites, and also according to the Nagoya Protocol and the Paris Agreement on free access to genetic resources. I really think the opportunity for being able to show you a bit on what we have been working on for these many years in production, supply chains, and at the biocommerce level, this is visible now because this can be worked at a very small scale to a mid scale with a large flow, because this seen that this has repercussions in more than 80 countries and even larger countries, as Brazil is working with Natura, for instance. They're working with cosmetics and even body shops. So these are things that go out to different countries, but everything with a benefit that can be monetary and non-monetary according to what they agree among the country, region, or community that we're working at. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias a usted, doctora Diana.
Thanks so much to you, doctor, for this beautiful talk with so much information, so important when it really relates to natural resources, trade, biodiversity, and respect to nature, to the planet, and to ethnicities, right? So thank you so much. You've provided us with much information, and this is a road that each of us much know. So thank you so much for those learnings. And now, please, if you can type via the chat the remaining questions, this is a good opportunity for answering them. Here I see one. How can a patent for medicinal herbs be managed for Calama, Chile? In all cases, I believe that there are always trade agreements in the country. In any of the countries, they will have agreements, the parties, the country as well as the nation, they have their entities who will have to manage first where the product was extracted in order to have a patent. And then if that patent has been created within or outside the country, that's full research in itself regarding the geographical location, whether a native community is involved or not, whether it's collective or traditional knowledge. It's research from scratch to see how it was, and then that will have repercussions on the agreement or not, that there was or not. Now, if there was not, we have a problem of access. So every country has had, according to, let's say, the relationships within the country, for instance, that what is it that will be done under which legislation it is found, this supposed patent. Now, if it's a research issue, it is found what we research councils, national research councils. Those are who place roadblocks along the way for us to obtain a product, which in this case is a patent. If it's a patent, possibly it will have royalty services, so possibly, but that depends on the country. Thank you so much, Doctor. Now, there's another question which states the following. If pesticides are considered within regulation, within botanical products, well, we have two types of pesticide, but pesticide, when we are working at the level of pesticides, they are regulated by international norms, the chemical pesticides. They are ruled by international norms. So there is, in each country, access where the product goes has a norms according to the amount of pesticides that can be present in the final product, which is why there's much importance. I can tell you there's a case with a certain product that was, I cannot mention the name, but it was a product that was apparently organic, and it was totally organic, the product, but it turned out that I was to research the traditional use of the product, so I myself went out to the location to gather samples because we were going to perform nuclear MRI, and then we found the pesticide. So we asked, why can there be pesticide? What happens is winds had taken from an area which is not very close, but this reminded me a bit of Chernobyl, how pollution can travel distances. And so, and it was said as an example, and even in Costa Rica, I think some of the guys presented it, but it was curious because it also called my attention because the product, the component itself was a product that was, it was not, it wasn't as foreign. It was within the Andean community, but it was not from the very country. And the nicer one sold in France was very nice to look at, but it did not have the nutritional composition that we thought it had. And ours was smaller, apparently not as pleasant to the sight, but the amount of vitamins that it had was quite large. So another important factor was determining that. And so I said, I will bring it in myself. So I went out to gather the samples as to not have them contaminated. I took all precautions. I got to Lima, we took it into the university to perform the residence, and we found pesticide. So that's a very important issue as well because it may come up. Plants are treated differently. There are ways for treating or dealing with plays with natural components from the plants themselves as they produce certain allopathic elements that may help us. Anti-nutrients come in here, anti-nutrients which are made because the plant is defending itself from insects. So these anti-nutrients also must be eliminated at the time of processing the plant so that it serves as food or as medicinal plant. Because for instance, saponins, citrates, which are present, tannins, which are present in plants, all these components will form anti-nutrients and the plants will attempt to defend themselves, and at the same time, they will harm us. So at which level must they be removed or at which temperature during the production process so that you may consume them? So it is very important, the full value chain. Thank you so much. And here I found another question which says, what happens with those vegetable species which are in danger of extinction, but which have curative and cosmetic properties? Is this allowed? Well, I think that it also depends. We see that there are plants currently in the process of extinction, and we have our red books for that. But we also know that there are reforestation processes. So, for instance, in the north, we have Santo in an area with people with AIDS, which had made groups using this, and they were using a rubbing made from this plant from an UNDP project. They brought in somebody from Cusco, an expert in extracting the essential oil. This person showed how to extract the essential oil from Palo Santo. And they made their rubbing, their ointment. And so at the same time, the reforestation process happened at the same time, which does not mean that we'll get huge quantities. These are small amounts that could be used and that could be reforestated. And also at the time of extracting, if it should be from the root or perhaps simply the leaves can be used, but not the root. So I will place my small tree, it starts growing, my sapling and extract the leaves, but it will continue to reproduce itself. So there are many ways to go about it. Thank you so much, doctor. And the last question, because time is present, we have the active pause in our last panel, which is the fifth one before closure. So the question reads, what indigenous peoples in Peru have benefited from biotrade of cat's claw? Well, in the case of cat's claw, this has been a time when biotrade was still incipient in the country, which was quite dealt with the INIA, the Institute of Amazonic Research. It was quite, they got involved because there was quite large swaths of deforested areas. And this was not seen before. So in the case of Sachainchi, 6 are working in Shanantina and the Lamas area. So those 6 are being benefited, those 6 populations. So now in Iquitos, for instance, based on cat's claw, sangre de gado, and all of that deforestation, they have now picked up on native knowledge. They have recorded it now, so they can now see for this to happen no more. And their areas have been, all the information on native knowledge has been gathered. There are areas in the COPI, which is the National Institute of Intellectual Property, which gathers information. But yes, in the beginning, the issue is predation. When a person sees a product that can be beneficial somehow, they will simply uproot it. And they don't even know what they're selling because perhaps they're selling one or the other and there were 2 types of the same things, the same plant. So that's the problem. Little by little, get to those locations and start reforesting and improving it. Of course, the conditions will no longer be the same. So we must also make this visible, but we must try to gather all that information at the same time as intellectual property is being recorded. Exactly, and how important that is, being able to inform the population and citizenship so that exploitation of resources is not just for money, but they must know exactly what they're doing and what will be beneficial, and what can keep the ecosystem running. So thank you so much, Dr. Diana. It's been a great pleasure having you in this summit with all of your knowledge. Thank you so much. We hope that you can still be with us. We still have our 5th panel coming up and then closure, but before that, we have an active pause with Sebastian and Franco. So you're all cordially invited to our active pause. And these are very important when we are for many hours in front of a computer. And remember that after this active pause, we have our last panel and then closure. So we hope you remain with us. A warm hug,
Thank
doctor.
you and good
Thank you
afternoon.
so much.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Sebastián Danfranco.
Hi, my name is Sebastian Franco. I'm a yoga professor and meditation, and I'm a part of the ASHUS organization or association, which is Association of Certified Yoga. And right now I'm in the 2nd World Summit for Traditional and Complementary Medicine towards an Integrative Medicine. In this opportunity, I bring to you a meditation that we'll be doing. So without any further ado, we'll close our eyes and we'll get into a comfortable position. Our comfortable position is individual of each and one of you. Look for your own position. The important thing here is for you to keep your back straight, relax shoulders, your mouth, your tongue completely relaxed, relax legs. And I want you to start drawing all your attention to breathing. Once you are one with your body, will you place your body in a comfortable position with no or nothing to bother you? You can now carry all your attention to breathing. And in that attention to breathing, you'll perceive and you feel how the air comes in through your nostrils. You perceive and feel how air comes out of your nostrils. Keep focus and complete attention and awareness on your breathing. We can see that if we see that our respiration is agitated, relax it and carry on, being completely aware of your own breathing. And once you are aware of your breathing, of the air, how it comes in and how it comes out of your body, I want you to be aware of your abdomen. And I want you to take all your attention to the abdomen region of your body. Now, when you inhale, your abdomen is going to expand, and then it will contract slowly towards the inside, like taking your belly button towards your spine. You'll inhale, your abdomen is going to expand. You'll exhale, your abdomen is going to contract. Try to do it in a soft manner, not hurrying, joining motion of your abdomen with your breathing. You'll let your breathing guide motion. Let your breathing expand your abdomen, and when you exhale, make it so it can contract your abdomen. That way, we'll be massaging all of the internal organs, expanding the abdomen, contracting the abdomen with our diaphragm's motion, expanding and contracting. Expanding and contracting with each inhale and in every exhale. Relax shoulders. And as you're breathing, you raise awareness of your body. If you feel any tension, relax it. As you relax your body, breathing becomes softer and it becomes deeper. Keep on observing breathing in your abdomen, how it expands and contracts.
Y si eres consciente,
and if you are aware, if you raise awareness that your mind goes to a different place, if you observe that your mind went somewhere else to a different time, just raise and gain awareness of it. Just think about your mind being in some place else, somewhere else, and bring it back to the present time. And how do we bring it back? By placing all of our attention only in our breathing. Breathing will always bring us back to our present time. And when we connect with our present time, our mind relaxes and it calms down. That's what we're going to look for in this meditation. To calm, to relax, to release, and to fill our mind with energy. Keep on breathing through your nose. Keep expanding your abdomen every time you inhale. And keep on contracting your abdomen every time you exhale. And as you feel more comfortable, you can increase your inhaling increasing your exhaling. We're going to remember that when we inhale, the body fills with energy. And when we exhale, the body relaxes completely. In every inhale, our body fills and feels more and more with energy. Every time we exhale, our body relaxes even more and more and more. Regain awareness of your body, and if there's tension, relax it. Enjoy your respiration. Enjoy air as it is, as it comes in, as it comes out. Raise awareness that your body is filling with energy. It's getting cleaner, it's getting purified with every respiration.
Mantén tu columna vertebral en una
Keep your spine in a straight position so all of your energy can flow and circulate freely throughout your body. Observe your own mind. Observe your respiration. Observe your own body. And gain awareness that respiration will connect your body with your mind. And as you relax your respiration, you will relax your mind. And as mind relaxes, your body will relax more, more, more.
Cuando te sientas cómoda, cómodo, vas a inhalar
Once
profundo.
you feel comfortable, you'll inhale deeply through your nose, regular respiration with no effort, but deep. And you'll exhale slowly, slowly through your nostrils. Once again, you inhale deeply through your nose, fill your lungs with air, with energy, and exhale slowly, slowly. All of the air, relaxing your body. One final deep inhale. And one last long and relaxed exhale. Normal respiration. Effortless breathing. Soft breathing.
Ahora quiero que inhales con una gran sonrisa en el rostro.
Now I want you to inhale with a big smile on your face. Inhale deeply with a big smile. And exhale deep and long with another big smile. And once you feel ready, slowly, you can go back and reopen your eyes. Slowly. Take your time. Once you feel ready, prepared, you can go back and reopen your eyes slowly. Really good. You can interlink your fingers, stretch your arms, going upwards, inhale deeply, and relax your arms. I hope that you all liked it. I hope you're relaxed. And I hope that you regain awareness of your breathing. I send you all the blessings and have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good
Continuamos.
afternoon, and I will continue the Second World Summit. And right now, to restart our fifth and last panel. This fifth and last panel will have to do with the experiences of implementing the use of herbal products. We are going to start this session sharing experiences of the use of medicinal plants and in the care of health. And for this, we have three specialists, three experts
Acompañar con sus experiencias.
that are going to join us with their experiences. And to start with, we'll open the mic for Dr. Clemens Fortes. Dr. Clemens Fortes is a professor from Alagoas University from Brazil. He completed high school in the United States of America at the Marshall High School from Michigan. Then he graduated in agricultural engineering from the Federal University of Paraíba, completed a master in agronomy, production of vegetables specifically from the Federal University of Alagoas. And he obtained a PhD in plant protection from the Federal University of Alagoas. He's an agronomist, coordinator of the medicinal plants and herbal medicine sector at the Center of Agricultural Sciences at Federal University of Alagoas, and a professor of the cultivation of medicinal plants and herbal medicines discipline in the courses of agronomic engineering and agroecology. He's a professor also in the discipline of botany applied to pharmacy in the pharmacy course at the University Center CESMAC. He has a postgraduate degree in biodynamic biological agriculture. He has worked in the plant and genetic improvement of weed control, cattle, and sheep farming. We have a pleasure of having him, Dr. Clemens Fortes, in this second summit, joining us with the experience of live pharmacists in Brazil. Please, Dr. Fortes, you have the mic to share your experience. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Primeiramente, eu gostaria de agradecer esse convite para esse evento tão maravilhoso que está se realizando e dizer que é uma satisfação muito grande, novamente, estar fazendo parte desse convívio internacional com plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos. Essa palestra que a gente vai apresentar é uma palestra muito, mas muito simples, que é da maneira com que eu lido com a produção de plantas medicinais. É uma maneira assim bem descomplicada, muito simples, de como é que a gente deve plantar, de como a gente deve conduzir para iniciar uma horta de plantas medicinais. Tá? Isso na qualidade de gestor público. Nós, como gestores públicos, temos essa missão de implementar as hortas de plantas medicinais. Então, de uma maneira bem simples, a gente vai apresentar, alertando a todos os senhores quais são os cuidados. Basicamente, seria um conselho, né? Não seria uma palestra, seria um conselho diante da experiência que nós obtivemos através desses anos de experiência de como é que a gente deve montar e os cuidados que a gente deve ter ao montar uma horta de plantas medicinais. Agora vamos... Eu gostaria do compartilhamento. Não estou conseguindo passar. Demora quando a gente aperta para ele passar. Passou primeiro.
No tengo claro, a ver qué puede estar sucediendo. Usted está... No le resulta pasar la diapositiva, ¿eso
Pronto,
es?
tá ok. Então tá bom. Ok, então esse é o título da nossa apresentação, que é Condições para a implementação de farmácias vivas na área da saúde humana. Basicamente, nós vamos apresentar isso daí, é a experiência que nós temos junto às comunidades que nós temos aqui no nosso estado de Alagoas, tá? Onde eu desenvolvo as minhas atividades. Então, gostaria de dizer, primeiramente, que nós temos 2 tipos de gestão de hortas de plantas medicinais, né? Ou seja, ela pode ser extrativa, né, de uma maneira bem simples, bem natural, e pode ser cultivada, né? Ambas têm a sua função de produzir plantas medicinais. O extrativismo, ou seja, a parte selvagem, né, que a gente vai lidar diretamente com a mata, ela tem suas vantagens e desvantagens, né? A primeira vantagem, e que seria uma vantagem e desvantagem, seria a criação de reservas, que é espetacular a criação de reservas, mas isso aí requer, normalmente, muitos recursos para poder você fazer a criação de uma reserva dessa. Então, fica assim a critério de quem vai criar. Ela necessita de muito mais mão de obra, por causa das distâncias, né? É muito grande, as espécies vegetais são dispersas para poder você fazer a captação daquilo que você quer fazer para tornar um fitoterápico, né? E ela tem uma maior diversidade de espécies, né? Numa unidade muito grande, né? É um pouco, assim, digamos assim, confuso para a gente entender isso daí, porque a gente tem uma maior quantidade de espécies também vegetais por unidade de área numa horta cultivada, né? Então, numa horta cultivada, quando ficou ali, assim, que eu gostaria de esclarecer novamente, numa horta cultivada você consegue ter uma maior concentração de espécies vegetais por unidade de área, tá? Mas, naturalmente, você consegue uma quantidade maior para as áreas nativas, né? As áreas nativas você consegue uma quantidade imensa, né? Até das plantas que ainda não foram catalogadas, tá? Então, numa horta cultivada, né? Nós temos, basicamente, para efeito didático, nós temos 3 tipos. Que tipo de horta você quer implementar? Né? Porque tudo isso faz parte de um planejamento. Antes de você instalar a sua horta, né, sem ser uma coisa planejada, você tem que parar para pensar, juntar as pessoas que querem participar disso daí, as pessoas que têm boa vontade, e vão definir, primeiramente, esses 3 aspectos. Que horta nós vamos montar? Vamos montar uma horta caseira para o consumo da família, um parente próximo, coisa parecida, bem pequenininha, tá? Ou você vai montar uma horta para uma comunidade. Essa comunidade trabalharia junto, tá? Obteria os recursos juntos e os frutos também juntos, sem nenhuma atividade lucrativa normalmente, tá? E a atividade comercial, que a atividade comercial pode ser juntamente com essa de comunidade, porque às vezes a comunidade resolve, porque já foi atendida na quantidade de plantas e resolve comercializar. Então, normalmente, a comercial é uma horta grande que requer muitos recursos para poder você instalar ela, tá? Então, as vantagens e desvantagens de uma horta cultivada, né, é porque, como desvantagem, ela tem muito mais mão de obra, né? Então, você está concentrado aqueles trabalhos, e esses trabalhos aí, nessa concentração, ele requer muito mais pessoas, tá? Mas também na horta que não é cultivada, você também precisa de muita mão de obra, por causa da distância, né? Por causa do transporte. A área, como vantagem, ela tem uma área muito pequena, né? Quando você tem uma área de, por exemplo, 1.000 metros quadrados, você pode concentrar 60, 70, 80 espécies diferentes em pequenas produções, tá? Essas pequenas produções seriam apenas de efeito demonstrativo ou de efeito de multiplicação para uma possível maior multiplicação. Você tem uma maior diversidade de espécies por área, uma produção normalmente é maior e mais constante, né? A produção é maior, por quê? Porque você está ali muito próximo, você tem um canteiro ao lado do outro, que você pode escolher as suas espécies e ter aquela produção constante, né? O acesso muito mais fácil, a horta cultivada está do seu lado, você instala ela onde você quer, logicamente no local que pode, né? Fica muito próxima da onde você vai fazer o melhoramento, o beneficiamento dessas plantas, tá? Então, isso daí é uma vantagem muito grande. Você vai instalar ela onde você tem proximidade, tá? esse faz parte do planejamento, é exatamente isso, para você evitar transporte, que é extremamente caro, para evitar a maior quantidade de pessoas para se locomover e para buscar essas plantas, tá? Mas como uma grande desvantagem, a gente tem aí que é a incidência de pragas e enfermidades. A partir do momento que você concentra, né, passa a ser, muitas vezes, monocultura de uma determinada planta medicinal, essa monocultura, ela incide em muitas pragas e muitas doenças, né? Aí isso requer uma mão de obra mais especializada, controles com caudas orgânicas, porque você não pode usar produtos químicos em horta de plantas medicinais, e daí fica mais caro, onera a sua horta, onera as suas plantas, né? E, consequentemente, vai onerar aí o fitoterápico. Seria bem interessante, antes de se formular, antes de fazer a horta de plantas medicinais, que essa equipe fosse ver no seu município, no seu estado e no seu país toda a legislação pertinente, toda aquela legislação concernente a plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos. Tá? Porque, de repente, você vai plantar uma planta medicinal, como aqui no caso do Brasil, você só tem apenas 72 plantas medicinais, né, que podem ser utilizadas oficialmente, quando o Brasil tem mais de 200 mil espécies de plantas e apenas 72 têm autorização oficial para que você faça esses plantios e você faça o uso de fitoterápico. Então, é uma coisa assim que é para se pensar antes de se fazer. Tá? Então, você tem que olhar com bastante atenção a legislação municipal, estadual e federal. Tá? Bom, outro ponto, os pontos de início, né, considerados muito importantes para você montar uma horta, é o amor pela causa, paciência e recursos financeiros. Né? Por que amor pela causa? Porque você vai encontrar muitas dificuldades, de toda sorte de dificuldade, você vai fechando as portas, as pessoas fecham as portas, os órgãos governamentais fecham a porta porque não têm conhecimento, não querem que se plante e nem se instale horta de planta medicinal. Para isso tem que ter muita perseverança, né? E saber que você tem que quebrar paradigmas, né? Tem que quebrar paradigmas porque nós estamos em outro tempo e nós queremos que cada vez mais as plantas medicinais e os fitoterápicos estejam nos nossos lares, né? Faça parte dos nossos hospitais também, e que tenha uma coisa assim muito mais consciente, né? Seja mais aberta a cabeça das pessoas para que isso entre numa condição bem melhor de aceitação. Tá? No requisito paciência, porque a gente sabe que a recepção, tá? E a maneira como isso daí é devolvido, a aceitação do uso de planta medicinal e fitoterápica é muito lenta mesmo. Tá? Então, a gente tem que trabalhar incansavelmente junto às comunidades, né? Para que essas comunidades forcem as prefeituras, os estados e os países dessa maneira, para que haja uma implementação mais eficiente, né? E a falta de interesse por inúmeras pessoas, né? O pessoal da área de saúde tem, muitas vezes, não tem, por conta de conhecimento, creio eu, né? Não tem tanto interesse, não só da planta medicinal, também nos fitoterápicos, né? E também tem uma falta de política governamental que seja contundente, que realmente seja eficaz para poder a gente ter um resultado melhor sobre isso. Não é você lançar um programa nacional de plantas medicinais e fitoterápicas e você não dá o apoio devido, né? A gente sabe que precisa muito mais força, muito mais determinação política para que isso dê um processo de continuidade. E os recursos financeiros, que, lógico, é de extrema importância, porque isso requer mão de obra, para você fazer treinamentos, para você plantar, fazer os plantios de plantas medicinais, fazer demonstrações, né? as máquinas, os equipamentos, né, que muitas vezes são caros, dependendo do tipo de fitoterápico que você vai utilizar, que você quer extrair da planta, né? Então, tem equipamentos caríssimos, né? E a quantidade, principalmente a quantidade que você vai querer usar, que aí vai ter uma demanda muito grande por equipamento e mão de obra, né? E instalações também. Então, as instalações são instalações que normalmente são controladas pelos órgãos de fiscalização do setor de saúde e são bastante exigentes, com certeza, né? E são muito caros, né? Para você montar uma horta de planta medicinal, a gente avalia que 3 requisitos são extremamente importantes para que sejam feitos antes da instalação, tá? Você escolhe uma determinada área e você vai analisar essa água, vai analisar o solo e também o meio ambiente. E a água seria a reatividade desses componentes químicos que você tem após a análise que você detecta, e você tem que ver a viabilidade do uso dessa água, que pode ser diversos usos, pode ser de lago, lagoa, pode ser de poços, né? Água de serventia pública, que é muito mais caro, tá? E a propriedade física e química do solo também, você vai ter que analisar para saber que a qualidade da água depende também do solo, o clima em si, que vai influenciar, tá? E o manejo de irrigação que você vai porventura, utilizar nessa horta de plantas medicinais. O solo, né? É extremamente importante você fazer também a análise do solo antes de você fazer o plantio, para você analisar o conteúdo de matéria orgânica, para daí você fazer todos os processos de fertilização, capacidade de troca de cátions, né? Intercâmbio catiônico, né? Depois a fertilidade, correção de solo e pH, né? São os fatores que você tem que analisar do solo para que haja um desenvolvimento sustentável das suas plantas medicinais. Granulometria e a drenagem também desse solo são pontos fundamentais que devem ser analisados, tá? E o meio ambiente, que envolve aquelas qualidades da água que foram mencionadas, o solo também, e a qualidade do ar que você vai, do local onde você vai instalar, né? Os impactos ambientais que vão causar o sistema de irrigação que você vai utilizar e também a proximidade das atividades contaminantes, tá? Então, se você tiver indústrias poluentes, você não pode instalar uma horta de plantas medicinais, mesmo que você coloque uma proteção, mas isso daí torna-se inviável financeiramente, tá? Outro aspecto relevante é o tamanho da área, né? Para se calcular o tamanho da área que a gente deve utilizar, eu formulei uma equação pequena, muito simples, que é o delta fortes, para a gente estimar a área contaminada, onde você tem o consumo de medicamentos, que pode ser somente de uma maneira genérica, se não tiver diferenciação nenhuma, para o consumo entre crianças e adolescentes e consumo de adulto. Então, aplica-se essa forma de uma maneira bem simples, sabendo-se, logicamente, com antecedência, o conteúdo do metabólico secundário que você deseja extrair da planta e a quantidade de matéria seca que essa planta produz naquela determinada área. Fez isso, é só substituição na fórmula e você consegue estimar a área que você precisa numa hipótese de uma determinada faixa da população, digamos, faixa de um determinado percentual da população que supostamente iria adoecer, ok? Os outros aspectos agrícolas, né? Que é a seleção de área que você vai ter que fazer, né? A escolha da espécie botânica, que é extremamente importante, senão você vai trabalhar com uma planta que não tem o fitoterápico que você quer, o metabólico secundário, né? O aspecto da colheita, né? Que é extremamente importante também. A colheita vai determinar se você vai conservar ou não o metabólico secundário, se você vai poder fazer ou não o seu fitoterápico, a depender dessa colheita, porque a depender da colheita é a parte do vegetal que vai dizer a quantidade que você tem de metabólico secundário, não só a parte do vegetal, mas também a hora de colher, e todos os aspectos que envolvem a colheita, né? Todos os aspectos que influenciam na formação e na fabricação de metabólicos secundários da planta, né? E Por conseguinte, vem o processamento e o armazenamento. Então, processamento e armazenamento também diríamos que faria ainda na parte final do setor agrícola, né? Para até você entregar na dispensação para os farmacêuticos, né? Para o setor da saúde. Então, o processamento é extremamente importante, onde você vai escolher aquelas partes que serão levadas ou não para o processo de beneficiamento, né? E o armazenamento, que é extremamente importante para o aspecto da conservação dos fitoterápicos. Por último, né, essa conversa que nós tivemos aqui, né, esse pequeno, digamos assim, um pequeno conselho de algumas considerações que devem ser levadas, eu diria como os dos mais importantes seria a inserção curricular de plantas medicinais e fitoterápicos desde a idade mais tenra. Em todas as áreas que nós conseguimos fazer o plantio de hortas medicinais, nós fazemos em colégios das mais tenras idades para os alunos. Por quê? Porque é nessa idade que se consegue, poderíamos até dizer, doutrinar as crianças nesse viés que existe da planta medicinal e do fitoterápico. Então, se a criança começa desde uma idade cedo, aprender que existe planta medicinal, que ela pode utilizar a planta medicinal, que a planta medicinal pode atenuar, pode curar, né, um determinado mal, que é fácil, não tem muita dificuldade em você cultivar uma planta medicinal, de você conservar uma planta medicinal, você colher para si, você colher para um vizinho, um parente, você distribuir mudas de plantas medicinais para outras comunidades, principalmente as comunidades mais carentes, né, que, por vezes, não têm recurso suficiente para comprar um medicamento e fica naquela sofridão, né? Sem ter como tomar um medicamento. Então, o uso de plantas medicinais deve ser incentivado dessa maneira a partir do colégio. Tá? Então, a partir da idade mais tenra, esse é um conselho que eu dou como de mais importante, a gente, em todos os cursos, fazer com que isso chegue na população como um todo. Tá? Era isso que eu tinha para apresentar para vocês e agradeço aí a oportunidade. Estamos ao dispor de vocês.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Clemens, muchísimas gracias. Muy interesante lo que acabamos de escuchar. Muchísimas gracias por compartirnos también esta experiencia.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clemens, for this experience. We'll carry on in this panel. Thank you very much, Doctor. We'll continue in this panel by listening to the experiences from Dr. Juan Camilo Botero on the use of bisphenols in anthroposophic medicine. Dr. Botero is an expert oncologist in integrative medication of Spain. He is a licensed doctor of surgery of the Caldas University in Colombia. Since 98 and the 80, he's worked at the Palo Hospital and received the specialization in oncology from Sao Paulo of Barcelona from the Autonomous Barcelona University. He's a medical doctor from oncology or integrative medicine from interdisciplinary work of oncology, psycho-oncology, in artistic therapy, and anthroposophic medicine. From the Girona University and the Catalunya University from Barcelona. He's also a consultant for the medicine and regulation of non-conventional medicine from the Catalunya government. From Barcelona, medical consultant since 2015 as up to date in conferences from the application of bisphenols in oncology in the CUM, specifically in St. Petersburg. Also, he was a master teacher in the University at the Distance and United States from Spain and the University of Barcelona, author of 2 books of spreading of the dissemination of information of integrative medicine in 2013 and a professor from the Institute for the Training of Anthroposophic Doctors in Spain. With this and with this brief introduction, we'll now hear his experiences in the use of Viscon album in anthroposophic medicine in behalf of Dr. Juan Camilo Botero. Up next, now, we can have Dr. Botero now.
Buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos los asistentes presenciales y virtuales de esta segunda cumbre.
Good morning to all the assistants of this second summit of Traditional Medicine, Complementary and Integrative, organized by the Department of Health of Peruvian government, for whom I'm already really thankful for. I'm Dr. Juan Camilo Botero, a specialist in anthroposophic medicine. Currently, I develop the activity from Barcelona and Catalonia. Let me introduce to the convergence of paradigms 100 years after.
Paradigma de la inmunoncología y el Viscun, y el contexto histórico y científico de Rudolf Steiner, quien en 1917 postuló el uso
In 1917, used the Viscon album in the treatment of the oncologic patient. Currently, the Viscum is the most investigated plant, and we call them mistletoe, with scientific work of 130
studies, controlled, prospective, and randomized a total of 25, which grouped more than 5,000 patients with 16 types of different tumors, are focused 17 on survival studies, 2 on disease-free interval, 4 in tumor remission, 4 in quality of life, and the remaining in better tolerance to chemo and radiotherapies. In the Cochrane Review 2008 on mistletoe, we have 21 randomized clinical trial, a total of 80 clinical studies. The use of mistletoe is highlighted in order to improve quality of life and tolerance of patients to radiotherapy. In a PubMed query to date, concentration of from 2008 up to 2021, we find a total of 696 scientific publications. In a search on clinical trials to date, there are recorded 19 studies and clinical trials with mistletoe with different applications, which are intravesical, intrapleural, intravenous, topical, and intratumoral. Clinical trials in the period free of disease, and pharmacokinetic studies as well. The most important study performed to date is phase 1 in the Johns Hopkins with the idea of generating a phase 2 and phase 3 study as prerequisite for recording FDA registration. This study has just finished and its publication is pending. It has been performed on oncology patients advanced with solid tumors. 2 phases were done. First, in dose escalating trial with 2 lines. The first one with patients receiving 3 times a week 500 milligrams of mistletoe IV, and the second line received 1,000 milligrams mistletoe, and the third line 1,500 milligrams IV of mistletoe 3 times a week, with the intent of obtaining the maximum tolerable dose. In the second phase of expansion, preliminary results were obtained regarding the efficiency of mistletoe in control and remission for these patients with solid advanced tumors. Its publication is pending, and we are now recruiting and performing logistics for performing phase 2. Oncologically relevant effects of Viscum album after in vitro, in vivo, and clinical studies could be published with these parameters, and my vision of tumoral growth by cytotoxicity, neurogenesis tumors, and the increase of lymphocytes infiltrating to the tumor. The application of mistletoe generates hot immunity, inflammatory and peritumoral immunity. A second point is immunologic and systemic modulation of the tumoral micro environment, making it adverse to the development of the tumor, providing innate and acquired immunity, the activation of dendrite cells, and the liberation of cytokines. It also provides protection of DNA and cytoprotection of healthy cells in the surrounding area and improves the quality of life for the patient. 4 products currently are the ones being commercialized. All 4 differ between themselves according to their fabrication process, the way for connection and the harvested parts of the plant, the extraction methods, and the standardization of the fabrication process. All of this generates profiles which are quite differentiated between one and the other product. For instance, stability of mistletoe helixor is at 30 degrees centigrade. Meanwhile, Abnova and Iscador require a cold chain for its preservation. The pharmacological presentation in milligrams is also quite individual to each product in a way that there is no biocompatibility.
Por ejemplo, 10 miligramos de Elixir no son equivalentes a 10 miligramos de Abnova Viscum ni a 10 miligramos de Iscador. Está registrado en países de alta
It is recorded in countries of high pharmacovigilance, for instance, Germany, Austria, Korea, Switzerland. In Germany, there is a specific record entitled Anthroposophic Medicine, by which it is recorded as an anthroposophic medicine for treatment of oncology patients. In Switzerland, Austria, and Switzerland, it is recorded and well-established use. The complexity of the product, its complex ingredients, and the pharmaceutical form as an injectable, and also by being a biomolecule which is not patentable, makes financing difficult for studies since they are not profitable. Challenges to the future to have evidence on safety and efficiency of integration with new oncology therapies, immunotherapy, CAR cells, genic therapies, and nanothermia, seeking financing for phase 3 studies with significant populational samples, and the realization of pharmacoeconomical studies which show the impact on public and private healthcare systems by improving the quality of life of the oncology patient, and tolerance to oncology treatments, diminishing the complications and hospital admissions during the active phases of treatment. We are now going to look to immuno-oncology, current immuno-oncology for Viscum. The immunological paradigm was inaugurated in 1891 by Dr. Coley, inducing fever in advanced oncology patients which cannot be subject to surgery. He is currently considered the father of immunology. Dr. Coley injected specifically intratumorally Streptococcus epidermidis, which produced a very common skin disease characterized by fever that persists for 3 to 4 weeks. These patients, documented as 400, had great responses from the tumoral mass, and many of them full remissions. Mr. Solar, who was famous, had an 8-year remission after this intervention. In 1917, Dr. Ida Wegman founded the first oncology clinic, Integrative Oncology Clinic, focusing on the use of Viscum album in the oncological patient, with the aim of resuming thermic induction, but in a non-specific but sustained manner in time, as to revert the hypothermic condition of the oncology patient, and also supporting systemic salutogenetic processes in the oncological patient. Now let's consider that tumoral treatments at that time were conceived locally or regionally through surgery and radium implants. Many years passed in silence without listening by this underground current from this whole immunological paradigm. Dr. Coley's paradigm dissolved with the antibiotic era, and the paradigm introduced by viscomalbum treatment as a systemic non-local treatment in the oncologic payment was left behind for many years until in 2018, Dr. Allison with a Nobel Prize with immunotherapy on activating or finding the keys, the molecular keys of tumoral occultation to the immunological system. This way, the immunological system discovered in its own process the neoplastic cells and destroyed them in a very strong manner. The clinical studies performed under this new therapy have achieved full reductions and significant ones sustained in time, more than 5 years, in metastatic malign melanoma in very advanced states, by which an era ends, which was characterized in the 20th century since the discovery of chemotherapy, which brought about a paradigm which was to destroy the tumor cells, to destroy malignancy with a maximum dose tolerated by the patient of polychemotherapy. This ruined drastically the immune system, but this was not being considered. It was not being considered important under this model since it was being postulated, this dogma that cancer is a strictly genetic disease. The destruction of tumor cells was the only way to reach healing. Since 2011, under this model of immuno-oncology, this reverted the whole paradigm of malignancy, and it's focused in empowering all immunological forces in the patient and immunity so that the very immune system of the patient is tasked in recognizing, attacking, and destroying all neoplastic transformations that there may be within its oncological process. Now, this treatment and this paradigm was or is ingrained in the concept of immunoaddition in 2006, which was developed experimentally by Schreiber. He demonstrated the oncogenesis process in the following manner. There are 3 phases to it. The 3 E's, the elimination phase, by which the immune system is active, vigilant, and is able to detect and destroy any cell in neoplastic transformation. Then there is an equilibrium phase, by which this immune system loses activity. It is more hyporeactive, a terrain which is then occupied by the development of a trend to neoplastic transformation of the tumor. In this phase, there is no detectable tumor yet. The conditions are being prepared. So this is the precancerous stage. Then the patient reaches the escape phase, where the immune system ends up being non-reactive, which allows the emergence and transformation of neoplasticity and the emergence of the first focus of tumor within the organism. This is the oncogenesis process. Currently, it is considered that this process can happen in a term from 5 to 15 years, by which when there's diagnostics from the patient, they're in the escape phase with a totally deteriorated immune system with a therapeutic storm which is significant, which ends making their immune system a desert and allowing then a reactivation of the tumor. And to the measure that there are more lines of treatment, there will be more destruction of the immune system. This process was totally reverted by the paradigm of immunotherapy, which does not occupy itself in destroying the tumor mass, but in boosting the tumor system so that the patient may eliminate or may get from the escape phase toward the equilibrium phase and finally or ideally toward an elimination stage, where remission is consolidated for the tumor in time. This is a process which was achieved surely via 4 doses of immunotherapy once per week in patients with malignant advanced melanoma, achieving full remission after 1 year and sustained in time, documented with a survival of 5 years. Viscum therapy, since 1917, finds under this model its conceptual and fundamental support in order to understand how, by the systemic route, there can be activation of the immune system as a central pillar in oncology treatment. Only that in 1917, immunology was quite precarious. So starting from 2006 and the beginning of the 21st century, when there's extraordinary development in knowledge of interactions among lymphocytes and the micro environment around this tumor and the tumor tissue itself. Lastly, we will discuss the scientific context in that Steiner dealt with in 1917. Rudolf Steiner proposed the use of mistletoe in oncology treatment. So let's look at the history. There's from the transition from the 18th century to the beginning of the 19th, we have the end of the illustration with important figures in science, such as Linnaeus as a representative figure who configured the line of externalism, who conceived the organism as a mechanical assembly of parts and which had a passive response to the environment. This was important to biology under a microscopic perspective centered on the minute. As research tools came up and there was pixelation from the cellular to the molecular, which allowed development of pathology to our molecular biology and important advancements along these lines. The organic world for externalism are mechanical laws. Then internalism comes as a response to the previous one, conceiving that the organism is only definable as a relationship of the whole with its own parts. And it's also important not only the microscopic, but also to understand the language of the macroscopic, the form, the organizational plan. And this gives way toward the 20th century, toward the development of chaotic systems, fractal geometry, and of complexity and agency. Now, Rudolf Steiner in 1917 develops the foundation of anthroposophic medicine. And so he tends to reconstruct the image of human beings and their macro relations, not only in minute aspects, but also in more complex relations in form, function, and cell. How in the organism, in macroscopic aspect, there are 2 basic configuring forces. The forces of the principle of form, which are descending, and the cellular forces, which are ascending. These are the occupying forces of space. Meanwhile, these cellulars occupy space. A tumor would be the occupation of the space and the lack of the activity of these forces that vacate space. Therefore, this thinking from Steiner develops the concept of physiopathology, that disease is a physiological process in the wrong place. There are physiological processes of pulses and physiological processes of inflammation, which are necessary at the proper intensity for health. But each of these elements tends to hypertrophiate, generating a pathology at the inflammatory pole as the sclerotical one. So salutogenesis is the impulse from the limbic system in order to control and ongoingly balance. We have this concept very important of salutogenesis and pathogenesis. Not only is anthroposophic medicine about dealing with the disease or treating the disease, but empowering and boosting health. So that when used according to current conception, we can say that the level of the form and complexity and the feet are elements in the supramolecular dimension, in the emergence of the supramolecular, which are not a direct result of the molecular or cellular level, but they are an emergent level in living organisms and especially in human beings. And the interaction among these two levels is that which allows the relationship among form, function, and cell or molecularity. So a new field is opened in the perception of disease and health. So we now see that viscomalbum since 1917 is a complementary treatment and ideal in immuno-oncology in the 21st century because it helps migrating the patient from the escape phase toward the elimination phase. This is the mission of viscomalbum in the oncology patient: recover their systemic condition, their health condition. And today we know via immunovision that this is a regression of phases from the escape phase toward equilibrium, which is the precancerous stage, and from the equilibrium stage to the elimination stage. This elimination stage is characterized by reactivity of the immune system, which is manifest via fever and resolutive inflammation. Meanwhile, the immune system is hyporeactive in the equilibrium phase, considering the terrain phase of precancer, and it is totally reactive in the cancer phase. So it is very important how viscomalbum starts reactivating via or throughout the years, because this genetic process takes from 10 to 15 years. The regression process is proportional in order to recover the activity of a deteriorated immune system. It is very important, especially for our time, to revert the precancerous terrain, since in the next 20 years we will have 11 million patients, cancer patients, who are currently in pre-cancer stage. And so it is necessary to develop detection methods for early detection, and especially effective therapeutic tools for this phase. Viscomalbum complies with these criteria, being able to revert the precancer stage when we are able to document it more with biological markers, genetic markers, cyclic markers, and immunological ones. That's all. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. We appreciate you sharing this experience from Dr. Botero. We will now give way to our third and last panelist for this fifth panel. And now we will discuss an issue which is also being implemented here in Peru. We know that a new legislation is being implemented, which is the cannabis medicinal use legislation. And precisely to discuss the therapeutical use of cannabis, we will have Dr. Jorge Alonso. He belongs to the Latin American Society of Phytomedicine in Argentina, and we will hear the experience on the therapeutic use of cannabis. But before hearing Dr. Alonso, we will mention a brief summary of his professional trajectory. He is graduate from the University of Buenos Aires as a doctor, director of four postgraduate programs in the University of Buenos Aires in phytomedicine, phytodermatology, orthomolecular nutrition, and American Indigenous Medicine. He's director of the course Experts in Medicinal Cannabis from the Latin American Phytomedicine Society. He's president of Misio Pharma, which is the government society from the province of Misiones in Argentina for the development of medicinal cannabis. He's also president of the Latin American Society of Phytomedicine. He's assistant professor of lecture in complementary medicine in the career of medicine at the University of El Salvador in Argentina. He's director of a project for primary health care with medicinal plants in the provinces in Argentina of Misiones, Santa Fe, and Buenos Aires from 2003 to 2006. He's been developing these activities. He's also received the prize of international distinction in professional quality awarded by SEBRAPEC in Science and Technology in Brazil in the year 2012. He has also received an honor diploma from the Senate of the Argentine nation for the presentation dialogue of knowledges in the framework of interculturality, and this also in 2012. Also received an accolade of Distinguished Citizen in 2018, awarded by the Deliverant Council of Sucre, Bolivia, for his contribution in teaching phytomedicine in said country. He's also counselor for the project of legislation in complementary and integrative medicine in the Senate of the nation of Argentina. He's been counselor or advisor in 2020. He's also author of treatise on phytopharmacy and nutraceuticals. It's a brief summary, but quite experimental from Dr. Alonso. We will now listen to his experience on the therapeutic use of medicinal cannabis. Please proceed.
Soy el doctor Jorge Alonso.
Hello, this is Dr. Jorge Alonso. I am very glad to participate in this Second World Summit of Traditional Complementary Medicine. This is something which is really very important to continue validating everything regarding natural resources, especially in our region, and that may be developed under health policies. In this case, we will be discussing the project of medicinal plants, but fundamentally in the application of medicinal cannabis in primary healthcare attention in our country. In principle, we need to go to review history on how to incorporate this resource. In the year 2006 and 2007, there was a collective of parents called Mama Cultiva, and it continues being called so because it is still active, this collective, which fostered before authorities of the Congress in Argentina the possibility of incorporating cannabis oil in order to treat refractory epilepsy, especially the treatment of seizures of small children, which often did not have proper resolution under conventional treatment. This means that this collective looks into the possibility of organizing or performing or making medicinal oil based on cannabis plants that they often harvested in their houses or plots outside of their houses, and building home oil under instructions from abroad in order to alleviate these conditions from their children. This is how good results made for this to be discussed at Congress. And so on September 22nd in Congress, legislation 27350 legislation is approved, which authorizes therapeutic and palliative use of cannabis. In principle, this legislation begins with research for that possibility, because to that point there was no oil to apply. Therefore, it promotes research and to perform all investigations with regards to the possibility of using cannabis, not only regarding pathology and epilepsy, but this can also be expanded to other pathologies. But initially, the primordial or the main idea, since this was all subject to demands from the collective of Mama Cultiva with these children with epilepsy, so then it focused basically on that sector. Now, it is also true that behind this hazard of utilization of medicinal oil based on cannabis also brought in another debate that runs in parallel on those who also had their own crops but that make recreational use of it. Often there are certain collectives of people who make recreational use and who perhaps are looking for the protective umbrella of medicinal use as to validate their own recreational use. Therefore, there were many mobilizations based on that. And then another thing is the utilization of medicinal cannabis oil, and suddenly recreational use then was authorized, for instance, in our neighboring country of Uruguay. And then in 2007, this legislation is approved, but then there was not much more advancement after that. There was the situation remained stagnant regarding instructions so that laboratories could incorporate this product. but there was still lacking articulation of many other things. It was so that Decree 883 was approved from 2020 when there was already medical and scientific research in cannabis use, but also areas that correspond to authorizations are assigned. So this needs to be under the protective wing of the Ministry of Health. It was so that it was articulated that the Ministry of Health was the ruling body on this whole process, but also other institutions are invited to participate, which are linked to productive processes such as the INTA, the National Institute of Agrotechnology, and the participation of science and technology via the CONICET, participation in the INASE, which is the National Institute of Seeds, and the participation of public laboratories of medical production. Let's remember that in Argentina, there's a network of public laboratories beyond the private ones that also manufacture and make medicinal products. And lastly, the so-called ReproCan was created, which will be a record for production of cannabis. We will stop somewhat on this on ReproCan because it has been a sort of element or argument, a legal one, so that some growers may start incorporating into the productive process. So in this ReproCan, which will depend on the Ministry of Health, they start recording patients in order to get access to the many products derived from crops. And they can also enroll those patients who obviously have a history that can be demonstrated that indeed there's a baseline pathology. Those patients may grow their crops and make their oil, but in some cases there are patients with a pathology, but that do not have perhaps the possibility of growing, which is why ReproCan allows for there to be cooperatives working in unison with registered seeds as to be able to provide this oil to these people that require it. Medical doctors also need to enroll into this record because they are validating that whenever a patient requires this medicinal oil. Now, if you ask me, what is the pathology under which you may enroll? We'll have refractory epilepsy and we'll also have pain in all of its facets. So chronic pain, fibromyalgia, rheumatic pain, possibly also related to cancer. So all of those facets may be applicable for a doctor to include that in the medical history and for the patient to be able to request for that and for there to be growers that can provide that oil up to a certain limit or to the measure that there is public production of medicine, which means that as long as there are no products based in cannabis, from the official point of view, it will be allowed then for these collectives and these patients, these doctors that are making it possible, the possibility of obtaining this oil. Now, the people who have a pathology and want to grow their own, they have certain norms to comply with. For example, they can only grow indoor, so within their house. How many plants can they use? Between 1 and 9 so-called flowered plants. And the surface must not exceed 6 meters squared. Therefore, there is a sort of rules as to not go over these norms. And regarding transportation, there is an allowance of 1 and 430 milliliter vials, or they can also transport up to 40 grams of dry flowers. So we're seeing that this is for a real personal use. Universities will also be able to participate in these crops, as stated by ReproCan, and cannabis societies will have to group together and work with seeds, which are obviously registered in the INASE, the National Seed Institute.
Diciembre del 2020 porque la
Important what happened December 30th.
del lugar que estaba reservado a los estupefacientes.
They took out the place that cannabis had with drug administration.
Hubo una votación.
Next to LSD, cocaine, but in this case, there was a voting where
Entonces,
27
que el
votes.
cannabis deje de ser un estupefaciente para el uso medicinal. Estamos hablando de cannabis para uso medicinal. El uso recreativo va a seguir
Medicinal cannabis to be illegal. We're talking about
dentro de lo que concierne a las Naciones Unidas y a la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Bueno, el Senado,
as long as this regulation goes with the United Nations and the World Health Organization. In the Senate, there was a sanction in 2021 to the law that regulates the industrial production of cannabis and its derivatives. And beyond the medicinal use, there's an industrial use that has to do with the manufacturing of fiber for the textile industry, parts, spare parts for automotive, maybe to incorporate oil for varnishes, oil paintings, and maybe even to the cosmetic side. And we created an organism that will centralize the whole process. The organism is called ARICAME, the regulational agency for hemp and medicinal cannabis, meaning not just the medicinal, but the industrial will have to register within this regulation, and it would regulate import, export, crop, industrial production, manufacturing, commercialization, and even the purchase of the seeds. This everything will go to the supervision of ARICAME. It's interesting how this development of this industry is going and advancing through time, and you can see that according to data of the Board of Research and Regulation of Drugs from the United Nations, they saw that there was around 1.4 tons of cannabis produced per year. Then in 2010, we're talking about 9.3. In 2018, we're talking about 290 tons per year. And in 2020, around, we don't have the final numbers yet, but even though we are in 2021, but with the pandemics, everything is delayed. But there's an estimate of over 400 tons per year related with the cannabis industry. And that's how the new strains were growing in 2016. We had 300
para uso industrial y medicinal, y ya en el 2019
for medicinal cannabis, and in 2019 we had 470 different strains. And now Argentina has at this moment projects
24 provincias y también en 80
initiative
municipios.
in 22 of the 24 provinces and also in 80 new municipalities. This means that almost the total amount of the Argentinian provinces have added, they have attached to this law so they can be introduced in the manufacturing, official manufacturing of cannabis oil. A recent survey has established that 55% of Argentinians is in favor of the legalization of cannabis and marijuana with different uses. And when we talk about uses, we're talking about strictly medicinal. The estimate goes up to 87 something percent, but when this is recreational use, the number comes down dramatically to 48 or 40% are those that can be leaning towards that. So just rounding up numbers, and average it would be 55%. Well, as I was saying previously, the United Nations, by voting, have established what's the possibility for cannabis to be taken out of the drug list, and that's how you can check on the countries that voted in blue. They were in agreement for cannabis to be taken out of this list. We have really well-developed countries, everything that's concerning to Canada, US, several countries of Europe, Australia, even India, South Africa, and South America, Uruguay. That has a pretty important advance in legislation in Colombia, where the ones that said, okay, but the pink countries are the countries that they denied. There's Brazil, for example, didn't want, Peru didn't want, Cuba either. Asian countries, Chinese countries, Russia, for example. And there was an abstention like the Ukrainian case, which is in yellow. Well, now when we talk about medicinal
Entonces los productos
what's medicinal? Well, medicinal are the derivative products of the plant, but with a pharmaceutical presentation. So this means that we're going to talk about oils, drops, tablets,
el hábito
capsules, creams, for example. And of course, the smoking habit is not a medicinal. We've said that combustion that a plant suffers, or any plant, being cannabis, tobacco, or even grass, whatever plant that is smoked, will generate due to the combustion composed ingredients or elements that can be toxic. We know about the cannabinoids. We've already had a lecture previously about it. We need to know and understand that the different organs have receptors for cannabinoids. The endogenous
o el 3-acilglicerol, como también aquellos
3-acylglycerol or this that I call phytocannabinoids that are going to come from plants, specifically from cannabis plants. There's many uses that are therapeutical and have been proposed, and even from a long time ago. These are approved products based on cannabis for the therapeutical use. Yes, they are already. For example, for NSEs or chemotherapy, vomit, we have analogies of THC or like dronabinol. We have neuroprotection, dextronabinol.
con
We
HIV,
have for the stimulation
pacientes
the appetites
oncológicos,
of patients with HIV, for oncologic patients. We also have dronabinol, multiple sclerosis, and we have a combination of cannabinoids, THC, known as Sabitex, as a commercial name, and levonorgestrel, that would be the scientific name of that combination. And the refractory division, which is most spread out, that has an authorization for cannabidiol, based on one of the products that's approved as the PDLX. We have a little bit of a product with the marinol based on dronabinol, is to stimulate hunger in patients with HIV, with epileptic patients, with patients that have low oncologic immunity. With multiple sclerosis, we have side effects, which is applied
y CBD. Es un producto que no resuelve lo que es la esclerosis múltiple, los espasmos dolorosos y contracciones dolorosas. Como antiemético, acá tenemos la nabilona, producto conocido como Cesamet.
And as an antiemetic, we have the Nabilone, known as Cesatec. All of these products have been
Aprobado por la FDA para las epilepsias.
we have the approved product by the FDA for refractory epilepsy, which is for Epidiolex based in cannabidiol. What is the cannabidiol? Well, it's the heart of the medicinal use of cannabis, and we need to have certain evidence means to be able to talk about it. We have the demonstrated efficiency in refractory epilepsy, in charge and convulsive charge in adults, in glioma treatment, which is really interesting. You know, one of the neuroglioma cancers has approved the cannabidiol use, and in some other processes that also generate seizures, like Stubler-Weber syndrome, the epilepsy syndrome by fever related with encephalopathy, and then finally multiple sclerosis, out of which we've heard a lot. And we require more evidence. Yeah, different pathologies, there's evidence, but we require a greater number of it to be able to establish concretely that it can be used. We're talking about insomnia, the insomnia of their own involuntary tics, as we call them, and these tics that are repetitive actions that are known as Tourette syndrome, for example. We have medullous transplant in really good advances where we have the lesser amount of reduction in cancer. We still need evidence. We only have neuroglioma, neuroblastoma, the active and of different opioids require more evidence. The encephalopathy treatment and neonatal epiglycemic.
Hay pocos trabajos, se requiere un poquito.
Multiform blastoma, and there's a few work only, and we require more evidence. but we still need more evidence even in Parkinson's disease, schizophrenia, in addiction to tobacco. And you look at that in some cases we have suggested dosages or recommended dosages for pain. We still have
El
to use
síndrome
precisely dosages and the chromosome 10 fragile that causes delays, especially these possibilities. The CBD toxicity is really, really low. So it's important to address and to say that it's a really safe product in dosages up to 1,500 milligrams. These, we can see
mejorar
that
la
some of them have been really positive in the results because, for example, CBD can improve the performance of anti-seizure action like clobazam or like valproate, and not so much in the synergy regarding the time that you can use it, and it can generate attention or it can generate hepatopathy, which makes uh, a legislation interest. So we need to have moderated interactions. So we would need to confirm until what point we can say that we need to take him into account, or if these are only of low evidence. We have suggested dosages for pain, yes. We have established those and some criteria taking into account 30 milliliter flask of, for example, the CBD of a gram. That would be 10 milligrams. And if we take into account that in the 1,000 milligrams flask, 2 milligrams will be containing in each flask. So we need to look at a chart and the weight and the condition of the pain, according if it's a low, mild, or acute, and we will define the amount of milligrams and the amount of drops to apply. We have some interesting evidence now in regards of COVID-19, and in this case, CBD could be taken by inhalation, and it would participate in the gathering of the virus in the enzyme that has to do with protoenzyme 2, and it also alters the configuration of that same protein, which is the ACE2. The FDA approved a trial in the second phase and the third phase of cardiopathies associated to COVID-19.
condición, como evitar colapsos
Was able to improve that condition as to avoid collapses or cardiovascular collapses, myocarditis that can be produced when the patient is hospitalized with COVID. And pay attention that sometimes they say that I want to stop cancer and so on, but these are only the trials of CBD. That's why we are putting it in red. Cannabidiol is the one that's being tested in this circumstances. So it's really important to understand and to educate. I had to give a lecture in the main hall of the medicine faculty at the University of Buenos Aires to a general audience on cannabis because the schools, the classrooms still, even though that I'm a teacher, the classrooms are not habilitated or enabled to receive classes. So we needed to ask for certain permits to give these lectures to the general public, and you can see how many people were actually interested. This is really important education because we want to develop courses for the experts,
ya iniciamos
experts in cannabis for the professionals of health. So in September, we've defined another goal of these training courses because it's not worth having oil. We don't have medical training. And I'm going to let you know a little bit of what Missio Pharma is, which is the Society of the Government of the Misiones province, where I am lucky to be conducting this Missio Pharmex. That alongside Biofactory is an institution that's really important related to biotechnology or vegetable biotechnology. So it allowed us
de Misiones. En este caso,
improve the productive processes of
tenemos las primeras semillas,
we start this process.
los
We have
brotes,
the first seed. About a month ago, we started with the first spread, and we've already gotten. We know that it's been a month and the plant's already growing. We have going to have the selection of the mothers, and then we'll probably in a certain allotted time when the hot season arrives, we will be spreading out to the outdoor in our fields, and in a way we can have a productive scale for the obtaining of oils. Pharmacs, and the idea that they have is to make a standardized oils with the different levels of CBD concentration that are minimal of THC, which we are allowed at the moment by this legislation and the European GMP that can allow products that can be even exported, generating new type of labor because we require people to participate specifically in the outdoor processes to provide gratuitous, because this is our country project, and provide gratuitously oil to the sectors that cannot afford it, for those that need to receive this primary care, or for those that are in public hospitals and that require this product. As we said, we need to educate the health professionals, and we need to generate new commodities. With all of this, it is really important for the rebirth of new productive polar ends at the global level, to articulate with the private sector the possibility of researching, of developing. eh, I must then to obtain products, and with the possibility of exporting them, taking into account the regulation in each country, and taking into account also the advantage of the plant to make it a medicinal, industrial, and also in the food industry. As final remarks, and we're going to close it out by saying that anti-noxious plants, out of which many plants have been considered as forbidden, like cannabis, have been used in different ceremonies. The cannabis has a really good use in India, and this is a plant that has history behind it. So when we talk about medicinal products, we're going to have to talk about standardized products. That's really important. We need to enter the pharmacy. We need
médico para que lo
to have a medical prescription, and we need a medical specialist to prescribe it. It's not valid to have a personal use by saying, okay, no, here's my headache, so that's why I use it. It needs to be a validated use, especially uh, with the guidelines of clinical trials. We need to look for information and try to avoid for this to become political. With this, I'll close it out with this lecture, and I hope that it's been of utility, and I'm open for questions you may have. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias también, doctor.
Thank you very much also, Dr. Alonso. Really an enriching experience. Cannabis is spreading its medicinal use in different countries through the regulation that we are undertaking in different ones. And in the future, we will probably have a more massive use of this product, which is a natural product and also coming into the pharmaceutical land. Appreciating Dr. Alonso's presentation, we also heard three interesting experiences from live pharmacies, the use of mistletoe and anthroposophic use, and
Terminar con este panel.
but also before finishing this fifth panel, we have some questions for Dr. Clement Forges. I don't know if you can hear me, please. We have a question that says, if Brazil has pollution problems in the soil because of mining activity, and where do we obtain, or do they obtain resources for the processing of medicinal plants? So, Dr. Clemens, please, we will appreciate if you could answer really briefly this question of one of our participants.
Sí, 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 se le escucha bien, doctor.
Ok. O que nós teríamos dizer é o seguinte: o Brasil é um país muito grande, né? Em termos de agricultura, o Brasil é o maior país do mundo em terras agricultáveis. Então, se o Brasil tem algum problema de contaminação de solo por minerais, é isso que eu entendi? Contaminação por solos minerais? Contaminação mineral?
Si tiene problemas de contaminación del suelo por actividad minera, la contaminación mineral.
Yeah, problems by mining, pollution. Yeah, well, mineral.
Não se faz no Brasil tudo. O Brasil tem áreas restritas, né? Muito mais na região do Pará, uma parte muito pequena do Amazonas, dentro da sua imensidão, Minas Gerais, mas o resto do Brasil não tem tanta atividade mineral assim, não é nada comprometedor. Aqui no estado de Alagoas, por exemplo, nós temos uma disponibilidade de utilização de aproximadamente 150 mil hectares disponível de área que estão deixando de ter atividade da região canavieira, cana-de-açúcar. Então, só no estado de Alagoas dá para a gente abastecer praticamente o mundo todo com planta medicinal. 150 mil hectares estão disponíveis. Foi um levantamento feito entre reuniões que houve aqui, o pessoal da Universidade Federal de Alagoas, a gente teve reunião, e a gente chegou mais ou menos a esse número, só aqui no estado de Alagoas. Então, no Brasil todo, a gente tem milhões e milhões de hectares disponíveis para o plantio de plantas medicinais, que pode ser o celeiro de plantas mundiais de diversas espécies.
Puede cambiar un minuto. Yo van a llamarme para la...
Perdón. Doctor Forti, por favor, ¿podemos continuar? Parece que está viendo un...
Sim, então, o que a gente vê na possibilidade de o Brasil ser produtor de plantas medicinais, não só para o consumo interno, mas também para abastecer o mundo todo. O Brasil pode sim ter, entendeu? As zonas que tem de contaminação, eu diria que é um processo natural da extração de minerais. É o que eu vejo.
Sí, gracias, doctor. ¿De dónde se obtienen? Decía aquí también los
Thank you,
recursos.
doctor. Where do they obtain the resources for the processing as well? For cultivation and processing of medicinal plants, where do they obtain these resources from?
Sí, los recursos para el
Yeah, in
procesamiento.
Brazil, the resources for processing, for cultivation and processing of medicinal plants.
Ela está falando sobre o que acontece quando tem atividade mineradora. E essa atividade mineradora, ela pode influenciar no cultivo de plantas que são utilizadas com propósitos medicinais. Então,
Ok.
a pergunta está associada a isso especificamente.
Ah, tá, ok. Então, eu diria o seguinte, aí nessa apresentação que eu fiz, as três avaliações que nós temos obrigação de fazer antes da instalação de uma horta de planta medicinal, é você fazer a avaliação química da água, do solo e do meio ambiente. Então, notadamente, você não pode instalar uma horta de planta medicinal onde você já tem um solo contaminado, um lençol freático, os rios contaminados e o próprio ar contaminado. Então, são três requisitos fundamentais para que se instale uma horta de plantas medicinais, que você faça uma avaliação criteriosa desses elementos.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Clemens. Pasamos
Thank you very
ahora.
much, Dr. Clemens. Now, we go to the following question for Dr. Alonso.
Tengo dos preguntas que la voy a hacer
I
aquí.
have two questions that I'm going to make them here. I'm going to summarize them in one. How effective is the cannabis use for patients with muscular pain? And also, we'd like to know if the cannabis use causes dependency because of its constant consumption, of course.
Doctor Alonso, no sé si nos puede escuchar por aquí.
Com seu permiso.
Tiene que
Dr.
activar.
Alonso, are you there? You need to activate your audio, Dr. Alonso.
Eu acho que ficou sem resposta uma outra pergunta que me foi feita, não?
Muchas gracias, doctor Clemens. Sí, teníamos esas dos preguntas hechas por los participantes y ahora estamos pasando a la pregunta al doctor
Yeah, Dr.
Alonso.
Clemens, we had that question for participants, and now we're going with Dr. Alonso. Thank you very much.
No sé si me logró copiar las dos preguntas.
Dice que
I don't
ya
know if you were able. He's already with the activated audio, but it looks like a microphone's not recognized by the device. We're having technical issues. Looks like.
Usted precisa apretar en la flecha que está al lado del micrófono para configurar que esté saliendo el dispositivo que usted tiene ahí para conseguir compartir su micrófono. ¿Todavía no lo estamos escuchando? ¿Usted está por celular o está por computador? Computadora. Entonces tiene que configurar para que lo consigamos escuchar. Puede hacerlo entrando en las configuraciones de audio. Usted aprieta el micrófono, entra en configuraciones de audio y tiene que entrar donde dice micrófono y elegir el dispositivo desde el cual usted está hablando.
Bien. ¿Sí? Bárbaro. Bueno.
Okay, perfect. Cannabis is not as effective for muscular pain. It is effective though for the chronic pain, for oncologic pain, and it can also be useful for fibromyalgia and for neuropathic pain. And with the possibility of generating dependency or addiction, we're talking about always of medicinal cannabis, which is based on CBD, cannabidiol, which is not a psychoactive component, of course. The fact of smoking what we call a joint
Puede generar
that
adicción.
might generate an addiction throughout time if it's or due to the big and great THC content. Now people are manufacturing this highly content of THC cannabis, and if you smoke for 10 12 years and you smoke this type of medicine or type of cannabis with this amount, will cause a dependency. So we're talking about a medical attention with the specific components of marijuana. Thank you very much, Dr. Alonso, for sharing these experiences with us. And this is a topic that is just coming up in our local legislation, and we still have a lot of paths to undertake in use of this product of medicinal cannabis. And it's different method, being pharmaceutical or at home through oils. Thank you very much, Doctor. And thank you, Dr. Clemens Forges, for your presentation and your excellent presentations. Three of them, Dr. Juan Botero, which again, he shared with us this mistletoe research. And thank you very much, Dr. Alonso, for this extraordinary presentation on the cannabis use. With this, we'll be closing our fifth panel on the experiences in the use of medicinal plants in the care for our health. With this, I would like to also thank the organization's team for this panel, for this summit, and for the participation. Thank you very much from me, and I'll give Mike and the floor now for the organization for the closing of this second summit of Traditional Complementary Medicine towards an Integrative Medicine. Thank you very much. And good evening. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor, for moderating this interesting panel where we've also learned a lot about medication experiences for the use, which is something that moves us. But we've also learned along the day everything that has to do with these natural resources in products, how to care for them, the trade that we use them for, and we enrich our experience. So thank you very much to you, to all of the panelists, speakers, our public, our audience, our members that have been also present in these 6 days. There's a lot of congresses that we do in 12 hours a day during 6 days, and it has been really, really intense. But we've enjoyed it despite being tired, despite of all the amount of work. It's been really, really enriching. We've found new friends. We've bumped into old friends, and now we're really happy for everything that's happened. We want to send you a big hug, and would like you to have a really nice weekend. Now we have the closing ceremony, and where we will have Dr. Martha Villar with us, and she is the president of the Traditional Medicine, Complementary and Integrative Medicine from the Medic School of Peru, the Medical College of Peru. She's our inspirer. She's our inspiration as well. And he is showing us this lengthy path that we need to undertake, and it's an honor for us to hear her again, and we hope to share with you again this ceremony. So thank you very much, and we see each other in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Mónica Galanti, for these beautiful words you direct them to me. As a matter of fact, I also have a lot of appreciation for you. You know that we are a whole network across the Americas. We'll start then. And for that, let me invite licensee Galia so she can start our ceremony. Thank you very much, and go ahead, Dr. Dalia.
Damas y caballeros, daremos inicio a la
Ladies
ceremonia.
and gentlemen, we will start our closing ceremony for the second summit of Traditional and Complementary Medicine towards Integrative Medicine. This event has been organized by the Medical College of Peru in the framework of the bicentennial of independence of our country with the organization of international institutions and national institutions. To start, we have the presentation of our singer Blanca Galdós Cabanillas that will give us one of our most significant pieces in our national Gran Condor Pasa, which was dedicated and allocated as a cultural heritage of our nation, and is based in the traditional Indian music, being the author Daniel Palomilla Rose. This beautiful piece is a symbol of brotherhood and respect of our people.
El cóndor de los Andes despertó con la luz de un feliz amanecer. Sus alas lentamente desplegó y bajó al río azul para beber. Tras de la tierra se comerá de verdor, de amor y paz. Tras de la rama floreció y el sol brotó en el trigal, en el trigal. Y entonces no existieron más fronteras, se encontraron las miradas, se entrelazaron las manos y el canto fue de una sola voz. Y entonces se hizo carne, amar al prójimo como a uno mismo. El cóndor de los Andes descendió al llegar a un feliz amanecer. El cielo al ver su marcha sollozó y volcó su llanto gris cuando se fue. Tras la tierra se cubrió de verdor, de amor y paz.
Damos la bienvenida a nuestra mesa de honor. Dr.
We
Hernán
welcome
Rodríguez.
you to our table of honor, Dr. Hernan Rodriguez, World Counselor of Bajo, Peru in Health Systems, Dr. Fernando Ceballos Flores, Counselor to Peru to the elected government, Dr. Luis Sustana Lano, President of ASFAM, Association of Schools of Medicine, and Dean in the School of Medicine in San Marcos University, Hernan Rosmer, Dean of the Medical Guild of Peru, the co-organizing international institutions in Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine, TCIM Network Americas, CAPCIN, Brazilian Consortium for Integrative Medicine, and the Academy of Health and Integrative Medicines, AIHM. It has been 6 days where there has been much knowledge shared and experiences, which will serve for greater development of TCIM and their articulation into healthcare systems. In that sense, next, we are presenting the Declaration of the Americas and main conclusion of the Second World Summit on Traditional Complementary Medicine toward an Integrative Medicine, which will be provided by Dr. Marta Villar Lopez, President of the Traditional Complementary Medicine League and the Organizing Committee.
Muy buenas noches con todos. Para
Good
mí es
evening, everyone. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to be able to address all of you and to welcome you, to welcome our authorities. I would like to read this Declaration of the Americas on Traditional Complementary and Integrative Medicine, which has been drafted by a full team of many professions and also from many countries. This is a document which is preliminary, and so I would like to present it respectively. The current pandemic, SARS-CoV-2 pandemic, has deepened inequity in healthcare already existent in different regions of the world, making it even more complex reaching the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, which were agreed at the United Nations Conference 2012 and having it as a set goal for the year 2030. So the world is currently at a crucial point, at a crossroads to reflect upon how response has been provided to healthcare needs in different communities and what strategies may contribute in achieving these goals. At the same time, there have been learnings by global or through global experience that the bonds which join the many communities are real, tangible, and indivisible. Putting in first point the unity of humanity with the planet's health. It is urgent then to strengthen healthcare services and systems, and for this purpose, we need to look into diversity and interculturality. Traditional, complementary, and integrative medicines are essential to contribute in diminishing inequity gaps in healthcare and progress toward universal healthcare. This purpose, it is a fundamental importance to acknowledge its value, strengthening its utilization, and preserving and protecting this knowledge. With the end of promoting the articulation and/or integration of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in healthcare systems and services, government representatives of universities and related institutions from 35 countries in the continent, 5 continents, Africa, America, Asia, Australia, and Europe. We have been able to gather together. We have organized the Second World Summit for Traditional Complementary Medicine toward an Integrative Medicine. This second summit is being organized by the Medical School of Peru, and it has international cooperation of TCIM Network Americas, the Academic Brazilian Consortium for Integrative Medicine, and the Academy of Integrative Health and Medicine, as well as our own national institutions, such as the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, and the National Major University of San Marcos. We have been together from the 16th to the 25th of July this year, based on the presentations on advances in the articulation and integration of traditional and complementary medicine in healthcare services and systems of the participating countries in the second summit. It is agreed upon to create a declaration of the Americans toward universal healthcare. What are we recommending? We have recommendations along 6 lines which have served as pillars in this view of articulation and development of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine. First, the line of public policies and regulation of TCIM. Second, research and management of information in TCIM. Third, the pillar of acknowledgement, protection, and promotion of traditional medicine worldwide. Fourth line, organization, implementation, and management of healthcare services. Fifth, academic training and capacity building in TCIM. And lastly, quality of resources, supplies, and therapeutic products of TCIM. The first pillar, which is on public policies and regulations of TCIM, we have strengthened and promoted this implementation and articulation of traditional medicine, complementary and integrative, within a network of healthcare systems in each country, because it has been determined that this would improve access and even cost effectiveness. Second, it is the responsibility of member states, the application of recommendations from the WHO, precisely to guarantee access and universal coverage of TCIM in order to, third, promoting surveys and national referendums, which provide interest and assuredness that our population continues making use of TCIM. Fourth, promoting strategies to facilitate regulation and implementation of public policies, regulations which must be based on research, and also they must have a monitoring mechanism of activities in TCIM, and also for there to be a contribution from TCIM for environmental health in line with the concepts of planetary health and One Health from the WHO. We recommend for the Pan American Health Organization and other regional organisms from WHO for there to implement a specific area for strengthening and developing traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in the regions, especially in the Americas. We also have in our second pillar of research and management of information to promote international cooperation and coordinate action, which increase the amount of research with methodological quality. We're also seeking to generate and articulate mechanisms for promotion, fundraising, and cooperation to assess security and clinical effectiveness, and also to be able to develop and promote on research methodologies which are appropriate. And not only should we look at the quantitative methodology, but we should be able to embrace other methodologies such as qualitative ones and several others that may break paradigms which are often difficult to overcome. Within the research and management of information, we are also proposing for international cooperation in dissemination and open access to information, We want for there to be greater training and qualification of researchers. We can create academic consortiums in TCIM as a way of organizing networks of collaboration among researchers, integrating universities. We are also seeking to replicate the model of virtual health libraries network, which has been highly successful, and it has served precisely to get enough evidence of knowledge so that TCIM has sufficient research as to be considered an option in public health. This should be replicated worldwide. The third pillar is acknowledgement, protection, and promotion of traditional ancestral medicine worldwide. One of the recommendations that we are issuing to PAHO and WHO is looking into the possibility of using the terms of traditional medicine, the term of traditional, ancestral, complementary, and integrative medicine, because this allows us to acknowledge ancestral knowledge. It is fundamental for the many countries to identify and acknowledge the important input that they represent and that they can develop with and support, institutional acknowledgement and support to promote action which generates profound respect, acknowledgement, and valuation in the diversity of traditional ancestral knowledge, which seeks to protect, comprehend, and document the worldview and health view called good living and well-being of each culture. Lastly, we're also seeking to promote action which revalues knowledge, considering that communities define their own system of indigenous governance, and from that point to advance on paths for complementarity of knowledge. Fourth pillar, organization, implementation, and management of healthcare services. And for this purpose, we advise the implementation of healthcare provider services, integrating and or articulating traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in healthcare systems of all countries, respecting the conceptual foundations of those and strengthening bioethics for their application. It is also recommended to incorporate traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in the primary healthcare attention strategy, as was left very clear in 1978 in Alma Ata, considering interculturality and ethnicity to promote universal healthcare. In the fifth pillar, which entails academic training and education in TCIM, it is recommended to different countries to follow WHO reference to implement training and education of healthcare providers. It is also recommended for universities in general and academia to be responsible of training their own professionals in TCIM so that they respond to the needs and demands of society in healthcare services. We recommend countries to develop strategies that promote teaching and exchange programs for teaching. We are also seeking to include educational or academic models which are innovative so that other modes of learning are promoted, especially in traditional medicine. We recommend that it is necessary to innovate in the curricular structure for training of healthcare professionals, integrating traditional medicine, TCIM, in different levels of graduate and postgraduate programs, including residency, with access to broad content and quality content. Then to foster exchange of knowledge, and exchange, having as a basis the dialogue of knowledges. And lastly, the sixth pillar in quality, resources, supplies, and therapeutic products in TCIM. It is recommended to countries to incentivize development of inventories of their ancestral knowledges botany gardens, seed banks, and areas of conservation for their natural resources, emphasizing in those used in traditional medicine so that we are ensuring their preservation. We also recommend the development of pharmacopoeias, monographs, manuals, and guides, which allow prescribers to have resources and products which guarantee quality and efficiency. It is recommended to regulate and to control quality of natural products, as well as other products and technologies of use under TCIM, strengthening the value chain along with indigenous communities. And lastly, we recommend to train professionals in the management of production, supply, and attention and resources, supplies, and therapeutic products in TCIM, and whenever possible, certify those academic institutions that are accredited in this specific area. I would like to highlight that this declaration was developed by a work group which started before and remained during the Second World Summit of Traditional Complementary Medicine toward Integrative Medicine, and it is presented in its preliminary version at the upon closure of this event. Then we will continue working because this is still a process which entails incorporating recommendations at the level of all countries that have intervened. This Declaration of the Americas seeks to be published and disseminated, promoting its adoption by member countries. The work group for this declaration for our Second World Summit was made up by Danilo Alberti dos Santos, Natalia Sofia Aldana, Iracema Benavides, Islandia Souza, Vivian Camacho, Luis Fernandez Susaya, Monica Galanti de la Paz, Ricardo Kelman, Javier Lardo Aliaga, Orlando Leiva Meza, Tabitha Parker, Cecilia Plaza Badilla, Margarita Saez, Scarlett Soriano, Gina Carioni Denier, Paula Pedregal, and Martha Villar. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank all the institutions that have supported us in the development of this Second World Summit on Traditional Complementary Medicine toward Integrative Medicine. The national institutions, such as the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, the National School of Public Health, the National Institute of Health, the National San Marcos University, and international ones, the Virtual Library of Health, TCIM, the TCIM Network Americas, the Academic Consortium in Brazil for Integrative Health, and the Academy of Integrative Health Medicine in the United States. My special thanks go out to the embassies from the Republic, the China and India, the Pan American Health Organization. Without their support and guidance and collaboration, it would have been impossible to hold this second summit. And to the National University of San Andres, Bolivia, my eternal thanks, and to the Medical Association of Peru, my eternal thanks, because they have made possible this World Summit on Traditional Complementary Medicine toward Integrative Medicine. Thank you so much.
Blanca Galdos nos dice que una canción expone un mundo de sentimientos y emociones diversas.
The song presents a world of emotions and diverse expressions, those that claim for and have us laugh, or which call for change, or that even marvelously allow us to access beautiful memories. This is how this beautiful Peruvian waltz starts, Fina Estampa, one of the most beautiful and poetic compositions from Maria Isabel Granda Larco, known worldwide as Chabuca Granda. This song was written and dedicated to her father. There she captivatingly tells the scenario when she, as a child, watched him arrive, as well as going through patios and plazas filled with light and sunshine.
Una veredita alegre con luz de luna de sol, tendida como una cinta con sus lados de arrebol de los geranios y sonrisas con rubor, arrebol de los claveles y las mejillas en flor, perfumada de magnolia, rociada de mañanita, la verdita sonríe cuando tu piel acaricia y la cocoli se ríe y la ventana se agita cuando por esa vereda tu fina estampa paseas. Fina estampa, caballero, caballero de fina estampa, un lucero que sonriera bajo un sombrero, no sonriera más hermoso ni más luciera, caballero que en tu andar reluces la cera al andar. Te lleva hacia los aguanes y a los patios encantados, te lleva por las plazuelas y a los amores soñados. Veredita que se arrolla con tafetanes bordados, tacón de chapín de seda y fustes almidonados. Es un caminito alegre con luz de luna de sol que de recorrer cantando por si te puedo alcanzar. Fina estampa, caballero, quien te pudiera guardar. Fina estampa, caballero, caballero de fina estampa, un lucero que sonriera bajo un sombrero, no sonriera más hermoso ni más luciera, caballero, y en tu andar reluce la cera al andar.
A continuación, tenemos las palabras de las instituciones coorganizadoras internacionales de la Segunda Cumbre Mundial de Medicina Tradicional y Complementaria hacia una Medicina Integrativa. Doctora Natalia Sofía Aldana Martínez, representante de la Red de Medicinas Tradicionales, Complementarias e Integrativas de las Américas, Red MTCI Américas. Doctor Ricardo Gelman, presidente del Consorcio Académico Brasileño para la Salud Integrativa, CAPSIM. Doctora Tabata Parker, directora ejecutiva de la Academia de Salud y Medicina Integrativa, AIHM. Adelante, por favor.
Muchas gracias, Galia. Un agradecimiento muy especial a la doctora Marta Villar en representación de todo el Comité de Medicina Alternativa Tradicional y Complementaria del Colegio Médico del Perú. Un agradecimiento a las personas que están en representación del Ministerio de Salud, del Ministerio de Cultura, de la OPS. Me dicen que está muy bajo. Acá se escucha mejor. Acá está más cerca. Súper. Decía que hacemos un agradecimiento muy especial pues a todos los colegas del Colegio Médico del Perú, del Ministerio de Salud, del Ministerio de Cultura,
Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Culture, the Pan American Health Organization Peru office, from all other institutions. For us, as co-organizers, it has been an honor to participate in this event that we are doing with the Doctors Association and under the vision of Dr. Marta Villar as to develop the second summit. We are very honored for the invitation to participate as co-organizers. TCIM Network Americas, I believe that I'm picking up from appreciations of most members, so that this summit has allowed to put forth an observation in almost an analysis of what's going on in the world in terms of articulation of traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine in healthcare services systems. And we've heard incredible experiences and challenges and how they have been overcome. And it fills us with hope to all of us in the network. And I believe also to our audience and our organizers and participants, our um, presenters, and seeing how that path for articulating TCIM is to contribute more to universal health and to universal healthcare coverage and primary healthcare attention. It is happening, it is improving, that there are countries that have achieved establishing better strategies. It has been very satisfactory seeing how the research space is being improved in education. And so we greatly thank all our presenters and everyone who made this possible, the whole team, all people who were behind the scenes. Infinite thanks, because without each of those people, such as the interpretation team, the streaming team, all volunteers on the chat, all of our volunteers on the web pages, and all other volunteers in dialogue with our presenters, and of course, all of our audience and our presenters themselves who accepted the invitation to participate. We are infinitely thankful, and we hope that this is an additional step in that roadmap that, as Roger Fonda stated in his conference, is to achieve better articulating TCIM into healthcare services as to not leave anyone behind. Thank you.
Ricardo, por favor.
Buenas noches. Também
Good evening.
queremos agradecer a todas as instituições
We would also like to
Peru,
thank all institutions in Peru, the Ministry of Health, and PAHO, especially Dr. Martha Pilar. It was a true honor to be co-organizers. As a representative of the academic consortium in Brazil for the Second World Summit, I would like to contribute with some words and messages. This event is like a water glass of 6 points, which has crystallized the voices of many countries, a crystal in time, since every point represents one day, a crystal of world outreach, which has consolidated for many hours. Each point represents one of the 6 members of World Health Organization. Divisions from Africa, Southeast Asia, and Europe, East Asia, and the Eastern Pacific were invited to a historic dialogue. At this summit happens after past World Summits toward a future for greater integration. This immediate future is reflected in the Declaration of the Americas that we had the honor of drafting in a work group. That future is also visible in the action of collaboration from our consortium, CAPSIM, with the Americas, TCIM Network Americas, and the Academy of Integrative Health and Medicine, and other institutions in the realization of this first Congress of Medicinal Plants in dialogue with Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine, which will happen in Manaus, Amazonas, from 4 to 6 April 2022, in person as well as remotely. And lastly, we would like to announce that these 3 international organizing institutions will assume the organization of the 3rd World Summit that will happen in 2024 in a city in the Americas that is to be determined. We'd like to announce that we are gladly receiving this torch of this summit, and here, along with Natalia and Tabitha, we would like to assume that organizational effort. Thank you so much.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por ser parte de este equipo hicimos este segundo cumbre mundial.
Thank you so much for being part of the team for the second World Summit. For this World Summit on Integrative Medicine and Health, and this really fills our hearts. And as many others have thanked, I would firstly like to thank Dr. Marta Vilar, but also the Cultural Syndicate Peru and the huge team of Zoom broadcasting and all. I'm sorry for the dogs, all workers who have made this possible in these 6 incredible days. Hopefully, we can continue in our relationships and enforcing integrative, ancestral, traditional, and complementary medicine. Thank you so much from Nicaragua.
Thank you very much. At the same time, we would like to thank our co-organizers for the whole development of the second summit.
Ministerio de Cultura.
The Ministry of Health, Ministry of Culture, National Institute of Health, National Academy of Public Health, and the Universidad Mayor de San Marcos. Carrying on with the closing ceremony of this event, we have the greeting remarks of the ASEFAM President, Medicinal Faculties and Dean of the Faculty of Medicine of the Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos, Dr. Luis Podestá Gavilan. Good evening, everyone. I'm the Dean of the Medical Academy of Peru, Dr. Carlos Garzón, representative of the World Health Organization, of Pan American Health Organization, Mr. Ceballos, and organizers of the elected government, Dr. Martha Villar, President of the Organizational Committee, beloved co-organizers, speakers, and everyone here. I would like to first off congratulate to the medic school and to the organizational committee for this excellent summit that has shown a joint work, and that somehow this articulated piece of work has led us to over 180 speakers from all over the world to be able to participate, and over 5,000 assistants, for which I'm pretty sure we'll be learning a lot of lessons. There will be of a lot of usefulness in for all of us. I have to say that medicinal herbs, as you know, exist since the first attempts of a human being of trying to improve our condition. We've seen not just in our culture, pre-Hispanic culture, but also we heard testimonies from this Iceman, this mummy that was discovered in 1931 in the Italian Alps, where we found medicinal herbs that were really important in history. But in our country, we have an inherited country of ancestry medicine.
Y nuestra pluriculturalidad.
And our pluriculturality is present. And traditional medicine has persisted due to this transculturalization process and merging of cultures. I would like to tell you a little bit of an anecdote that I had 3 years ago and to all of you, I invite you, when you are able to come to Peru, to visit Taquile Island in Puno. And let me tell you this because it was a really interesting anecdote. Taquile Island is about 3,000 or 900 meters above sea level. You need to jump 567 little steps. At the third step, I was breathless, but the guide said that there were some plants around the place, and he said, "This is a muña, Mistotasis muñis. So just rub it in, and you aspire it, inhale it, and you'll see how you're going to be able to get and to make the whole 567 steps." And that was true. And that gives us an idea on how this traditional medicine that is long lasting and that persists through time, and why the reason of it. From 2003, we started the training in a high specialization program. And in 2005, the alternative therapy diploma under the conduction or guidance of Dr. Marta Villar, which is a tireless promoter of traditional medicine, and that is a real example in traditional medicine and complementary medicine. Now, it's on the institutions to integrate in their own curriculum, their own complementary medicine, their own traditional medicine approach. And I think they will be able to achieve it in their pre-degree and the post-degree, pre-graduate and postgraduate programs, because the health professionals need to understand that this is an important part of complementary medicine and that should be included in all systems of health of all over the countries around the world. And this has a high level of complexity and it's an ancestry type of knowledge, and we need to preserve this. And as the dean of the medical school of Peru, and also think that this will be possible. And as we've heard in this third summit of medicine, in 3 years probably we can say and talk to you about the updates that we reached in this alternative and complementary medicine towards an integrative medicine. Thank you very much. We would like to thank Ipao Picables, who is in charge of the transmission of this event. Thank you very much. At the same time, we would like to thank our sponsors, the Pan American Organization and the World Health Organization, the Embassy of India in Peru and Bolivia, the Chinese Embassy in Peru, and Universidad Mayor San Andrés of Bolivia. We've gathered 180 panelists of different countries of over five, from all over the 5 continents, and this proves how successful we've been in our second MTCI summit. Up next, we will have Dr. Hernan Rodriguez's remarks from the Pan American Health Organization Peru's board. Thank you and good evening, everyone. Luis Podesta Gavilano, President of the Peruvian Association of Medicine Faculties of the FAM, and Dean of the Medical Faculty of the Universidad Mayor de San Marcos, Dr. Hernando Ceballos Flores, Consultant of Health of the elected government, Dr. Palacio Servin, Dean of the Medical School of Peru, Dr. Marta Villar, President of the Traditional Medicine and Complementary Medicine and Organizational Committee, to all of the co-organizers in the international scope, government representatives, representatives from university institutions related to the field and of over 35 countries from Africa, Asia, Australia, Europe, and to all of those that are connected from the different parts of the world, and of course, of the regions. In behalf of Dr. Carlos Garzón, representative of the Pan American Health Organization and the World Health Organization in Peru, a real warm welcome and greet. We would like to first off congratulate you and recognize the big effort of all of the organizers because of all the success that we've reached. I can say that we've had 6 successful days with over 180 speakers that come from 130 countries, over 5,000 people enrolled, and that actually went over 24,000 views in our platforms. So I would like to congratulate you because you made a first summit in 2007 with an amount of countries that it was important, and now due to the pandemics, it's a real challenge to conduct this event for 6 days, and we see what are the results. Then we would also like to highlight the subjects that were treated during this summit. These were included in our own roadmap, and they will be there to continue guiding us towards the integrative medicine that includes complementary and traditional medicine. We need to address and mention 6 axes because they were looked over during the 60 days where we seen the different panels and keynote speaks. Each axis has an importance where public policy, regulation, where research and information management, the recognition, protection, promotion, everything that has to do with the management of health services, the academic training, skills, pharmaceutical supply, and we understand that there's a huge work behind all of the topics that we've dealt with. We still have gaps, and we need to keep our duly work so we can move forward. We are committed to provide support to the states and member countries in the declaration that we are subject to, and we'd like to reinforce that you need to continue to use the tools that the public urban library shares, sharing also your positive experiences towards a worldwide virtual library as is being recommended today. We are attaching to the recommendations of this second summit to contribute to the integration and articulation of traditional medicine, complementary and integrative medicine in the systems and global systems of health. Recommendations that are harmonized in the strategic plan of the World Health Organization 2022-2024 as for the strategy and action plan on health of the Pan American Health Organization. So I would like to finish off by inviting you to continue fighting for the right to uh, enjoy the maximum degree of satisfaction and health for everyone to enjoy this, to promote interculturality and quality to advance towards universal health. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, doctor Rodríguez.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rodriguez.
Del asesor en salud del gobierno electo.
Now we have the words and remarks from Dr. Ceballos, the consultant for the elected government.
Compañeros, en nombre
Good
del
evening, colleagues. In behalf of the elected president, Pedro Castillo Terrones, I would like to thank you for the invite to this second summit on traditional medicine and complementary towards an integrative medicine. I would like to greet the distinguished panelists that joined us today. I would like to thank especially the Medical School of Peru and the Committee of Traditional, Complementary, and Integrative Medicine that with the support of the Traditional Medicine Network, Complementary and Integrative of the Americas, and different institutions of the academy, like, for example, research, undertaking and developing this event that is really important, especially virtually in these times of COVID. I would like to also greet the Pan American Health Organization, the World Health Organization as well, and the Ministry of Health and Culture of our country, through the education institutions of Peru, to the embassies of India and of the Popular Republic of China that contributed to the making of this event in a really, really important manner. I think that this event has a huge importance, as pointed out before, to democratize health, to approach and to bring this health and get it to the people, to take advantage of our nature. And without a doubt, this is a contribution to avoid the the mercantilization of medicine and as of health, the way that we see it happening nowadays. And as of public knowledge and in the national and international community, our country, Peru, has been or is suffering significantly due to the COVID-19 pandemics, and we have the highest rate of mortality per person in Peru. We are about to overcome the 2 million mark of infected cases or cases of people with infection. So we see that not all of these people has died of COVID-19, but they suffer because of the misery and the deficiencies that the health systems and the health system and the system itself represents. The poorest of populations is the one that suffered the lack of a system that would include them for real. And we don't have an adequate structure to, for example, supply all of our places with oxygen and to respond successfully to COVID. The new government, the new popular government of Professor Castillo has assumed the commitment of promoting the greatest of popular mobilization to control and overcome the pandemics. Even more so when we are about to hit our third wave of COVID-19 that we need to face and we will overcome it. We have a challenge to get to the end of the year with a community successful vaccination, especially in the population over 12 years old. We would like to congratulate the government of President Sagasti that has advanced in their contract to ensure the whole amount of vaccines that would allow us to face this pandemic. And this will help this new government to achieve this sanitary goal. I would like to say that, and I would like to state our commitment not just to undertake the changes in health towards a universal, free, universal system of health, but also to include, and this is important, the promotion and development of traditional medicine, complementary medicine towards integrative medicine, including it in any strategy in our country and any sanitary strategy that we take as a country. It's really important for this space of health promotion that's traditionally forgotten and not so considered in our country to be included, as I was saying before, in the health strategies and public policies to promote and to articulate its inclusion in our networks and to deepen into a really scarce investigation in our country, to have conclusions and a line of defense that goes beyond the commercial medicine. We will be really attentive to the conclusion of this event and we will pick it up. We heard it from some of the speakers, the best of conclusions to incorporate it through competent institutions of the National Institutes of Health, for example, to include this into public policies to develop on the next government. I would like to express my sense of gratitude and success and congratulations to the organization. Thanks to all the panelists, and we'll be joining each other into the fight for better health. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, doctor Ceballos.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ceballos. This Second World Summit establishes a landmark of friendship between countries that will continue the strengthening of MTCIs in the world, which purpose is to provide people integrative medicine that would allow them to have healthy lives. Up next, we have the closing remarks in behalf of the National Dean of Medical School of Peru, Dr. Miguel Palacio Seri. Thank you very much, everyone. I would like to start by greeting our colleagues that are a part of this closing roundtable. Luis Podestá, Dr. Hernan Rodriguez, Dr. Hernando Ceballos, and Dr. Martha Villar. Really, when we thought about the making of this summit, we didn't think that a day as today, July 25th, we were going to be celebrating the huge success of this summit and in the amount of countries that have participated, in the amount of assistants, in the amount and the quality of speakers and panelists that have given a huge amount of quality to this second summit. As up to some few years ago, this organization of this nature seemed kind of impossible, but however, the hard work of Marta Villar that we've seen it for so many years in Social Security, in medical school. At first, lonely, fighting against stigma, against myth, against the misunderstood, against misunderstanding. And now we can see that she's part of the biggest uh, guns that we have, our biggest weapons to achieve this, because we have souls that they don't even have desire, but she is filled with this desire, and that's something that helps her and helps us in this path that we're undertaking. We see how our conclusions have a great influence in the health system, in the justice system for the people, into approaching health as a right to people, as a medicine that will be included in the future among traditional medicine, complementary with conventional medicine. However, it would help to reduce these inequalities in health provision, and it will help to empower primary care. I would like to thank you and congratulate you and all the organization that's been brilliant, and also like to thank to everyone that's collaborated in this event. We have many spaces where we have received collaboration with important organizations, universities, ministries, institutions that have contributed from their own space to provide and to give life and success to this world summit. I would like to greet to all of the assistants in all the continents. We are now in Lima around 7:45 p.m. In some countries, it's a different hour, but we are here included and happy because of the success of this second World Summit. From the medics who will continue encouraging and supporting the integration, harmonization between these two realities, because we are aware that will contribute to improve the health system, it will reduce gaps, inequality, and it would empower primary care. And in behalf of the Medic School of Peru, let me thank you for your assistance, and I declare that this second summit officially closed on complementary and traditional medicine towards integrative medicine. Thank you very much, and all the happiness to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Palacios. And to finalize this event, we have one more presentation of Cintia Sotomayor Neira and Crystal Zamora Chumpitas that will delight us with a traditional folk dance of Peru Marinera. And up next, we'll see a really special video that's been prepared as a thank for everyone.